Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After the Jiang family left, Qi Rongchong turned to Luo Ruiying and bowed gratefully. Thank you for your help, Fairy Luo. My Qi family will remember this. If Luo Ruiying had not intervened, the Qi family would have probably been ousted from the city. The Qi family was full of gratitude to Luo Ruiying. Old Qi, you are too polite, Luo Ruiying said with a smile. I'd like to invite you and your family to the Qi residence. I've already planned a banquet to show our gratitude. Qi Rongchong smiled at Luo Ruiying. Considering Luo Ruiying's cultivation and Ning Yechen's medical abilities, it was enough to entice anyone to get close to them. It was absolutely right to befriend a powerful cultivator who could kill a cultivator at the peak of the human immortal realm. Big Sister Luo, will you join us? We really want to thank you. Qi Yuan echoed expectantly. Facing the Qi family's cordial invitation, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looked at each other and read each other's minds. Luo Ruiying shook her head, declining Qi Rongchong and Qi Yuan's invitation. Thank you, but our family doesn't like crowds. Moreover, we have already made plans, so we won't intrude. I'm sure your family has a lot to do today. They had come to Nanli City to live quietly and peacefully. First, they helped the Qi family because the Qi family had given them the house. Second, they simply did not like the Jiang family. They did not want to get too close to the Qi family. Hearing Luo Ruiying's rejection, Qi Rongchong and Qi Yuan looked disappointed but did not insist. Now that the Qi family had won the competition, the authority in Nanli City had changed hands. They indeed had a lot to do now. Ning Yechen smiled at Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, if you're free tomorrow, why don't you come by? Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying were curious and puzzled. They did not know why Ning Yechen wanted to see Qi Yuan tomorrow. Qi Yuan nodded. Okay, big brother Ning. Ning Yechen did not explain. Instead, he turned to take Luo Ruiying's hand and leave. When he suddenly held her hand, she was caught by surprise, and her heart beat faster. She did not dislike the feeling of him holding her hand. After calming down, Luo Ruiying held Ning Yechen's hand back. Everyone watched as their family left. The crowd respectfully gave way to them. Many people recognized Luo Ruiying as the beautiful woman from a few days ago. Now that they had witnessed her true abilities, no one dared to show her the slightest disrespect. After all, she could slaughter someone at the peak of the human immortal realm. If she wanted to kill them, it was no different from killing chickens. The two of them held hands while walking back home. On the way, Luo Ruiying discovered a lot of luggage piled up outside the previously empty houses beside theirs. Many were bringing their luggage inside. It seemed all the neighboring houses had been sold overnight, which was pretty unusual considering the remote location. Yechen, it seems we have new neighbors. I will visit with some gifts later. Even though the new neighbors meant life would not be as quiet, Luo Ruiying decided to follow the customs of mortals and greet the new neighbors. Naturally, Ning Yechen had no objections. Just as he was about to agree, the neighboring house's door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. Yi Tianxin, dressed in simple commoner's clothing, walked out the door and moved his luggage in like a mortal. When he saw Ning Yechen, a smile emerged on his cold face, and he nodded without saying a word. It was as if he were simply greeting a new neighbor. Ning Yechen was flabbergasted. Huh? What's going on? Isn't that Yi Tianxin? I'm definitely not wrong. Despite the flawless disguise, Ning Yechen could still see Yi Tianxin's cultivation. Since Yi Tianxin greeted them, Luo Ruiying nodded back politely. Yi Tianxin made no attempt to speak and just continued carrying his luggage in as though he did not know them. He's quite polite. I'll go get some fruit and say hello. Luo Ruiying planned to go back home to get some fruits as a greeting gift for their new neighbor. Ning Yechen hurriedly stopped her. Dear, no, don't. Huh? What? Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen quizzically. It was the first time she saw Ning Yechen so anxious. Why don't you bring Ye home? I'll go say hello to our new neighbor. Let me take care of this, Ning Yechen said with a smile. As he spoke, he pushed Luo Ruiying inside the house. If Luo Ruiying interacted with Yi Tianxin and noticed anything amiss, or if Yi Tianxin slipped up and gave away his true identity, he would be dead meat. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Although Luo Ruiying felt puzzled about Ning Yechen's sudden enthusiasm to talk to the new neighbor, she did not take it to heart and carried Luo Hongye inside. After seeing Luo Ruiying go inside, Ning Yechen swiftly went over to Yi Tianxin's house and appeared in front of him. Yi Tianxin promptly stopped working, put his hand to his chest, and bowed reverently. Greetings, Demon Lord. Ning Yechen's face turned cold as he frowned in displeasure. He asked angrily, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to disturb us?" "I would never dare impose," Yi Tianxin instantly replied. "Then take your things and get your ass back to the demon realm. Don't show up in front of me again." Ning Yechen immediately drove him away. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianxin did not abide by his orders. "Demon Lord, I'm sorry I can't obey you. We were ordered to protect your wife and daughter and be on standby for your orders. You have my word that we will disguise ourselves and not give you trouble." Seeing Yi Tianxin go against his order, Ning Yechen was so angry that he wanted to raise his hand and teach him a lesson before personally throwing him back to the demon realm. But as Ning Yechen raised his hand, something dawned on him, and he suddenly caught the crux of what Yi Tianxin meant. "Hang on, what do you mean by we? Other than you, who else is here?" Yi Tianxin lowered his head and answered respectfully. "Sir, other than me, the other legion and regiment leaders, generals, personal guards, and secret guards have been ordered to go undercover in the city. Everyone is at your disposal." Ning Yechen was stunned. "Who gave the order?" "Demon Lord, it was Lady Left Guardian." "Don't tell me she's here too." During the time Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying went to the competition between the Qi and Jiang families, Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Changse naturally stayed to watch over the residents. Despite Ning Yechen's absence, they worked hard at cleaning every inch of the mansion. After they finished cleaning, the three of them sat on the steps, holding feather dusters, cleaning cloths, and other cleaning equipment. "Hey, when do you think Madam will come back with Miss?" Bai Yuan asked Meng Niu and Changse curiously. "Even though Madam is only at the human immortal realm, she has a lot of spiritual energy, so I reckon it'll be over soon, and they'll be back," Changse replied with her arms and legs crossed. She had inadvertently caught sight of Luo Ruiying doing the laundry using spiritual energy. Luo Ruiying's unusual, faint, golden spiritual energy felt very strong and unusual, which even made her feel slightly threatened. If they were to fight to the death, she was not entirely sure about beating Luo Ruiying. Madam was certainly different. Meng Niu patted his chest and said proudly, "I don't know when they'll be back, but if Sir lets me fight, I will kill them with a single smack." "Stupid cow, you'd better restrain yourself. If you expose your identity and ruin Sir's plans, he won't forgive you. Don't forget you threw a snowball on Mrs. Face, and Sir hasn't held you accountable for it yet. You should count yourself lucky you're still alive." Changse rolled her eyes at Meng Niu. Sometimes she was worried that this stupid cow would expose their identities accidentally. If the demon lord became angry, she and Bai Yuan might get implicated. At the mention of Ning Yechen, the proudness on Meng Niu's face immediately disappeared. He shrank his head like a wilting flower and looked incredibly well-behaved. He recalled the way he kept breaking things at work and started trembling. If the demon lord had problems with him, he might simply get rid of him. Compared to when Sir and Madam come back, I pity the Jiang family. Of all people, they offended Sir. Changse thought about how terrifying the demon lord was and felt sorry for the Jiang family. Considering the demon lord's personality, he would not let them off. The Jiang family will likely cease to exist in a few days. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. In a few days? If he wants to, they will disappear now. But he doesn't seem to want to make them disappear this way, Changse said. Ning Yechen did not order them to take out the entire Jiang family, which could only mean one thing. He did not want the Jiang family to disappear so simply. Otherwise, he could accomplish this in a matter of seconds. As Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se casually chatted, knocking sounded on the door. Someone was here. Was it Sir? Chang Se and the other two were startled. They stood up obediently and pretended to work. They swept the floor and wiped the furniture. But then they felt puzzled. It was not Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's habit to conceal their movements when they came back. Strangely, they did not hear the slightest sound. Before long, the residence's door slowly opened, and a woman with a cold and beautiful face and a dignified demeanor stepped into the courtyard. She looked around curiously and murmured, "Is this the demon lord's home?" After over a century, she finally found him. Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se looked over and quietly stopped working. They thought it was Ning Yechen and were startled, but it was not him. Ming Niu said in annoyance, "Hey, who are you? Why did you enter without invitation?" Recently, other than Qi Yuan visiting occasionally, no one else came. Seeing an unfamiliar face, Ming Niu immediately assumed she had gotten the wrong door and wanted to drive her away. Chang Se stopped Ming Niu, fearful that he might cause trouble. She walked over to Yu Qingyu and asked politely, "Why are you here?" "My employers are out." "Not in, huh?" Yu Qingyu mumbled in disappointment. She had been waiting for over a century, so it did not hurt to wait a little longer. While she was here, she wanted to learn more about the Demon Lord's current life. Yu Qingyu walked into the courtyard and looked around curiously, ignoring Ming Niu and the other two. Chang Se frowned. "Who is she? Doesn't this woman have any manners?" She didn't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, she would have thrown her out by now. Seeing Yu Qingyu intending to enter the main hall, Chang Se and the other two could no longer take it. They blocked the intruder and asked angrily, "Who are you? Don't you know it's rude to enter someone else's house without permission?" Yu Qingyu stopped, looked at Chang Se and the other two calmly, and made a shocking remark. "Sky-swallowing python, chaos demonic bull, and titan giant ape. I didn't realize ancient beasts still existed in the mortal realm. Aren't you a little weak, though? Did you just enter the heavenly immortal realm?" The eyes of the three widened in astonishment. This person could see through their act at a glance. The three of them had already reached the heavenly immortal realm, no less. In the mortal realm, they were among the strongest cultivators. Even Luo Ruiying was unable to see through their disguise. But this unexpected woman saw through their pretense almost immediately. Although they could not detect the slightest aura of cultivation coming from her, she was definitely special. Their faces turned solemn. They glanced at each other silently and attacked without hesitation. They had heard that someone wanted to assassinate Madame in Mississippi. This woman might be it. Since Ning Yechen was out, it was their duty to protect the house. They would take down this woman first. Facing Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se attacked. Yu Qingyu's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, she said lightly, "Down." In an instant, their heads trembled, and it felt as though some unknown power had taken control of them. They instantly lay prone on the ground. They could no longer control their bodies. She was not using spiritual energy against them since they could not detect any coming from this woman. Instead, it felt as though she could inexplicably control their bodies with her voice and make them obey. They were completely powerless against her. Other than Ning Yechen, this was the second person to make them feel such fear and helplessness. Yu Qingyu stood in front of the three of them, looking down at them. She frowned and said in disdain, "Too weak. Are you the Demon Lord's new pets?" "The Demon Lord's pets?" Chang Se looked up in confusion. She wondered if by Demon Lord, this woman was referring to that man. Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se were cultivators at the heavenly immortal realm, but this woman treated them as pets. Then again, considering that man's abilities, they were really no different from pets. Luo Ruiying parted ways with Ning Yechen and entered the compound carrying Luo Hongye. Seeing the door open, Luo Ruiying was puzzled, but just assumed Chang Se and the others had forgotten to close it. After entering the courtyard, she saw Yu Qingyu's beautiful figure and realized someone was here. Luo Ruiying glanced at Yu Qingyu and turned to look at Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chong Sei lying on the ground. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you lying on the ground?" "Madam, miss, you're back." We slipped and fell on the ground. Chong Sei explained sheepishly. Yu Qingyu quietly took back her order. Chong Sei and the other two regained their freedom and hurriedly stood up. They looked at Yu Qingyu in fear. If she wanted to kill them, all it would take was a word. The three of them were certainly careless to fall at the same time. Luo Ruiying did not take it to heart. Instead, she looked at Yu Qingyu and asked, "And you are?" Ever since she came home with Luo Hongye, Yu Qingyu kept staring at them with joy and love in her eyes. She must be the demon lord's wife, the queen of the demon realm. She was gorgeous and a perfect match for the demon lord. In that case, the adorable child in her arms had to be the princess of the demon realm. She was adorable, simply adorable. She looked just like the demon lord when he was a child. She was happy, extremely happy. Yu Qingyu smiled uncontrollably, revealing absolute joy on her face. At a time like this, she should remain graceful and composed, but she could not suppress herself. However, Yu Qingyu's smile looked extremely suspicious to Luo Ruiying. This woman kept her eyes on Luo Hongye right from the start, showing unconcealed exhilaration and happiness in her eyes. "Is she?" Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and raised her guard. Yu Qingyu did not take Luo Ruiying's reaction to heart. She walked over to her gracefully, crossed her legs with her hand touching her chest, and bowed slightly in an elegant greeting. "Greetings, Madam Princess." "Madam Princess?" Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms a little tighter as she looked at Yu Qingyu quizzically. Yu Qingyu was about to speak when Ning Yechen came back anxiously. The moment he caught sight of Yu Qingyu, a serious look appeared on his face. "She's really here." Ning Yechen quickly stepped up to block Luo Ruiying from Yu Qingyu and asked, What are you doing here?" "Yechen, do you know this woman?" Luo Ruiying asked before Yu Qingyu could speak. "Dear, as she used to work for my family. We haven't seen each other in a long time." He quickly came up with the best answer he could think of. "I see." Luo Ruiying scrutinized Yu Qingyu. Even though she had learned from Ning Yechen that he came from a good family, she did not expect his servants to be so beautiful and graceful. Meng Niu, Chong Sei, and Bai Yun were already astoundingly good-looking. Unexpectedly, this woman far surpassed them in appearance and temperament. Yu Qingyu gave off a cool and elegant vibe and did not seem like an ordinary household staff at all. In all aspects, Yu Qingyu was not inferior to Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingyu was smart, so she quickly knew why Ning Yechen wanted to prevent her from speaking. This woman did not seem to know about the demon lord's true identity. She could even sense a faint aura of the heavenly realm from Luo Ruiying. She was from the heavenly realm. No wonder the demon lord wanted to conceal his identity. Yu Qingyu found it unfathomable that the demon lord would pick a woman from the heavenly realm to be his wife, but she had no objections. As long as the demon lord was willing to marry and start a family, she did not mind who it was at all. Even if he found a pig monster, she would have no objections whatsoever. Realizing Ning Yechen did not want to expose his identity, Yu Qingyu quickly bowed and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Yu Qingyu. I used to be young master's personal maid. He sent for me to attend to you and the young miss." "Sent for you?" Ning Yechen was stunned. He did not recall giving any such order. From the looks of it, Yu Qingyu wanted to stay. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying turned to look at Ning Yechen beside her. This is bad, he thought. If she continued with this lie, he would have no excuse to send her away. Sadly, he could not say no. Otherwise, he would have trouble explaining things to Luo Ruiying. Without much time to hesitate, Ning Yechen followed Yu Qingyu's words and nodded. "That's right, dear." After realizing Yu Qingyu was summoned by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying lowered her guard. "I see, but I'm not used to being served." Ning Yechen seized the opportunity provided by Luo Ruiying and immediately said, "Since she is not used to being served, you can leave." He immediately glanced at Yu Qingyu and sent a voice transmission. "Leave this instant." Yu Qingyu ignored him. Tears suddenly appeared on her cold face, and she reached out to wipe them pitifully. "Young master, I've been searching for you ever since you left. I'm so happy to see you, but you want to send me away. I've been wandering without a home for so long. If I leave, I have nowhere to go. Sob, sob, sob. Ning Yechen was dumbfounded. He did not expect Yu Qingyu to act pitiful so that she could stay. In the demon realm, she was the highest commander, but here, she was acting pitiful. If he didn't know Yu Qingyu very well, he would have fallen for her act. It felt bizarre. She was never like this. Did she have to be so dramatic? In any case, did she look like she had been away from home for a long time? His wife could not fall for this. Ning Yechen turned to look at Luo Ruiying and did not know what to say. Luo Ruiying's eyes were slightly moist as she looked at Yu Qingyu with sympathy. She stepped forward to hold her hand and said gently, "It's okay. We still have empty rooms in the residence. Since you're here, you might as well stay for now." Then she turned to glare fiercely at Ning Yechen, annoyed at his heartlessness. How could he send for her only to drive her away? When Luo Ruiying first landed in the mortal realm with Luo Hongye, she had wandered around for a long time to escape assassinations. So she was empathetic toward Yu Qingyu's situation. Seeing this, Ning Yechen knew he was done for. His wife had fallen for Yu Qingyu's act. "Come on, miss you. You can pick a room you like." Luo Ruiying brought Yu Qingyu inside the residence. "Thank you, madam," Yu Qingyu replied respectfully. She cast a discreet glance at Ning Yechen with a victorious smile. "From now on, this will be your room. If you need anything, just let me know," Luo Ruiying said kindly after taking Yu Qingyu to choose a room in the residence. "Thank you, madam." Yu Qingyu bowed slightly in gratitude. With every movement, she exuded elegance and respect. This made Luo Ruiying more curious about Ning Yechen's family. What kind of family had the ability to groom such an excellent and courteous maid? Ning Yechen had been following Luo Ruiying closely, always on guard against Yu Qingyu doing or saying anything strange. Yu Qingyu stayed with Luo Ruiying the entire time, so he did not have the chance to speak to her privately. She even disregarded the order he gave using voice transmission. She seemed confident that he would not touch her in front of Luo Ruiying. At this moment, Luo Hongye, lying in Luo Ruiying's arms, said softly, "Mommy, I'm hungry." "Dear, why don't you go and prepare some food for Ye? I will take care of the rest." Ning Yechen promptly interrupted when the chance came and pushed Luo Ruiying out of the door. "Okay, you two can chat." Luo Ruiying thought about how Ning Yechen had not seen Yu Qingyu in a long time, so she knew they had a lot to catch up on and did not take it to heart. She took Luo Hongye and turned to leave. "I can help, madam." Yu Qingyu wanted to help, but Ning Yechen immediately stopped her. "You stay. I have something to say to you." After confirming that Luo Ruiying was gone, Ning Yechen closed the door and looked at Yu Qingyu sternly. "Why are you here?" Yu Qingyu touched her chest and said reverently, "To serve you and your family. I'm no longer the demon lord of the demon realm, so you don't need to follow me. I don't need your service either. Just leave." Ning Yechen said to Yu Qingyu gravely. With them around, how could his family lead an ordinary and secluded life? Yu Qingyu's expression became serious as she knelt on one knee with her hand still on her chest. She raised her head and looked at Ning Yechen solemnly. "You are the one and only lord of the demon realm. We swore to follow you for life that day. If you want us to leave, you have to kill us first." Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes as he raised his palm. The void around Yu Qingyu began to twist. She was unfazed and had no intention of resisting. After a brief hesitation, Ning Yechen sighed helplessly and compromised. "Get up." Sometimes he did not know what to do about his overly loyal subordinates. He wanted to retire, but could not do it. He clearly told them not to look for him, but they searched for him for over a century. They were loyal subordinates, so he could not bring himself to kill them. Yu Qingyu must have known he would not touch them, so he really had no way to deal with her. That was what made him most angry. "Thank you, Demon Lord." Yu Qingyu smiled candidly and got up as though nothing had happened. "Tell me, how many people from the demon realm did you bring?" Ning Yechen sat on a chair with one hand leaning on his cheek. His face was cold and lofty, just like when he was the demon lord. Seeing Ning Yechen's reaction, Yu Qingyu felt happy inside. Demon Lord, I have ordered the 13 demon gods to come to the mortal realm. I have also mobilized the 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions, and they will arrive in a few days. The legion leaders and your personal guards and secret guards will also arrive one after another. Arrangements have been made for them to conceal themselves in the city and await your orders. We will definitely keep the madam and little princess safe. Of course, we won't disturb your lives. Ning Yechen did not know what to say. You are already disturbing me. He rubbed his forehead. 13 demon gods and 3 legions made up nearly 1,000,000 people. This was excluding the secret and personal guards. They did not seem like they were just here to protect him. Instead, it seemed as though they were invading the mortal realm. No way could he lead a peaceful life. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu and ordered coldly, "Keep the city detail at the minimum and send the legions back." The number of personnel Yu Qingyu transferred was enough to take over the mortal realm. She hesitated briefly and asked, "Demon Lord, are you sure there will be enough security?" "We are safe enough. That's too much. It's enough with just you and me," Ning Yechen replied speechlessly. He was doing well alone and did not need any protection. But Yu Qingyu had brought so many people over. Just the demon gods alone were at the heavenly emperor realm. Moreover, Yu Qingyu came here personally. Hearing the last sentence, Yu Qingyu felt Ning Yechen's deep trust in her. She smiled and nodded in agreement. "As you wish, Demon Lord. For now, you can stay here and serve as your maid." Since he could not drive her away, he decided to keep her around temporarily. Yu Qingyu was a smart and serious woman. Even if she stayed, she likely would not disturb his life. Moreover, he would feel more at ease with her by Luo Ruiying and their daughter's side. Meng Niu, Chong Se, and Bai Yin simply could not compare to her. "I have always been your personal maid." Yu Qingyu refuted Ning Yechen solemnly. He could not be bothered arguing with her. He called Meng Niu and the others over and ordered, "From now on, when I'm not around, you will obey her orders." "Yes, sir." Meng Niu, Chong Se, and Bai Yun bowed respectfully. They had already discovered Ning Yechen's true identity as the Demon Lord. Also, they had experienced Yu Qingyu's abilities firsthand, so they had no objections. Yu Qingyu looked at the three and turned to Ning Yechen. "Demon Lord, even if you wanted pets, you could have found stronger ones. They're too weak to be of any use. They can't even compare to the hellhounds that guard your palace in the demon realm. Do you want me to get you some new ones from the demon realm?" Meng Niu, Chong Se, and Bai Yun trembled uncontrollably and looked at Ning Yechen tearfully. If Ning Yechen did not want to keep them around, did this mean they would be disposed of? They might be weak, but they were not completely useless, right? They had already mastered the skills of washing, cooking, cleaning, chopping wood, and lighting fires. Ning Yechen looked at Meng Niu and the other two speechlessly. They did not resemble dignified monster kings at all. "Keep them. I like having them around." "As you wish, Demon Lord." Yu Qingyu stopped insisting after hearing what he said. "Thank you, sir." Meng Niu and the other two were moved to tears. The Demon Lord did not have any problems with them. They managed to survive again. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying was carrying Luo Hongye, sitting in the main hall. She held a bowl of porridge in her hand and fed Luo Hongye spoon by spoon as she glanced inside the courtyard from time to time. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu had been chatting for some time and still had not come out. Her instincts told her that their relationship was unusual, but she could not quite figure out what it was. In her heart, she kept wanting to go over and take a look, but she found it inappropriate. Perhaps she had spent so much time in the mortal realm living like one that she started letting her imagination run wild. Luo Ruiying reached out to touch her face while contemplating. She would never have had such fanciful thoughts in the past. She hoped she was overthinking things. "Mommy." Luo Hongye was sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms, swinging her legs. She raised her head and opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Luo Ruiying smiled dotingly, tossed her thoughts aside, and continued feeding Luo Hongye the porridge. Luo Hongye narrowed her eyes and swung her legs back and forth in joy with an adorable smile on her face. Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu, and the others walked out of the inner quarters. "Daddy," Luo Hongye called out sweetly. Ning Yechen took her from Luo Ruiying with a smile on his face and hugged her dotingly while gently patting her back. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying smiled and reached out her hand to wipe Luo Hongye's mouth. Tears glistened in Yu Qingyo's eyes when she witnessed this scene from the side, and a proud smile emerged on her face. What a warm and blissful sight. She had waited a long time for this day. Now, she could finally see it. Even if she died now, she would have no regrets. She wished she could record the scene and project it in the demon realm to let everyone sing praises about it. Luo Ruiying noticed Yu Qingyu wiping her tears, so she asked in concern, "Miss Yu, what's the matter?" "Madam, it's nothing. I was just touched." "Touched?" Luo Ruiying asked quizzically. "That's right. Seeing how happy young master and you are, my heart was deeply moved." "Thank you, madam." Yu Qingyu bowed to Luo Ruiying. If not for Luo Ruiying, she did not think she could see the demon lord get married and have a child. Luo Ruiying was at a loss and turned to look at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen did not know what to do either. He did not know how to explain, so he replied simply, "Dear, don't take it to heart. That's just her." Yu Qingyu had been rushing him to get married back when he was in the demon realm. This had gone on for decades. Right now, she was probably very touched. Yu Qingyu slowly walked over to Ning Yechen, and her usually cold eyes were full of love as she looked intently at Luo Hongye in his arms. She was such an adorable princess. She had undoubtedly inherited the demon lord's fine genes. In the future, she would go as far as the demon lord, maybe even further. Yu Qingyu suppressed her urge to hold Luo Hongye. Instead, she said in an imploring tone, "Young master, may I hold her?" She looked intently at him, with her desire to hold Luo Hongye written all over her face. Ning Yechen did not know how to reject her. "If you want to hold her, go ahead. Just don't scare her. You have my word. If she gets scared, I will pay with my life." Yu Qingyu spoke in a calm tone, as though she were speaking of something trivial. "Well, you don't have to go that far," Ning Yechen said helplessly. Luo Ruiying was also at a loss. She wanted to pay with her life for such a minor matter. Missy was too serious. Luo Hongye, lying in Ning Yechen's arms, shyly looked at Yu Qingyu curiously. Ning Yechen handed Luo Hongye to Yu Qingyu and said lovingly, "Don't be afraid, Ye. She's a good person, not a baddie." At first, Luo Hongye felt averse, and she reached her hands out to hold on to Ning Yechen. She trusted her parents the most and never let others hold her. Even when Qi Yuan wanted to hold her, she subconsciously resisted. But with Ning Yechen's gentle coaxing, although Luo Hongye was still afraid, she looked obedient and did not struggle or cry as Yu Qingyu gently held her. Yu Qingyu held Luo Hongye cautiously as incredible elation flooded her heart. Her hands holding Luo Hongye trembled uncontrollably out of excitement. She was holding the demon lord's child, the princess of the demon realm. It was such an honor. She decided, from now on, she was not going to wash her hands in these clothes. "You look just like young master when he was a child." "Sure enough, you are my dear princess," Yu Qingyu praised with a loving look in her eyes. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu speechlessly and immediately interrupted. "Wake up. She's mine." If people from the demon realm saw this tender side of hers, no one would believe their eyes. She looked nothing like the serious and merciless demon realm commander. Yu Qingyu pretended not to hear Ning Yechen. Her eyes remained plastered on Luo Hongye, studying her from top to toe. Merely by touch and sight, she could roughly guess Luo Hongye's measurements. Luo Hongye felt a little afraid when Yu Qingyu studied her. She asked timidly, "Big sister, are you here to play with me too?" "Big sister, it would be great if you call me grandma." "Well, I suppose big sister works too." When Yu Qingyu heard the way Luo Hongye addressed her, she was briefly disappointed, but soon accepted it. "Have you forgotten the hierarchy? How could you change it at all?" Ning Yechen scolded powerlessly. Luo Ruiying, standing at the side, looked even more lost. She could not understand what they were saying. She seriously suspected that she had heard wrongly. "Grandma?" This meant that Yu Qingyu wanted to be Ning Yechen's and Luo Ruiying's mother. This sounded inappropriate coming out of maid's mouth. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen, wanting an explanation. Ning Yechen did not know what to say, so he could only reply, "Don't take it to heart. She always does this." "How can I not take it to heart?" Luo Ruiying thought. She found Yuqingyu increasingly strange. Yuqingyu did not think there was anything amiss with what she just said. Instead, she patted her chest solemnly and answered Luo Hongye's question. "From now on, I will protect you and your mother and serve you." At this moment, she declared her loyalty towards Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongye, and the demon realm. After bathing at night, Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye, sat on the bedside, and dried her daughter's wet hair. The moment her hair was dry, Luo Hongye turned around and climbed under the blanket. In addition to eating and playing, she loved sleeping with Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying each night. "Mommy and Daddy, time for bed," Luo Hongye said sweetly as she stuck her head out from under the blanket. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying smiled at each other, took off their outerwear, and climbed into bed one after another. One bed, one blanket, and one family of 3 sleeping together. Luo Hongye slept in between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying as usual. Shortly after lying down, she quickly fell asleep with Luo Ruiying's rhythmic, gentle caresses. Ning Yechen lay sideways, resting his head on his arm. He looked at Luo Hongye dotingly, and then looked at Luo Ruiying lovingly. Luo Ruiying noticed his gaze, raised her eyes, and asked doubtfully, "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Because my wife looks good," Ning Yechen praised from the bottom of his heart. He meant every word he said. Luo Ruiying was the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. With her hair held up by a hairpin done in a married woman style, she looked like a beautiful wife. When she coaxed their daughter, she gave off the glow of a loving mother. Ning Yechen's sudden praise made Luo Ruiying blush instantly. She glared at him huffily and quietly lowered her eyes to avoid him. She did not understand why he suddenly brought this up. Now, she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing the shy look on Luo Ruiying's face, Ning Yechen felt even more attracted to her. Luo Ruiying already had a 2-year-old daughter, but she looked like a shy young lady. He liked her this way as well. Ning Yechen inched his face towards Luo Ruiying's. It had been some time since they had been together. They barely got to spend any quality time alone. Most of the time, it was the family of 3 together, and they were busy spending time with their daughter. Even though they were gradually growing closer, they did not make any physical advancements. Now that Luo Hongye was asleep, Ning Yechen could finally spend some time alone with Luo Ruiying. They could whisper to each other as a couple. As Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying's face and wanted to do more, she suddenly said something that instantly froze him in place. "Oh yes, was Miss Yu really your maid?" Ning Yechen was shocked. "Huh? Why is she asking this? Don't tell me she noticed something wrong." Seeing his hesitance in replying, she raised her head doubtfully, only to see his face very close to hers. Why are you so close?" I was worried that Yame might catch a cold, so I came closer to keep her warm," Ning Yechen answered with a serious look on his face. "I see. Then why is your face so close to mine?" His face was only a palm's distance from her. She had a feeling it was not what he said. Ning Yechen cleared his throat awkwardly before moving back a little and quietly lying down. Sadly, he did not accomplish his goal. Luo Ruiying looked at the disappointed Ning Yechen and found him funny. She did not understand why he was disappointed. Luo Ruiying pushed herself up slightly and pulled the blanket over Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen. With her cultivation, even the coldest climate was unable to affect her. She naturally wanted to let Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye have more of the blanket. "Dear, you're the best." When Luo Ruiying tucked Ning Yechen in, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. His wife was so thoughtful. Luo Ruiying said huffily, "Do you think you could just play dumb? You haven't answered my question yet." Ning Yechen went speechless. "Dear, she used to be my maid. After I left home and went into seclusion, I no longer saw her," he answered cautiously. Technically, he was not lying. Indeed, Yuqingyu used to be his personal maid in the demon realm. "Your maid? I see." Luo Ruing murmured as she narrowed her eyes. Ning Yechen felt anxious and scrutinized Luo Ruing's expression. Is she jealous or something? Fortunately, she did not get into a jealous fit as he expected. Instead, she asked curiously, "Your family staff seem a little unusual. I'm getting curious about your background." Meng Niu and the others were one thing, but Yu Qingyu gave off a completely different temperament, and her appearance was too beautiful. With a woman like her having been Ning Yechen's maid, it made Luo Ruing curious about his family. She wondered what kind of family could groom a personal maid like Yu Qingyu. Also, there was something she could not put her finger on when it came to Yu Qingyu. Her instincts told her that Yu Qingyu was no ordinary woman. But one thing was certain. Yu Qingyu was not an enemy. Instead, she was very respectful. Seeing Luo Ruing curious, Ning Yechen smiled deeply. "Dear, what's there to be curious about? When we have the chance, I will bring you home to see everything for yourself. You'll know then." That's true. Luo Ruing did not catch Ning Yechen's hidden meaning and simply assumed they were going to visit his family in the mortal realm like any other wife. Now that she was Ning Yechen's wife, it was only right for her to pay his family a visit. "How many people are in your family? If we're going, I need to prepare gifts." "No need to prepare gifts. They'll be more than happy to receive you. Also, there are too many people, so it will be difficult to prepare gifts for everyone." Ning Yechen smiled stiffly. He was the supreme lord of the demon realm, so everyone in the realm was his citizen. Naturally, there were a lot of people. Hearing this, Luo Ruing felt even more curious. She was dying to know how many people were in his family. Ning Yechen was afraid Luo Ruing would continue asking, so he hurriedly changed the subject. "Dear, raise your head." Luo Ruing was puzzled but still raised her head from the pillow. Ning Yechen took the opportunity to reach his arm under her pillow and said with a smile, "Dear, you can lie down now." She glanced at his arm and finally realized what he wanted to do. He wanted her to rest her head on his arm. Luo Ruing was a little shy as she attempted to lie on Ning Yechen's arm. The moment she lay down, he curled his arms and pulled her into his embrace until she lay on his chest. Luo Hongye was between them, and the three of them lay closely together. Luo Ruing was slightly startled. Her face turned red as she glared huffily at Ning Yechen, but she did not move away. "Dear, how does this feel?" Ning Yechen asked with a smile. "It's too hard, not comfortable at all." Luo Ruing pouted in displeasure. "Is that so? Do you want to change positions?" Ning Yechen wanted to pull his arm back and change positions. But Luo Ruing pressed his arm down, closed her eyes, and said softly, "It's okay. Just leave it like this." The next morning, Luo Ruing sat upright in front of her makeup mirror and combed her hair, her graceful and flawless figure clearly visible. "Let me help, dear." Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruing from behind, and his breath brushed against her ear and cheek. "Do you know how to do hair?" Luo Ruing asked in surprise. "By even asking, you're underestimating your husband." Ning Yechen smiled, took the comb and hairpin from her hands, and combed her long hair carefully. Luo Ruing sat in front of the mirror and quietly let Ning Yechen comb her hair. Even though he was unfamiliar with it, his hands were astonishingly deft. Before long, he finished combing her smooth, long hair, tied it up, and secured it with a hairpin. Luo Ruing looked in the mirror in astonishment. Luo Hongye was excitedly jumping around Ning Yechen's feet. "Daddy, my turn." "Okay, it's my adorable Ye's turn." Ning Yechen smiled, carried Luo Hongye, sat her down in his lap, and carefully tied her hair into two buns on each side of her head. Luo Ruing watched from the side. Even though she had never seen this hairstyle, she had to admit it was super cute. After Ning Yechen finished doing his daughter's hair, Yu Qingyu's voice sounded from outside the door. "Young master, young madam, breakfast is ready." "Thank you," Luo Ruing replied, picked up Luo Hongye, and opened the door. Yu Qingyu was standing poised outside the door. The moment she saw Luo Hongye's cute hairstyle as Luo Ruing held her, Yu Qingyu's eyes lit up. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge. Fortunately, she was able to contain her actions in time. It was so strong that she nearly could not suppress the urge. The princess was beyond adorable. She desperately wanted to hold the princess in her arms like Luo Ruiying. When Ning Yechen arrived in the main hall, he noticed the fine spread on the table. "I didn't know you could cook." He was surprised and secretly sent a voice transmission to Yuchinyo. In his impression, she did not know how to cook. "After I found out about the princess, I spent 3 days learning." Yuchinyo answered calmly through voice transmission. Now, Ning Yechen was truly shocked. Did she have to go this far? Just thinking about the chief commander of the demon realm learning to cook, it was incredible. Luo Ruiying was also surprised. She sampled some dishes, and her eyes instantly lit up. The food tasted very good. Luo Ruiying got some soft and tender fish meat and placed it in Luo Hongye's mouth. Luo Hongye chewed it and let out a bright smile. "Yummy. It's an honor that you like my cooking. If it pleases you, I will prepare food for you every day." A satisfied smile appeared on Yu Qingyo's face. Other than the demon lord, she was the first to receive praise from the princess. The time she spent practicing cooking did not go to waste. It was worth every moment. Meng Niu and the other two stood behind Yu Qingyu obediently. In the past, Luo Ruiying permitted them to join the table at mealtimes. But now that Yu Qingyu was here, they didn't dare. She had mentioned that if they did anything above their station, she would personally take care of them. She was just as scary as the demon lord, and she was even stricter than the demon lord. Seeing Meng Niu and the others standing around, Luo Ruiying smiled and said, "Sit down and eat with us. We are staff, and our duty is to serve you. No one has the right to sit with you," Yu Qingyu said sternly with a bow. Luo Ruiying did not expect Yu Qingyo's strict sense of duty. "It's okay. Besides, there's a lot of food, and we shouldn't waste it. This won't do. This is above our station." Yu Qingyu declined without hesitation. Luo Ruiying did not know what to do about the stubborn Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder and said, "You have to try another way." He turned to look at Yu Qingyu and said lightly, "This is the order. Sit down and eat together." Yu Qingyu hesitated for a moment before nodding and sitting down. "Yes, young master." She wanted to refuse, but she could not defy the demon lord's order. In the demon realm, no one could refuse his orders. She could only agree. Only after Yu Qingyu took a seat did Meng Niu and the other two dare to sit down gingerly. Luo Ruiying felt helpless. These people would only sit when given the order. She had spent a long time trying to convince them, but her words could not compare to an order. Just as they sat around the table, a knocking sound came from the door. Without guessing, Ning Yechen knew it was Qi Yuan at the door. Even though he had told Qi Yuan to swing by today, he did not expect her to come so early. Chansei got up to answer the door. Sure enough, it was Qi Yuan visiting them. "Hello, big sister Luo, big brother Ning." Qi Yuan greeted warmly as she entered the room. After defeating the Jiang family yesterday, the Qi family had been busy absorbing and taking over the Jiang family's territories in Nanli City. However, the Qi family welcomed such work. Since yesterday, she has been smiling nonstop. "Yay!" Qi Yuan walked straight to Luo Hongye, squatted down, and rubbed her cute chubby cheeks. "Be big, sister Qi." Luo Hongye's cheeks were being rubbed so hard that she had trouble speaking. When Yu Qingyu saw Qi Yuan rubbing Luo Hongye's cheeks, her eyes widened in shock, and she looked over frostily. This girl actually dared to rub the cheeks of the princess of the demon realm like this. It was unforgivable. She had never rubbed Luo Hongye's cheeks like this before. "Demon Lord, who is she? May I kill her?" "Don't worry. I promise not to complicate things for you. It will be a quick and easy death." Yu Qingyu did her utmost to suppress the murderous intent surging from her. She sent a voice transmission to Ning Yechen while staring at Qi Yuan like she was prey. As long as the demon lord agreed, she would make this woman disappear immediately. Ning Yechen glared at Yu Qingyu angrily. No, Yu Qingyu wanted to kill Qi Yuan merely for rubbing Luo Hongye's face. She was overreacting. Moreover, Qi Yuan was doing this to Luo Hongye because she liked Luo Hongye, so it was impossible for him to let Yu Qingyu touch Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan vaguely felt a chill behind her. When she turned around, she made eye contact with Yu Qingyo's glacial eyes. Only then did she realize there was someone she did not know present. This older woman's looks could compare to Luo Ruiying's. However, this woman seemed so scary. She was looking at Qi Yuan intently and did not look very happy. Qi Yuan wondered what she had done wrong. "And nice to meet you." Qi Yuan greeted Yu Qingyu cautiously. "Hello." As household staff, Yu Qingyu could only answer politely, but she continued looking at Qi Yuan coldly. Qi Yuan was so scared that she shrank back. Who is this woman? She's so scary. Being stared at like this, she felt a chill running through her bones. She turned to look at Ning Yechen for help, her eyes looking puzzled and afraid. "Miss Qi, this is a maid from my household who used to be my personal maid. Her name is Yu Qingyu," Ning Yechen introduced. Qi Yuan looked curiously at Yu Qingyu. When she noticed Yu Qingyu's appearance and temperament, she had thought that Yu Qingyu was Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen's guest. It turned out she was Ning Yechen's personal maid. Qi Yuan grew up in a wealthy family, so she had plenty of interaction with the rich and powerful. She thought she had already encountered her fair share of extraordinary household staff, but she had never met anyone with such an appearance and demeanor. Even if someone told her that Yu Qingyu was a princess, she would not doubt it for a moment. Even Ning Yechen's staff were so special. Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se were already outstanding, but Yu Qingyu was even more mind-blowing. There was only one thing she could not wrap her mind around. She could not understand why Yu Qingyu did not seem to like her. Qi Yuan did not keep thinking about it further. She quietly averted her eyes, not daring to make eye contact with Yu Qingyu. Instead, she turned her eyes to Ning Yechen and asked, "Oh yes, big brother Ning, you wanted to see me today?" "That's right." Ning Yechen smiled. "Miss Qi, the Jiang family has already handed over control of their territories, but they remain in the city, correct?" "That's true. Even though we've taken over their territories, a lot of businesses have taken their sides, so the Jiang family still holds control over them, and business is as usual for the family," Qi Yuan said angrily. The moment the Jiang family was brought up, she was furious. Even though the Qi family had taken over the territories and now held majority control of Nanli City, many chambers of commerce still stood on the Jiang family's side. Since the rental contracts for some shops had yet to expire, despite losing control of their territories, business went on as usual for the Jiang family. Once their rental contracts were up, the Qi family could threaten any businesses that wanted to continue working with the Jiang family. When the time came, even if those businesses refused to change sides, the Qi family could use their power and refuse to work with them, forcing them to close their doors. But before it came to that, the Qi family could not do anything about the Jiang family. They could only talk to the tenants and convince them to join the Qi family. Sadly, things were not going smoothly. Yesterday, Qi Yuan had a hard time coming up with a solution for this problem. If they were unable to defeat the Jiang family in one fell swoop, no one knew what other tricks the Jiang family would resort to. Ning Yechen continued asking, "I recall that the Jiang's core business is pills and medicine, right?" "That's right. 10 years ago, the Jiang family got their hands on the prescription for the Fire Lotus medicine. It's a 4th-grade body-tempering medicine. The Fire Lotus medicine can temper bodies and is a huge hit with cultivators. The Jiang family was able to rise thanks to it. In the city, all major stores sell the Fire Lotus medicine," Qi Yuan said solemnly. "If not for the Fire Lotus medicine, the Jiang family would not have been able to rise at such speed and outdo the Qi family. Owing to the high earnings derived from the sale of the Fire Lotus medicine, countless businesses worked with them. 4th-grade body-tempering medicine, huh?" Ning Yechen touched his chin gently and pondered. Qi Yuan looked puzzled. She did not understand why Ning Yechen suddenly asked about the Jiang family. Moments later, Ning Yechen waved his hand at Yu Qingyu. "Qingyu, brush and paper." "Yes, young master." Yu Qingyu promptly brought a brush and paper over. Ning Yechen took the brush and paper and swiftly wrote down the names of dozens of heavenly herbs. Qi Yuan did not understand. Sitting beside Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying could not help craning her head over. The more she looked at the heavenly herbs, the more her eyes widened in shock. This seemed like a prescription for some kind of body-tempering medicine. and it was one she had never seen before. She had grown up in the heavenly realm and had perused all kinds of heavenly medical texts and knew all kinds of good prescriptions. However, she had never seen Ning Yechen's prescription before. She studied Ning Yechen's prescription and visualized it in her mind. She shockingly realized how well the ingredients worked with each other to bring about body-tempering effects. It was at least a 7th-grade body-tempering medicine. He did not randomly write it down. Luo Ruiying's eyes were full of amazement. Ning Yechen's casual prescription was a 7th-grade body-tempering medicine, and she had never encountered it before. After Ning Yechen finished writing the prescription, he handed the paper to Qi Yuan and said calmly, "This is a body-tempering medicine called Immortality Pill. It will produce pills that can be mixed in water for body-tempering effects. As for its grade, I'm not sure. It's probably 7th grade. 7th grade body-tempering medicine?" Qi Yuan took the paper. Initially, she did not quite understand what was going on. The moment Ning Yechen said it was a 7th-grade body-tempering medicine, she was so shocked that her hands trembled. A 7th-grade body-tempering medicine. The value of this medicine was enough to take over all of Nanli City. Ning Yechen had handed it over so freely. Moreover, he had casually written it on a piece of white paper. Seeing the shock on Qi Yuan's face, Yu Qingyu laughed inside. Qi Yuan was just a nobody who knew nothing. This 7th-grade body-tempering medicine was the lowest-grade medicine that the Demon Lord could think of. If the Demon Lord wanted, he could produce 10th-grade body-tempering medicine prescriptions easily. The ingredients should be easy enough to obtain. I believe with your family's power, it shouldn't be a problem. Even if the quality of the refined pills is bad, they should be 5th grade and above. Once you get home, tell your family to buy all its ingredients. Even if you have to pay 10 times the price from the Jiang family, you have to buy them. Ning Yechen continued instructing her. Qi Yuan blinked blankly while holding the prescription before her eyes gradually lit up. She instantly knew what Ning Yechen's goal was. He wanted the Qi family to suppress the Jiang family using this 7th-grade body-tempering medicine. Big Brother Ning, do you want my family to refine the immortality pill and use it against the Jiang family's business? Qi Yuan asked. Correct. Ning Yechen nodded gently. As expected of the daughter of a businessman, Qi Yuan was not stupid. She understood his intentions immediately. Before the Qi family has all the ingredients, don't refine and sell it. Otherwise, it might cause suspicion. Also, don't put the pills up for auction. Instead, sell them at low prices. Miss Qi, I'm sure you understand why, right? Qi Yuan contemplated briefly before answering. Big Brother Ning, are you worried that most cultivators won't be able to afford the immortality pill? If our prices are too high, even if my family makes the pill and increases our revenue, we won't be able to suppress the Jiang family and their fire lotus medicine. In her heart, she felt impressed by Ning Yechen. In order to go after the Jiang family's business, he was willing to take out a 7th-grade body-tempering medicine and sell it at low prices. Between an expensive 4th grade and a cheap 7th-grade body-tempering medicine, it was clear what was better. In that case, the Jiang family's business was bound to get deeply affected, and they would end up with a lot of unsellable fire lotus medicine stuck in their hands. Ning Yechen nodded. Qi Yuan basically caught his drift. However, there was still something else she did not say. After the Jiang family's business started to fail, all their partners could only approach the Qi family for backing. If they did not change sides, it would be difficult for them to continue running their businesses. When the time came, the Qi family could give them lowball offers and forcibly buy their businesses. After the Qi family releases the immortality pill, many businesses will want to work with you. When the time comes, don't accept them eagerly. Instead, wait for them to become worried and offer lower profit shares. As for the Jiang family's business, do your best to lower the prices before buying them. Ning Yechen added. If he wanted to destroy the Jiang family, he could do it effortlessly. He could make them disappear from the world in the blink of an eye. But he was not holding back out of kindness. Instead, he wanted to destroy them after everything was taken from them. Qi Yuan was awestruck. Ning Yechen had thought of everything, including how the Qi family should react. Even though Big Brother Ning looked refined and kind, he was able to come up with such methods. Despite his cultivation being lower than big sister Luo, he was very intelligent. Ever since they ran into Zhongli, he must have started plotting against the Jiang family. He even spared no effort to help the Qi family as a part of his strategy. Although Ning Yechen helped the Qi family only to take out the Jiang family, Qi Yuan was still very grateful. Luo Ruiying did not expect Ning Yechen to do this to deal with the Jiang family. But compared to his strategy, she was more curious about how he could come up with a 7th-grade body-tempering pill prescription so effortlessly. Yechen, how do you know this immortality pill prescription? Luo Ruiying asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. He was a mere mortal, but he was able to produce a 7th-grade body-tempering pill prescription that she had never seen before. Facing Luo Ruiying's question, Ning Yechen was already prepared. He smiled and retrieved a book from his chest. Dear, I happened to pick up this prescription book in the mountains. The prescription is from it. Luo Ruiying took the book curiously. After she casually flipped through its contents, she was very intrigued. Every page contained a different prescription. Most of them looked strange at first, but upon further study, she found them good. At first look, some of the ingredient combinations did not make sense, but it seemed they could work miracles. This was clearly written by an expert alchemist. It included a number of high-grade pill prescriptions. Just as Ning Yechen had said, the prescription for the immortality pill was among them. Even the prescription for the meridian recovery medicine was among them. This explained how Ning Yechen could get his hands on the meridian recovery medicine prescription. Luo Ruiying's suspicion toward Ning Yechen instantly disappeared. He was a mere mortal. How could he come up with so many novel prescriptions on his own? It turned out that he had picked up this prescription book by luck. Even though it could explain how Ning Yechen got his hands on the 7th-grade body-tempering medicine prescription, Luo Ruiying still felt worried. This prescription book in her hand was extraordinary. It contained many original prescriptions and novel creations. It should have been dropped by the elder who had rescued her in the forest. He should be very anxious about losing it. If they had the chance, they should return it to its owner. Yechen, this prescription book is priceless, so I think I should keep it for you. In the future, we will return it to its rightful owner, Luo Ruiying said. Fortunately, this prescription book was in good condition and likely good enough to return to the elder. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. Okay, dear. This book simply contained the notes he had written down casually, so it was no big deal. Since it was able to dispel his wife's suspicions, it was all for the best. Miss Qi, let's not waste any time. Immediately tell your family about it, so they can prepare, Ning Yechen said. Yes, big brother Ning. Qi Yuan smiled brightly, filled with anticipation. She took the prescription for the immortality pill and planned to go home immediately to prepare. She could not wait to see what would happen to the Jiang family and their expressions. Qi Yuan placed the prescription at her chest, but felt it was not safe enough. She tried new hiding spots over and over again. No matter where she placed it, she felt insecure. It was not just a piece of paper. Instead, it was the prescription of a 7th-grade body-tempering medicine. It was priceless. If anyone caught wind of it, she might not live to see another day. Qi Yuan pondered nonstop. In the end, she decided it was safest to hold the prescription in her hand and hid her hand under her clothes. All right, big brother Ning, big sister Luo, I'm off. After saying goodbye to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan walked out of the residence while holding something carefully. The moment she left, she looked around, feeling as though everyone was suspicious. It made her look the most suspicious. It was like she was afraid that others would not know she was carrying something precious. Qingyu, send someone to protect her secretly. Ning Yechen sent a voice transmission to Yu Qingyu worriedly. TSK. Yes, Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu acknowledged the order with reluctance. It was clear that she genuinely wanted to kill Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen perplexedly, Yechen, why do you want to bring down the Jiang family? During the match between the families, Ning Yechen had proposed changing the rules. From that time, she had a feeling that he was targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yechen turned his head to look at Luo Ruiying and smiled. They insulted my wife. These words made Luo Ruiying's heart palpitate. He wanted to take out the Jiang family for her. A few days later, snow fell in Nanli City. After stopping for a few days, it started snowing again. It was peaceful in Nanli City, and the streets became lively. It was almost time for the holidays and the Lunar New Year. On the streets, everyone was busy buying Lunar New Year goods, and paper cuttings could be seen pasted on the windows of the houses lining the streets. Bright red lanterns were hung, decorating the streets. People selling Lunar New Year goods could be seen everywhere. Even the cultivators residing in Nanli City could not help feeling infected by the festive atmosphere in the mortal realm. Nanli City was full of a happy atmosphere. The one exception was the Jiang residence. Its atmosphere was low and depressing. A few days ago, the Qi family started buying large amounts of herbs at particularly high prices. Among these herbs, many of them seemed worthless and were of little medical value. Almost all the cultivators and herb suppliers sold their herbs to the Qi family at high prices. Jiang Zhen had strong business acumen and could tell there was the Qi family's purchase of herbs. He found many alchemists to study the herbs the Qi family had purchased. Unfortunately, he could not figure out what kind of pill they were for. This came as no surprise. The immortality pill prescription from Ning Yechen was self-made, and no records of it existed in medical literature. Qi Rongchang was very intelligent as well. He knew that the Jiang family would definitely catch wind of this, so when he sent the orders to purchase the herbs, he included herbs that were not in the prescription. Even if the Jiang family studied for a lifetime, they would never find the answer. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Zhen sat in the main hall, frowning and rubbing his temples, looking exhausted. With the Treasures Merchant Alliance as the witness, he did not dare to hold on to control of the commercial streets in Nanli City. After the Qi family gained control of the streets, they started suppressing the Jiang family's business. Many of his former merchants had now turned to the Qi family. He was up to his elbows, trying to fight back against the Qi family. In the family, other than a few supervisors and his younger brother, Jiang Ming, everyone else was useless. This was especially so for his son, Jiang Li, who only used to care about women and did not have the slightest business talent. After losing his manhood, he kept losing his temper and smashing things, showing no signs of doing anything productive. If Jiang Li were not Jiang Zhen's only son, he would have been driven out of the family. The Jiang family was still unable to find the mysterious character who had attacked Jiang Li and Jiang Gan. No one in the family knew when they had offended such a powerful figure or when this person might strike again. After Chun Ro's death, Jiang Zhen and the rest of the family had been living in fear. They were terrified that they would be next. The mental torture left the Jiang family exhausted physically and mentally. It was one thing after another, making Jiang Zhen feel troubled and his head ache. Big brother. Jiang Ming walked into the main hall and greeted Jiang Zhen. During this time, he had been responsible for recruiting alchemists to research the meridian recovery medicine sold by the Qi family and the recently purchased herbs. At the same time, he was busy sending people to track down Jiang Gan's murderer. Seeing Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhen looked expectant and hurriedly asked, "How did it go? What have you learned about the Qi family's prescription?" Jiang Ming shook his head and said with regret, "Nothing. The herbs the Qi family purchased are too wide in scope and strange. I found dozens of alchemists to study it, but it was no use." Jiang Zhen leaned back in his chair in disappointment and rubbed his brow. "In that case, why are you here?" "The Qi family sent people again. They want to buy herbs from us at 10 times the price." Jiang Ming stepped forward, took out the list from his chest, and handed it to Jiang Zhen. Jiang Zhen did not bother looking at the list. He just grabbed it and tore it to shreds. He shouted furiously, "Tell them to get lost. Otherwise, cut off their heads and send them back. Even if the herbs rot in the warehouse, over my dead body will we sell it to them." Jiang Ming stood by the side and pondered briefly before persuading, "Why don't we raise the price and sell the herbs to them?" "You want to sell the herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Zhen glared at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded solemnly. "You know about our debts. The Jiang family's business relied mainly on selling fire lotus medicine. Now that the Qi family had taken over Nanli City, The Jiang family could no longer suppress the prices of the ingredients for the fire lotus medicine. The cost of production for the fire lotus medicine had greatly increased while their sales channels had dwindled. Recently, they made huge orders for fire lotus medicine ingredients from other places using credit, and part of the debt was due monthly. They also had to pay tribute to the sacred lotus sect monthly, costing them a large amount of spirit stones. Despite looking well off, the Jiang family had to make high cash outflows, so they hardly had any cash on hand. Now that the Chi family was hurting their business, they did not have enough cash to make their payments due next month. If they were unable to pay their debts on time, it would deeply affect their reputation. Once their reputation took a hit, it would be difficult to cooperate with other businesses in the future. Jiang Zhen was trying to solve this problem, but to no avail. They had thought the Jiang family was bound to win the competition, so they had made a huge order for the fire lotus medicine ingredients on credit. As long as they had won the competition and taken over Nanli City's commercial activities, it would have been easy for them to pay off the debts. Unexpectedly, they lost, putting the Jiang family into such dire straits. Sai, tell me about your plan. Since you want us to sell the herbs to them, I'm sure there's more to this. Jiang Zhen looked at Jiang Ming. His younger brother was rather shrewd. The Jiang family was able to have such success thanks to the two of them. Sadly, neither of their sons lived up to expectations. Jiang Min smiled and suggested, "Big brother, I have an idea. The Qi family is probably buying those herbs to make the meridian recovery medicine. This medicine isn't for body tempering, so it won't affect our business. Why don't we take this opportunity to sell the herbs they need at high prices and produce more fire lotus medicine? When the time comes, we can sell them at high prices to meet our funding goal. This way, the city will still belong to us." Jiang Zhen considered briefly and felt that Jiang Ming's plan was feasible. "Okay, go ahead and sell our stock to the Qi family. Just raise the prices a bit. Also, get them to sell us the ingredients for the fire lotus medicine." If they could sell a large amount of fire lotus medicine, their business would be able to tide through this crisis. Before long, the Jiang family would rise again. Jiang Ming nodded. As he was about to turn and leave to take care of this, Jiang Zhen asked from behind, "Oh, yes." Did the sacred lotus sect reply? "The sect leader will come personally and will arrive in a few days." A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. It did not matter if the Jiang family was in a slump since they had the sacred lotus sect's backing. Once the sect leader arrived, the tables would turn. When the time came, he would find his son's killer. The Qi family, or that woman named Luo Ruing, must be behind it. Okay, perfect. When Jiang Zhen heard that the sect leader was coming, the gloominess on his face dissipated, and he stood up in excitement. After they lost to the Qi family in the competition, Chen Ro died in combat. He had immediately informed the Sacred Lotus sect. The Jiang family had to avenge this humiliation. He had to make everyone who mocked the Jiang family pay for it. The Qi family should enjoy their victory while it lasts. When the sect leader of the Sacred Lotus sect arrived, the Qi family would be eradicated from the face of the world. He would not let the Qi family and Luo Ruiying off. After the Qi family purchased herbs from the Jiang family, the Jiang family also bought fire lotus medicine ingredients from them and proceeded to hire many alchemists to refine a large number of fire lotus medicine. Once they were ready, the Jiang family put large amounts of fire lotus medicine in their stores and even raised the price. This move caused a lot of displeasure among cultivators. No way. Didn't they jack up the prices a couple of months ago? Why did they do it again? That's right. It went up much more this time. 5,000 spirit stones for a 4th-grade body-tempering medicine. They must be insane. This is just low-quality fire lotus medicine. I'm sure it's a defective product hastily produced. How dare they sell it to us at this price? F***CK. I want a refund. I think the Jiang family wants to make one last killing before running away. Numerous angry cultivators gathered at the Jiang family stores. After Jiang Zhen learned of this, he not only ignored it, but even let out a shameless smile as he leisurely drank tea with Jiang Ming. After finishing the tea, he instructed his subordinates calmly, "Ignore them. Let them scream all they want." "Yes, master." His subordinates received his order and left. The reason why Jiang was so relaxed was that they had done this plenty of times before. People would only curse and swear. No matter what, they would still end up parting with their money for the medicine. In the entire city, the Jiang family sold the highest grade body temper medicine. He was not worried about having trouble selling it. At this moment, a servant ran into the main hall, looking nervous and gasping. "Oh no, master. What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine, okay? Where's your composure?" Jiang scolded the servant when he saw him stumbling and running in so anxiously that he was unable to talk straight. "My apologies, but something terrible has happened," the servant said in a trembling voice as he knelt on the floor. Jiang and Jiangming frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" The Qi family suddenly started selling a body-tempering pill known as the immortality pill. The servant replied anxiously. Their faces instantly turned solemn. "What? Do you mean that the Qi family is selling a body-tempering pill?" "Why, yes. I heard it's a 7th grade body-tempering pill called the immortality pill," the servant answered. "What grade did you say it was? If what you said is nonsense, you're dead meat." Jiang's lips trembled in shock as he swiftly moved to the servant and grabbed his collar. It was 7th grade medicine, not some street stall product. 7th grade pills were extremely precious, and it came down to luck to encounter them. No such item had ever appeared in Nanli City before. Now, the servant told him that the Qi family had taken out a 7th grade pill. Moreover, it was a body-tempering pill. "Yes, master. How could I dare to deceive you?" the servant said miserably. After hearing the news, he had promptly verified its authenticity and rushed to report to Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang went into a daze and moved back several steps until he fell to the ground on his bottom. Jiang hurriedly helped Jiang up and comforted, "Don't worry. 7th grade medicines aren't easy to refine, so it's impossible for them to sell them on a large scale. Even if they can pull it off, the price will be exorbitant and unaffordable to the general public. It won't affect the sales of our fire lotus medicine." The moment Jiang Ming finished his sentence, a servant suddenly ran in anxiously. He knelt on the floor and said worriedly, "Oh no, master. Many cultivators want refunds for their fire lotus medicine. The Qi family stores released a new 7th grade body tempering pill at a lower price than our fire lotus medicine. Everyone has rushed over to their stores. In addition, the Qi family sent people to offer the cultivators in charge of our store's security various benefits to join them. Now, many cultivators are wrecking our stores. What should we do?" Bad news came one after another. Jiang's heart sank as he went into a daze for a long time. Jiang Ming was equally powerless. He could not believe that the Qi family would sell their pill at a lower price than theirs. Also, they could produce such large quantities of the pill. Furthermore, the price of the 7th grade body tempering pill was not high. The Jiang family's fire lotus medicine could not compare at all. Before long, the Qi family would monopolize the body tempering pill market. As for the Jiang family's fire lotus medicine that they had spent a lot of money and resources to refine, it would be unsellable. The cultivators who had already purchased the fire lotus medicine would also demand refunds. They were done for. Jiang Ming slumped to the floor as well. Jiang and Jiang Ming finally understood everything. The Qi family did not purchase all those herbs to refine the meridian recovery medicine. Instead, they had done so for the immortality pill. They had been fooled. After the competition between their families, the Jiang family had not been completely wiped out, but they had just served themselves the last blow that certainly would. They had sold large amounts of herbs to the Qi family. They could not wrap their minds around how the Qi family had gotten their hands on such a prescription. December website update. It was time for Nanli City to usher in the Lunar New Year. Each year, Nanli City would hold a grand celebration. The festivities were to welcome the new year and pray for a good year to come. Whenever it was time for the New Year festival, Nanli City would be at its liveliest. The streets would be packed with crowds, and there were Lunar New Year-themed performances at every square. On each side of the roads were all kinds of stalls, and the city was full of people chattering and street-side sellers hawking their wares. It might be snowing, but it was unable to dampen the people's joyous spirits. Instead, it even felt poetic to stroll amid the falling snow. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's hands and strolled in the streets, while Yu Qingyu followed behind, with Meng Niu, Chong Se, and Bai Yuan trailing in the back. This holiday only happened annually, so they had to bring Luo Hongye to experience the festival. Luo Hongye wore a new woolen sweat that Luo Ruiying had knitted for her with a padded cotton coat outside. She looked petite and chubby. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held her small hand on each side as she happily stepped and jumped in the snow. She kept glancing curiously around her, pointing inquisitively with questions from time to time. Now, she had yet another question when she saw a toy at a roadside stall. Pointing at a rattle drum, she asked, "Mommy, Daddy, what is that?" "That's a rattle drum. If you like it, I will buy it for you," Ning Yechen said with a smile. "Excuse me, how much for the rattle drum?" "Huh?" When Ning Yechen stood in front of the stall to buy the rattle drum, the stall owner raised his head, immediately shocking Ning Yechen. Even though the man was in disguise, his burly physique and savage aura were impossible to conceal. Ning Yechen recognized him at a glance. It was the sixth demon god and leader of the sixth legion of the demon realm, Kuang Yin. What was he doing here? Also, why was he running a street side stall selling toys? It did not match his look at all. He was the sixth demon god of the demon realm. He had a burly body and looked like a bull, but he was holding all kinds of toys. It was completely inconsistent with his image. Kuang Yin looked at Ning Yechen, and a grin appeared on his savage face as he greeted, "Sir, how may I help you?" Ning Yechen went speechless. He silently stared at Kuang Yin without answering. His subordinate and the sixth demon god of the demon realm was actually selling toys at a street-side stall. He was speechless and did not know where to start. This must have been what Yu Qingyu meant when she had said their people had covertly entered the city. She could have at least given him a more suitable disguise. Ning Yechen could not resist turning to look at Yu Qingyu speechlessly. She looked like a refined maid and acted as though she had no part in this. "Uncle, I want this," Luo Hongye said sweetly to Kuang Yin, standing on tiptoes and pointing at the rattle drum. "Uh-huh. You are such an adorable princess. Consider this a memento for me. You can have it for free." The moment Kuang Yin saw Luo Hongye, his heart melted, and he handed the rattle drum to her with a doting expression. As he reached his hand out, he tried to be as careful and genial as possible, afraid of scaring Luo Hongye. It was an immense honor for him that the princess of the demon realm liked the rattle drum. "And this windmill, and this, and this. These are all for you, princess." Kuang Yin felt a rattle drum was not enough, so he handed more toys to Luo Hongye. As long as Luo Hongye was happy, she could take everything. This was what he wished for. "But I can't take so many." Luo Hongye's hands were stuffed with so many toys that she was unable to hold anymore. "That's enough. Yay, let's go on." Ning Yechen was genuinely worried that Kuang Yin might give everything on the stall and hurriedly pulled Luo Hongye and left. As they left, Luo Hongye turned back and smiled adorably at Kuang Yin. "Thank you, uncle. Oh yes, the little princess is adorable. The princess actually thanked me. This was his greatest glory ever since he became a demon god." Kuang Yin waved goodbye to Luo Hongye with a gentle expression. At the side, more people came to the stall with their children and asked, "I hear you're giving toys for free. Is that true?" "Huh? Who says they're free? Are you trying to steal my toys?" 200 taels each. If you can't pay, then leave." Kuang Yin's expression immediately changed and looked violent. If he did not have to stay in disguise for the demon lord and princess, he could not be bothered with these weaklings. The family was so startled that they nearly fell to the ground, and their child was scared to tears. His attitude had changed 180 degrees. He was completely different. Also, even if the toys were not free, it was unreasonable to sell them at 200 taels each. He was no different from being a con man. The other people who came over were scared away. Meanwhile, after leaving Kuang Yin's stall, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen doubtfully, "Did you find the stall owner weird?" "Weird? Not all." Ning Yechen did his best to cover it up. To be honest, he found it weird as well. Luo Ruiying looked thoughtful. Judging from the stall owner's build, he was a cultivator. He was selling toys in the market. It was strange no matter how she thought about it. Also, she was unable to see his level of cultivation. This meant that his cultivation was above hers. There were really a lot of powerful cultivators hiding in plain sight in the mortal realm. Even a street-side toy stall owner had such a high level of cultivation. Luo Ruiying thought that Kuang Yin probably liked to make and sell toys in his free time. After all, cultivators could have unusual hobbies. Maybe he just wanted to experience life in the mortal realm. It was just like how she and other cultivators were strolling in the streets. However, one thing about Kuang Yin left Luo Ruiying puzzled. He seemed a little too enthusiastic about Luo Hongye. He liked her so much that Luo Ruiying felt cautious. She even suspected that Kuang Yin was an evil cultivator who wanted to traffic children. No matter what, she had to be careful. Since they had already left, Luo Ruiying stopped thinking about it and continued strolling the streets, holding Luo Hongye's hand with Ning Yechen, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Before long, the delicious scent of grilled meat hooked Luo Hongye's attention. Luo Hongye sniffed in the direction of the scent and looked over. She saw a barbecue meat stall surrounded by a long queue. She stared straight with her mouth wide open and almost drooling. Ning Yechen could tell that his daughter wanted to eat this. "Yay, do you want some?" Ning Yechen leaned over to ask Luo Hongye with a smile. "Yes, please." Luo Hongye's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. "You've been snacking too much recently." Luo Ruiying did not pamper Luo Hongye as usual. Recently, each time Qi Yuan visited, she would bring all kinds of snacks for Luo Hongye. Even though Luo Hongye should have inherited her genes and immortal traits, she was still young. Considering her frail body, Luo Ruiying was still worried about her daughter's daughter. "Huh? But mommy," Luo Hongye opened her eyes wide and looked at her mother pitifully. Luo Ruiying's heart instantly softened. "Dear, since she wants some, why don't we let her? But you can't snack as much as before, okay, yay?" Ning Yechen held Luo Hongye and went toward Luo Ruiying. Luo Hongye nodded obediently. "Uh-huh, I promise not to snack so much." Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said helplessly, "You always give in to her. She's my daughter. What's wrong if I dote on her?" Ning Yechen said with a smile. Luo Ruiying could not out-talk Ning Yechen, so she caved in. "Fine, this is the last time." "Uh-huh." Luo Hongye immediately promised, nodding with a smile. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's hands and went to line up at the barbecue meat stall. Yu Qingyu followed behind with a brush and paper, taking note of Luo Hongye's interests. Mengniu, Chongse, and Bai Yuan had become mobile shopping baskets, carrying all kinds of things in their hands. When the queue reached the family of three, Ning Yechen looked over and was instantly stunned. Yi Tianxin was wearing an apron while deftly grilling and flipping meat. "Would you like some barbecue, sir?" Yi Tianxin looked at Ning Yechen and smiled. Ning Yechen went speechless. "What are you doing?" Ning Yechen immediately sent a voice transmission. "Demon Lord, I am just fulfilling my duty." Yi Tianxin replied solemnly while grilling. "And your duty is to set up a stall here and sell grilled meat?" "That's right. This is my disguise in the mortal realm." Ning Yechen fell quiet. He did not know where to start. First, the sixth demon god of the demon realm, Kuang Yin, set up a stall to sell toys, and then the first demon god, Yi Tianxin, set up a stall to sell barbecue. Didn't they find this strange? They were demon gods and the pride of the demon realm. Without thinking, Ning Yechen knew this was Yu Qingyu's doing. "Qingyu made you do this, right?" "No. Lady Left Guardian simply gave us a suggestion. I was the one who chose to sell barbecue," Yi Tianxin replied. "Why?" Ning Yechen asked in confusion. There were so many disguises he could choose from, but he chose to be a barbecue meat stall owner. He could not wrap his mind around it. Yi Tianxin gave him his powerful reason. Because the little princess likes it. In the past few days, he had secretly observed that the princess liked all kinds of snacks. Thus, he had made up his mind to learn barbecue. It was all to please the princess. Hearing this answer, Ning Yechen could not say anything and quietly held up 2 fingers. 2 grilled sausages, please. Not spicy. Coming right up. Yi Tianxin's eyes lit up. With a serious look on his face, he carefully grilled the sausages. The fire and seasoning had to be controlled well. In order to allow the princess to grow up healthy, every step was important. In order to achieve this, the speed at which he worked became of utmost importance. He was able to pull this off without affecting the orders of other customers. His hands moved swiftly, leaving only a shadow in its wake. He lit up the stove. Ning Yechen watched in stunned silence. Looking at Yi Tianxin's technique, he would believe it if someone told him that Yi Tianxin had secretly practiced for decades. Unexpectedly, he had quite the hidden talent. It was a waste of talent for him to be the demon god of the First Legion. If he wanted to change professions and become a barbecue chef, he would do well. Luo Ruiying, standing behind Ning Yechen, also noticed Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin had a special aura and an appearance, so she found him unforgettable. He was their new neighbor. It turned out he was a barbecue stall owner. Luo Ruiying did not see this coming. Sure enough, she could not judge a book by its cover. Sir, your sausages are ready. Yi Tianxin bowed slightly and gracefully handed 2 delicious-looking sausages to Ning Yechen. Thank you. How much? Ning Yechen asked. Even though he knew the man's identity, he still had to pay. After all, his current identity was an ordinary customer. Ding, ding, ding. Yi Tianxin took out a bell and shook it. The bell sound attracted people's attention, and they looked over curiously. Yi Tianxin took a step back and threw out a handful of firecrackers. Congratulations, sir. You are my 1,000th customer today, so you and your family will receive 1 year's free supply of barbecue. From now on, you can order whatever you want for free. Ning Yechen stared speechlessly at Yi Tianxin. He seriously suspected that Yi Tianxin had made this up. It was impossible for there to be such a coincidence. Yi Tianxin clearly did not want to take his money and made up an excuse. The people around them applauded and congratulated Ning Yechen. They're so lucky to get a year's free supply of food. If I won, I could eat until I bankrupted the stall owner. Why don't I have this kind of luck? The person queuing behind Ning Yechen felt disappointed. It was such a pity. He had nearly won a year's supply of free barbecue. Seeing more and more people coming, Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye away from Yi Tianxin's barbecue stall. They could not stay. They were drawing too much attention. Yi Tianxin watched them leave and said, "Thank you. Please come again." "I'm never coming again." Ning Yechen thought huffily. He simply wanted to stroll the streets like a normal family. However, he kept running into familiar faces. "Shall we go somewhere else?" Ning Yechen handed the sausages to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye and went in another direction. He decided to go somewhere else. Luo Hongye blew the sausage and excitedly took a bite, her face filled with joy. Seeing Luo Hongye eating happily, Ning Yechen smiled. "Try it. It's good." Luo Ruiying gently took a bite of the sausage and held it to Ning Yechen's mouth, looking a little shy. His wife wanted to feed him, so he currently could not say no. He took a gentle bite and savored it carefully. To be honest, the man's cooking skills were very good. "Sir, would you like to pick out some jewelry for your wife?" Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying into another crowded street. After taking a few steps, a stall owner sitting on the ground suddenly called out to him. The stall owner had a slender feminine silhouette. Even though she was wearing a mask and her face was hazy, it was clearly a woman. Ning Yechen stopped and frowned. A familiar sensation suddenly flooded his mind. He approached the stall owner and asked uncertainly, "Is that you, Chi Huan?" Chi Huan was at a loss for words. "Yes, sir, what are you saying?" "My name isn't Chi Huan." Chi Huan looked away guiltily. Ning Yechen was speechless. It really was her. Ning Yechen saw through Chi Huan's disguise instantly. He had already changed places, but why did it feel like his subordinates were everywhere? He glanced at the street and noticed many familiar figures. The short-haired man using a pair of double halberds to mince meat and make beef balls was the 7th demon god of the demon realm, Luo Sha. The woman with her hair hanging down on the sides of her face, covering her face, sitting at a stall selling wigs was the 5th demon god of the demon realm, Fag. And the girl with fiery red hair among the street performers was the 10th demon god of the demon realm, Yen Lily. In addition, among the crowd, he spotted many secret guards and regiment leaders. They stood around him, encircling him. Even the harmless-looking children running around were members of the demon realm in disguise. Qingyu, tell me honestly, how many people have you stationed here? Ning Yechen asked Yu Qingyu quietly. Demon Lord, as you have ordered, I have retained the minimum number in the city. There are only 60,000 people covertly stationed here. What? 60,000? Ning Yechen was shocked. 60,000 was overkill. However, Yu Qingyu actually called this the minimum. Moreover, these people were basically the cream of the crop of the demon realm. Otherwise, Luo Ruing would have noticed them by now. 60,000 cultivators at or above the heavenly immortal realm were secretly stationed in Nanli City. For a moment, he was not sure if he was in the mortal realm or in the demon realm. 60,000 people was enough to take over any province or even country in the mortal realm. Ning Yechen did not know what to say. He could reprimand Yu Qingyu, but she was merely conscientiously fulfilling her duty, so he could not bring himself to. Even if he did, she would never do as he said. Instead, she might list numerous reasons to try and convince him to keep them around. Yechen, do you know her? Luo Ruing asked in puzzlement when she saw Ning Yechen look at the woman closely and keep staring at her. No, we don't know each other. Ning Yechen and Qi Huan promptly answered in unison. I see. I guess I was mistaken. Luo Ruing was stunned. Ning Yechen and Qi Huan were almost scared to death. Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruing might discover something. Qi Huan was afraid that if she accidentally exposed the demon lord's true identity, she would not be allowed to stay. Also, Yu Qingyu would absolutely not let her off the hook. Of the 13 demon gods, there might be one less. Qi Huan smiled awkwardly. She secretly glanced at Yu Qingyu standing behind Ning Yechen. When she did not see any change in her expression, she felt relieved. Then she turned her attention to Luo Ruing. Madam, would you like to buy some jewelry? Although Luo Ruing used to be a heavenly empress from the heavenly realm, she did not care about jewelry. She wanted to turn her down, but when her eyes landed on the jewelry at the stall, she squatted to study it. The jewelry was made of gems or that even she did not know. Any random item was flawless and well-made. She could even see a rainbow-colored glow radiating from a bracelet. Everything looked top of the line. The bracelet seemed to be made of rainbow-colored demon stone that only existed in the demon realm. Judging from its purity and quality, no ordinary jeweler could have made it. She did not think she would encounter someone capable of working with a rainbow-colored demon stone in the mortal realm. Madam, do you like this bracelet? Qi Huan asked with a smile when she saw Luo Ruing looking at the bracelet closely. She heard that the demon lord and the princess had patronized Kuang Yin's and Yi Tianxin's stalls already. How could she miss such a supreme honor? Dear, do you like the bracelet? Ning Yechen asked as he squatted beside Luo Ruing. If Luo Ruing liked it, he would buy it without hesitation. No, these things were already his. Luo Ruing put down the bracelet and shook her head. The bracelet is nice, but forget it. This bracelet is made of no ordinary material, and it won't be cheap. Seeing Luo Ruing stand up, Qi Huan hurriedly said, Madam, please wait. My stall is running a lucky draw event. A lucky draw? Uh-huh. The lucky draw is free. There are 4 kinds of prizes. 4th prize, 50% off. 3rd prize, 70% off. 2nd prize, 90% off. 1st prize, free. You can pick whatever you want at no charge. Qi Huan said enthusiastically as she took out a box. The box was filled to the brim with identical small balls. Seeing Qi Huan's excitement, Luo Ruing hesitated briefly before she reached her hand out to take a ball from the box. Since it would not take much time to draw something, she went for it. Moreover, how could it be so easy to win a prize? She would randomly pick a ball and leave. Luo Ruing broke open the ball in her hand and took out the strip of paper inside. When she opened it, she clearly saw the words first prize on it. Before Luo Ruing could show the strip of paper to Qi Huan smiled and congratulated her excitedly. Ah, congratulations. It's the first prize. You can pick any jewelry you want from my stall for free. Ning Yechen did not know what to say. He just looked at Chi Huan speechlessly. Chi Huan did not even look at the strip of paper before announcing that Luo Ruiying had won. He had a feeling that the box only contained first prizes. Luo Ruiying did not expect she would win the first prize. Now, even if she wanted to say no, it would be a waste to give up the first prize. Luo Ruiying looked at the jewelry displayed at the stall, waved Luo Hongya over, and asked, "Yay, anything you like?" Luo Hongya clearly had little interest in jewelry. She looked around and pointed at the hairpin with a white rabbit carved on it. The rabbit. "Okay, we'll take this one." Luo Ruiying smiled, picked up the white rabbit hairpin, and inserted it into Luo Hongya's hair. Ning Yechen picked up an exquisite black and white comb. "Do you like this comb?" Luo Ruiying asked curiously. "This is for you. From now on, I will comb your hair every day," Ning Yechen said with a charming smile. Luo Ruiying's face blushed, and her heart raced. The streets outside the Jiang residence were festive, echoing with the sounds of laughter. Inside the residence, it was dark and gloomy, empty and silent. Let alone having a festive atmosphere, there was not even a sense of home. The moment the Qi family launched the immortality pill, the Jiang family completely lost Nanli City. All the businesses affiliated with them cut ties with them, and their stores closed one after another. A large amount of the fire lotus medicine was stuck in their warehouses without any hope of selling. By now, even at low prices, no one was interested in it. First, the Jiang family had a bad reputation. Second, the quality of the fire lotus medicine was inconsistent. People had lost their trust in the family ages ago. If not for the fact that the Jiang family had a monopoly on body-tempering medicine in Nanli City, they would never have reached their past height. Moreover, the Qi family's immortality pill was of the 7th grade. The effects of the immortality pill were over 10 times better than those of the fire lotus medicine. It was a 7th grade body-tempering pill, and the Qi family was selling it at such a low price that they were basically giving it away for free. People flocked to buy the immortality pill at all costs. As for the fire lotus medicine, no one wanted it even if it were free. For the Jiang family, they had lost all power. Most of their servants had left, leaving behind only some personal guards trained by the family. Jiang Zhen sat in the darkness in the hall, his face sinister and angry. The Qi family was to blame. That woman was to blame. If she had not appeared, Nanli City would still belong to the Jiang family. This would never have happened to them. In the eyes of others, the Jiang family was finished, but not his. He still had one last move. He was certain he could turn the tides. "The leader of the Sacred Lotus sect is here," Jiang Ming said happily while running into the hall. This was probably the best and most anticipated news he had heard in days. "Quickly, invite her in," Jiang Zhen said excitedly, standing up. The moment he finished speaking, a stern voice came from the sky. "No need. I'm here." A woman dressed in a lotus-inspired dress slowly landed from the sky. Two beautiful women followed her on each side. One was dressed in green, while the other was dressed in red. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming hurriedly knelt and said reverently, "Greetings, sect leader." Song Yin glanced at Jiang Zhen before strolling into the hall and sitting down. Her subordinates followed closely beside her. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming walked over to Song Yin, keeping their heads low, so nervous that they had trouble breathing. The Jiang family worked with the Sacred Lotus sect. For this, the sect assigned a representative to help the family on all matters. The Jiang family was responsible for managing Nanli City on behalf of the sect. Each month, they would give the Sacred Lotus sect spirit stones and send all willing cultivators to join the sect. This was the agreement between the Sacred Lotus sect and the Jiang family. The Sacred Lotus sect's envoy, Chenro, had died, and the Jiang family lost control of Nanli City and were unable to offer spirit stones. This meant that the Jiang family was useless to the Sacred Lotus sect now. Jiang Zhen was worried that the Sacred Lotus sect's leader might be angry and forsake the Jiang family. If so, the family might cease to exist, let alone seek vengeance. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. I have to say you don't look good, Song Yin said coldly. Jiang Zhen immediately fell to his knees again. Jiang Ming also knelt. Please forgive us. Oomph. You still dare to ask for forgiveness. What did you promise the Sacred Lotus sect? Perhaps it was a mistake to choose you right from the start. We are incompetent. Please forgive us, sect leader. Jiang Zhen did not dare to shirk responsibility. Instead, he lowered his head to the floor and begged for forgiveness. On account of the Jiang family's efforts all these years, along with their monthly tribute spirit stones, Song Yin decided to forgive them. Tell me, who dares to go against the Sacred Lotus sect? Song Yin asked angrily with cold eyes. Ever since the Almighty Combat Hall was destroyed, the Sacred Lotus sect had called the shots in the southern province. This opportunity had simply fallen into their lap. She had wanted to use the Jiang family to control Nanli City and use it as the sect's power base to eventually take over the entire southern province. Unexpectedly, their plans to control Nanli City had failed, and even one of her best men had died. The Sacred Lotus sect had to seek vengeance for this. Sect leader, it was the Qi family. They found a very powerful woman. She fought for the Qi family and killed the White Lotus envoy. My son was maimed, and my nephew died as well. The Qi family must be behind it. You have to seek justice for the White Lotus envoy and the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen said while crying, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. Song Yin frowned. Oomph. I will certainly make them pay. However, I don't understand. Even if the Jiang family lost the fight, considering your control over Nanli City, how could you fall to such dire states? The Qi family found a prescription for a 7th-grade body-tempering medicine called the immortality pill. It costs little to refine and can be created in bulk. They used it to monopolize the city's market. The Fire Lotus medicine you provided has no market anymore, Jiang Zhen said with tears in his eyes. If the Qi family had not unexpectedly released the immortality pill, the Jiang family would not have lost so thoroughly. 7th-grade body-tempering medicine? Are you sure? Song Yin shouted with a shocked expression. Yes. If I'm mistaken, you can have my head. Jiang Zhen said firmly and cowed out. Song Yin pondered, and an excited smile appeared on her face. In that case, she could not blame the Jiang family for their failure. A 7th-grade body-tempering medicine that was low cost and could be refined in bulk was an extremely precious formula. From the looks of it, she did not make a wasted trip. This 7th-grade body-tempering medicine was hers. A fierce look swept across Song Yan's eyes as she ordered her subordinates. Green Lotus Envoy, Red Lotus Envoy, bring your people to slaughter the Qi family. Before tomorrow, I want them eradicated from the face of the earth. As for the woman who killed the White Lotus Envoy, leave her to me. Yes, sect leader. Her subordinates accepted the order and left. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming looked delighted. The Qi family and that woman were done for. Han Guangji from the Treasures Merchant Alliance had already left Nanli City. No one could save them this time. It was late at night, but the streets continued to bustle with activity. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's hands and strolled through the streets, watching all kinds of street performances and buying various trinkets. The word used was buy, but they did not pay a single cent. They kept winning lucky draws or encountering 20th anniversaries and limited-time giveaways. Some stalls even gave items for free, saying it was because of the festival. It had been the same for over a dozen stalls they visited. Luo Ruiying felt that the people of Nanli City were extremely friendly and generous. Even though the stall owners made a loss, they were still enthusiastic about giving things for free. Also, they were on a winning streak today. Everywhere they went, they won prizes. Perhaps the stall owners put in more winning lots for the holidays, Luo Ruiying guessed. This seemed the only plausible explanation. Although Yu Qingyu kept taking note of Luo Hongye's preferences, she did not forget about Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. For some reason, she felt something was unusual about the demon lord and his wife's relationship. She observed this after moving into the residence. Now that they were out in the streets on a date, it only became clearer to her. Even though they were married, Something seemed to be missing. It couldn't be said that their relationship was bad. On the contrary, the relationship was quite good, but she kept feeling that something was missing. The lively and festive atmosphere was perfect for a date, but they did not even hold hands. But the demon lord and his wife already had a daughter. Why did they seem like they had only recently started their relationship? Yechen frowned in thought. Perhaps the demon lord felt shy. After all, for the centuries of the demon lord's life, he had not had any relationship experience before getting married. So it was likely that he felt shy. It was her life mission to see the demon lord marry and start a family. So she was very happy for him. But she still wanted to see the demon lord and his wife loving. It would be ideal if they could have an everlasting loving relationship and give birth to more princes and princesses. No matter how many children they had, she would make it her mission to raise and train them to reach his heights. Just thinking of this, Yechen felt an adrenaline rush and could not help smiling. Images of her helping to take care of their many children appeared in her mind. Oh, how happy would she be when Kai Se and the other two saw Yechen smiling to herself. They shivered in fear. They knew what this woman was capable of. They could not wrap their minds around what could possibly make her smile so creepily. Yechen realized she got distracted and quickly regained her usual cool composure. Now is not the time to be happy. For the future of the demon lord and demon realm, she had to do something about it. She had to be his wingman. I have an urgent mission for all available personnel. Yechen transmitted her voice to all her subordinates positioned throughout Nanli City. In an instant, all the demon gods, secret guards, and personal guards in Nanli City heard the voice transmission, and a grim look appeared in their eyes. An urgent mission. They had not received an urgent mission in the demon realm for a long time. Everyone was on high alert, waiting for Yechen's order. Voice transmission was a special technique that allowed one's voice to be sent into people's minds using spiritual energy. The small amount of spiritual energy was generally difficult to detect. If someone with higher cultivation used this technique, it was unlikely for anyone to notice. However, if the other party was far higher in cultivation, the same could not be said. The moment Yechen sent a voice transmission, Ning Yechen heard it. He looked at her quizzically, wondering what had happened for her to send an urgent order out. Yechen had no intention of explaining to Ning Yechen. She simply smiled silently. Ning Yechen felt worried when he saw her smile. Sure enough, a swarm of people suddenly appeared on the already crowded street. These people squeezed past Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, making them stick against each other. Someone accidentally bumped into Luo Ruiying, pushing her into Ning Yechen's embrace. He automatically reached out to hold her waist and steady her in his arms. Luo Ruiying lay on Ning Yechen's chest, her face blushing. People suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ning Yechen smiled sheepishly. That's right. We should be careful. He turned to glare at Yechen. What are you doing? The crowd that suddenly appeared and pushed Luo Ruiying were from the demon realm. Yechen replied calmly. I am helping you, demon lord. You don't have to thank me. This is my duty. I wasn't planning to. Also, since when was this part of your duties? Ning Yechen said angrily. Yechen did not think she was wrong at all. She retorted righteously. How could you say that? It is my duty to take care of you, your wife, and the demon realm. Even though I shouldn't stick my nose into this, you need to be bolder. Your wife won't object. Ever since I've arrived, I haven't seen you and your wife have intercourse. Ning Yechen went speechless. Shut up. I have my own plans. Stay out of this, Ning Yechen warned in a threatening tone. Yechen used to keep urging him to get married. Now, she even got herself involved in his sex life. Although he wanted the same thing, some things could not be rushed. Yes, demon lord, Yechen replied. She looked agreeable on the surface, but she did not look like she was planning to give up. Ning Yechen felt Yechen was not listening at all. Luo Ruiying straightened her body and stepped away from Ning Yechen's arms. When she saw the crowd growing bigger and bigger, she bent over to carry Luo Hongye to prevent them from getting separated. Ning Yechen took the opportunity to hold Luo Ruiying's hand. Luo Ruiying was startled when someone suddenly held her hand, but she felt relieved after seeing it was Ning Yechen. She gently held his hand back. It was crowded now, so if they held hands, they would not get accidentally separated. When Yechen saw this, her lips curved upwards into a smile. This was what she wanted. Now, time for the next step. After midnight today, it would be the new year, and when the time came, a grand firework display would be held outside the city suburbs. By now, most of the fireworks were in place in the suburbs, ready to be lit when it was time. Since there was still some time before midnight, the people in charge of lighting the fireworks were sitting together, drinking and chatting. Suddenly, several dark silhouettes appeared behind them. Before they could react, they were all knocked out and dragged into the forest. A cold, expressionless beauty with a long sword hanging from her waist slowly walked out of the darkness of the forest. 10 dark figures followed behind the woman, waiting for her next order. The woman raised her hand, and the dark figures immediately started arranging the fireworks. Once everything was ready, Yulian sent Yechen a voice transmission. "Lady Left Guardian, we are all set." Meanwhile, Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's hand and finally squeezed through the crowd, heading to a less crowded street. Even though it was no longer crowded, the two of them continued to hold hands and showed no signs of letting go. Behind them, Yechen was smiling in relief. At this moment, she received the voice transmission from Yulian. "Good," Yechen said. She walked up to Luo Ruiying and bowed. "Madam, I heard that the Lunar New Year's fireworks show is about to begin. Are you interested?" "Fireworks? Doesn't it start at midnight? Isn't it a little early?" Luo Ruiying said quizzically. In her memory, the fireworks did not start this early. Ning Yechen immediately felt Yechen was secretly planning something again. Sure enough, she did not abide by his orders. Facing Luo Ruiying's doubts, Yechen appeared calm and explained, "Madam, you see, the fireworks show has been brought forward." "Oh," Luo Ruiying said. She had heard the Lunar New Year's fireworks show was glorious and unforgettable. Before stepping out, Qi Yuan had reminded her not to miss it. Yechen nodded firmly. "Yes, ma'am. Since we're here, we should catch it." Luo Ruiying smiled and turned to look at Ning Yechen to ask for his opinion. "Dear, since you're interested, let's go." Although Ning Yechen did not know what Yechen was up to, Luo Ruiying seemed keen on watching, so he would not refuse her. They carried Luo Hongye to a small hill where people could view the fireworks. From this location, they could overlook the lights in the city and enjoy the fireworks blooming under the night sky. When Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying arrived with Luo Hongye, there was not a single soul in sight on the hill. This was strange. There was no one here. Perhaps they did not know about the time change. Luo Ruiying felt puzzled. Little did they know that the area had been cleared out in advance. Yechen sent a voice transmission to Yulian. "They're here. You may begin." "Yes, Lady Left Guardian," Yulian replied. Yulian ordered her subordinates, "Do it." The moment they received the order, the secret guards swiftly lit the fuses. In an instant, a series of flames shot into the night sky, and colorful fireworks exploded in the dark background. Vivid and dazzling fireworks lit up the entire night sky, along with the twinkling stars in the background. Sure enough, Qi Yuan was spot on about the fireworks being a must-see event. Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye, while taking in the nighttime scenery of the glorious fireworks and brightly lit city. It felt peaceful and comfortable to her. She had never experienced this in the heavenly realm. Suddenly, she felt that cultivation in the heavenly realm could not compare to simple pleasures she had experienced in the mortal realm. Luo Hongye, lying in her mother's arms, turned her head and looked at the brilliant sight before her. Ning Yechen wanted to reprimand Yechen for sticking her nose into his business, but seeing the joy on his family's faces, he decided to forgive Yechen. At this moment, other people in the city also noticed the fireworks in the sky. They stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Someone quickly noticed something amiss and asked in confusion, "Hey, this doesn't seem right. Why did the fireworks show start early?" Why didn't anyone notify us?" The people who noticed this change swarmed toward the hill where Ning Yechen and his family were. The demon lord and his wife were going to spend some quality time alone, so Yechen would never allow anyone to get in their way. A fog strangely rose from the bottom of the hill. When people entered the fog, they immediately lost their way. No matter how they tried, they couldn't get out. Even if a cultivator tried to fly out on their sword, it was impossible. The fog felt boundless and impossible to escape. Yu Qingyu was determined to create the perfect romantic atmosphere for the couple. Seeing that Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were still holding hands and watching the spectacle without taking things to the next level, Yu Qingyu frowned. She gave pointers through voice transmission. Demon Lord, you could try to move it to the next level, okay? I need privacy, don't I? With people staring down my neck, how can I do it? Ning Yechen said angrily. Although Yu Qingyu had created a good atmosphere, there were gooseberries around, so how could he be in the mood? Yu Qingyu immediately understood. She turned to look at Meng Niu, Kai Sei, and Bai Yuan and ordered coldly, "Stop getting in the way. Leave this instant. I'm talking about you." Ning Yechen shouted using voice transmission. Yu Qingyu had no self-awareness at all. Yu Qingyu looked baffled. It did not dawn on her that Ning Yechen was referring to her. Yes, Demon Lord. In order to give Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying some space alone together, Yu Qingyu led Meng Niu, Kai Sei, and Bai Yuan away. They're finally gone. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's hand, and they sat down together on the grass, leaning on each other and quietly watching the fireworks. Even though the atmosphere was romantic, Luo Hongye was still in Luo Ruiying's arms, with a child present. Even if it was romantic, it was impossible to do anything else. Then again, it was a different kind of bliss to sit and view fireworks for the family of three. At least he still enjoyed it. Not far away in the bushes, Yu Qingyu, Meng Niu, Kai Sei, and Bai Yuan secretly poked their heads out. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. What she wanted did not happen. Perhaps the atmosphere was not romantic enough. Just as Yu Qingyu was thinking about how to create the perfect atmosphere for the Demon Lord and his wife, she received a voice transmission. Lady Left Guardian, people are heading for the Qi residence. Ever since Ning Yechen gave Qi Yuan the prescription for the immortality pill, he had ordered Yu Qingyu to send people to protect the Qi family secretly. According to the Demon Lord, the Jiang family would act soon. Sure enough, the Demon Lord was right, but they showed up at the worst time. They interrupted her from observing the Demon Lord and his wife. Yu Qingyu's face instantly turned cold. She was elegant and lofty, resembling an empress. Before Yu Qingyu could speak, Yu Lian, who was in charge of setting off the fireworks, sent another voice transmission. Lady Left Guardian, we spotted a lot of sneaky bastards in the suburbs heading for the Qi residence. Also, people seem to be approaching the Demon Lord. Should we kill them all? Take out everyone. No one is allowed to disturb the Demon Lord and his wife state. I will take care of the people approaching the Demon Lord. Qi Huan and Kuang Yin, go assist the Qi family. Leave a couple of them alive for interrogation. As for the rest, make them disappear for good. The rest of you, clean out the other ants in the city. Remember, keep it quiet. Otherwise, it will disturb the Demon Lord and his family. Yu Qingyu coolly ordered all her subordinates in the city. The moment the people positioned in the city received the order, murderous looks appeared in their eyes. They had acted as mere mortals for several days, and now they could finally stretch their legs. During this time, they had been so pent up. Engaging in lawless activities was second nature for denizens of the demon realm. Many legion commanders and secret guards, along with Kuang Yin, Qi Huan, and others, smiled sinisterly. Lady Left Guardian wanted them to keep a couple alive, but it was going to be hard. Yi Tianxin stood in front of his grill stall, his eyes incredibly cold. He would never allow anyone to disturb the Demon Lord and his family from having family time. Yi Tianxin, Kuang Yin, Qi Huan, and others hung up closed signs and instantly disappeared from their stalls. In the blink of an eye, all the stall owners disappeared. The people standing in front of the stall looked around at a loss. Were the stall owners? Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying was sitting on the grass with Luo Hongye in her arms. Every now and then, she looked at Ning Yechen beside her. Through the lights and the fireworks, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome and composed profile. Upon closer look, She had to admit that he was very good-looking. Even in the heavenly realm, he would be very handsome. Luo Ruiying quietly reached her hand into the clothes on her chest and grabbed the gift she had spent days preparing. But a hesitant look appeared on her face. Ning Yechen immediately noticed Luo Ruiying's unusual actions. He turned his head to look at her curiously and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" And nothing. When Ning Yechen posed a question, Luo Ruiying realized she had been staring. Her face blushed as she averted her eyes. As for the item in her hands, she was too shy to take it out now. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ruiying reaching her hand into her clothes to retrieve something. Just as he was about to ask, a serious look instantly appeared in his eyes. Not far away, people were approaching them. From the looks of it, they were here for Luo Ruiying. The Zhang family finally could not help themselves and sent people after them. They were more anxious than he expected. Of all days, they had to do it during the festival. He wanted to let the Zhang family live a few more days to enjoy the Lunar New Year, but since this was what they wanted. At the same time, Ning Yechen received Yu Qingyou's voice transmission. "Demon Lord, someone wants to take out the Qi family. I will take care of them immediately." Yu Qingyu knew Ning Yechen must have noticed those people, but she still did her job and reported the situation. After all, it was her job as the chief commander of the demon realm. "You will clean out the garbage. Don't let them disturb my wife and child. I will personally go." Even though he could leave everything to Yu Qingyu and trust her to do a good job, he decided to go to the Jiang residence personally. There was someone he had to meet. Yu Qingyu did not expect Ning Yechen to get involved. A worried look appeared on her face, and guilt flooded her heart. She was the chief commander of the demon realm, but the demon lord decided to take matters into his own hands. This meant that she did not manage to execute her duties properly. If she could have taken out those damn ants first, the demon lord would not have noticed their presence and taken matters into his hands. It was their fault that the demon lord had to leave his family and end their date. She had to make those people regret it. Yu Qingyou's face turned icy cold as she did her utmost to suppress the murderous intent and fury emanating from her. She was afraid that she might inadvertently make Nanli City disappear from the face of the world with a single strike. Mengniu, Kai Sei, and Bai Yuan noticed her murderous intent. They were so scared that their bodies turned limp and knelt on the ground. They had never witnessed such terrifying, murderous intent. Just being close to Yu Qingyu, they felt breathless and suffocated. "You three, come with me," Yu Qingyu said coldly and instantly vanished. "Yes." Mengniu and the other two quickly responded. When they looked up again, Yu Qingyu was nowhere to be seen. "Huh? Where is she? How can we catch up with her speed?" Mengniu and the other two wanted to cry when they saw Yu Qingyu disappear. She was making things hard for them. They did not want Yu Qingyu to think they were useless, so they did their utmost to catch up. Ning Yechen detected the movements in the city and slowly got up. "What's wrong?" Luo Ruiying asked. "Nothing. I forgot I needed to buy something. Please bring Ye home. I'll be back soon," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "What do you need? How about I go buy it? You can bring Ye home." Luo Ruiying stood up with Luo Hongye in her arms. Given her cultivation, she could buy anything in an instant. "It's okay. I need to do something as well. Just take Ye home." Ning Yechen held her cheek and persuaded her. "Okay." Luo Ruiying's face looked red under the fireworks in the sky, and she did not insist anymore. She was unhappy that Ning Yechen was treating her like a child. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye and touched her chest after taking a few steps. She suddenly remembered that she had yet to give the gift to Ning Yechen. When she turned her head, she found that Ning Yechen was gone. "Huh? Why is he so fast?" Late at night, everything seemed normal in Nanli City on the surface, and the festivities continued with singing and dancing. But in fact, there were dark undercurrents surging behind the scenes. Danger lurked everywhere. The disciples of the sacred Lotus sect in the city headed toward Ning Yechen's home and the Qi residence murderously. However, when they passed through a busy street, dark shadows suddenly appeared at their feet or in the dark alleys beside them and dragged them into the darkness. The sacred Lotus sect disciples dragged into the shadows did not even know what happened. Before they could make a sound, they died. Some of them were suddenly dragged into deserted alleys and saw dark silhouettes slicing their throats open. They did not even have the chance to see their attackers clearly before they fell straight to the ground with their eyes wide open in horror. Then their bodies were dragged into the darkness, and their blood was cleaned as though nothing had happened. A sacred lotus sect disciple finally noticed something amiss. When they left, there were dozens of them. But after he turned around to check, no one else was around him. Where were they? The lone sacred lotus sect disciple stood there in shock, looking around constantly. The next second, a dark shadow appeared at his feet and dragged him away. The passers-by around him did not even notice anyone disappearing. The festivities were still going on as usual. Another group of sacred lotus sect disciples flying in the air hastily stopped. A gorgeous woman with blue eyes and red flowing hair stood in front of them. "Who are you?" asked the elder of the sacred lotus sect. Yin Lily smiled nonchalantly. "Does it matter? You're all going to be corpses soon." The elder was stunned. He shouted angrily, "Bullshit! In the entire southern province, no one dares to disrespect the sacred lotus sect like this. Kill her." The moment he gave the order, dozens of sacred lotus sect disciples charged at Yin Lily. Yin Lily stood motionlessly and snapped her fingers lightly. In an instant, the sacred lotus sect disciples, including the elder, were instantly engulfed by bright, scorching flames. Before they could scream in agony, they were burned to nothing but bone and ashes. With her prowess, she could effortlessly burn them to ashes, leaving nothing behind. But she controlled her flames and chose to leave behind their bones. Collecting ornamental skeletons was one of her few hobbies. She had not done it in a long time. Fortunately, her skills had not declined. Even though these skeletons were among the lowest of the lowest quality, garbage among garbage, they were barely acceptable for her bone mountain. Sadly, Lady Left Guardian told them not to make a commotion. Otherwise, she would not have minded listening to these people screaming in agony. To her, it was the best music. Meanwhile, near Ning Yechen's residence, some people from a sacred lotus sect had arrived ahead of time and surrounded the place, waiting for the arrival of others. However, even after the designated meeting time, no one else showed up. The leading elder frowned and said angrily to a disciple beside him, "Didn't you say they were on the way? Where are they after so long?" "I don't know," replied the disciple, trembling. He had received the news they were on the way, but they were nowhere to be seen after so long. The sect leader personally gave the orders. "How dare they take their time? After we are done here, I will not forgive them. Tell them to hurry up and get over here." "Yes, elder," the disciple answered. When he turned around, prepared to find the others, a cold voice came from the dark alley behind him. "Don't bother. They're with me." "Who's there?" The elder instantly turned his head with a look of shock on his face. He was at the peak of the human immortal realm, but someone had approached him from behind without him detecting it. Yi Tianxin slowly emerged from the darkness with several human heads in his hands, looking at the members of the sacred lotus sect coldly. He flung the heads at their feet. The members of the sacred lotus sect looked down, and horrified expressions appeared on their faces. These heads belonged to the members they had been waiting for. Every one of them was an elder at the human immortal realm, but all of them had died silently. Who did it? The elder was terrified, and the anger on his face dissipated. He asked in a trembling tone, "Who are you? Why did you attack the sacred lotus sect? You have offended the wrong person." Yi Tianxin took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of them. He slowly raised his palm and aimed it at them, his cold eyes looking at them as if they were already dead. A look of horror appeared on the elder's face. He wanted to run, but he was so afraid that he could not move. He thought about what Yi Tianxin had said and seemed to think of something. His expression became even more terrified. The man said that they had offended the wrong person. Was he referring to this family? Did the sect leader know whom she had offended? The elder lost all hope. He really wanted to ask Song Yin, the sect leader, whom she wanted them to attack. Why? This person wasn't an existence the sacred lotus sect could provoke at all. Burn into oblivion, Yi Tianxian said indifferently to the Sacred Lotus sect members. W8. The elder wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but it was too late. A dark light swallowed everyone. A dark light flashed in the dark alley. After the light dissipated, the scene was clear, without any traces left. You wanted to attack the demon lord, his wife, and the princess. Letting you die like this is doing you a favor, Yi Tianxian said nonchalantly. If not for not wanting to disturb the demon lord and his family, he would not have let them die so easily. In the Nanli city outskirts, hundreds of Sacred Lotus sect disciples were flying toward Nanli city. They were the best of the Sacred Lotus sect and had stayed outside the city awaiting orders for a long time. The moment they received Song Yan's order to enter the city and kill the Qi family, they immediately set off. On their route into the city, Yulian was already waiting for them with some secret guards. Don't kill them, Yulian said. She placed her hand on the handle of her longsword. The Sacred Lotus sect members in the sky looked at Yulian vigilantly. A cold light flashed in Yulian's eyes as she unsheathed her longsword. Before anyone could see what she was doing, countless silver sword lights glinted among the Sacred Lotus sect members. The next second, the hundreds of Sacred Lotus sect disciples in the sky were all dismembered. Blood and broken body parts scattered from the sky like it was raining blood. This was the consequence of disturbing the demon lord and his family. The Red Lotus envoy and the Green Lotus envoy of the Sacred Lotus sect, Wang Xian and Chao Yu, were already outside the Qi residence. The lights were still on in the residence, and the atmosphere was festive. Seeing this, Wang Xian and Chao Yu sneered sinisterly. Just a bunch of idiots. In a matter of moments, the Qi family would die. This would be their last party. They would do the family a favor and send them to the same place. Wang Xian and Chao Yu glanced at each other knowingly. Just as they were about to give the order to slaughter the Qi family, the air suddenly contorted, and dark figures wrapped in black shadows appeared. They looked around and shockingly realized that they were surrounded by dozens of figures. They could not even tell the cultivation level of these intruders. Wang Xian and Chao Yu were terrified. Who were they? When did the Qi family get to know powerful cultivators and convince them to protect their family? No, they had to report this to the sect leader immediately. Chao Yu, we will retreat separately. We have to report this to the sect leader. Wang Xian said to Chao Yu using voice transmission. When she turned around, she noticed a gold ring around Chao Yu's neck. Chao Yu lowered her head and saw the gold ring on her neck as well. Before she could wrap her mind around what the gold ring was, it suddenly shrank. Chao Yu was unable to make any resistance before the gold ring effortlessly cut her neck like it was tofu. Chao Yu's head tumbled to the ground with a look of horror in her eyes. Her body still stood upright on the ground with blood spraying from her severed neck. Drops of blood landed on Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian was so frightened that she screamed at the top of her lungs. But the moment Wang Xian opened her mouth, a burly man appeared in front of her, looking at her coldly. He held her head with his huge hand. Her head was much smaller than his hand. It's late. You shouldn't make any noise and disturb the neighbors, Kuan Yin said softly as he came to Wang Xian's side with her head in his hand. Wang Xian wanted to scream, but she was so terrified that she could not make a sound. Qi Huan slowly sashayed out of the shadows. The gold ring on her finger kept spinning like a hula hoop as she smiled excitedly. She inhaled deeply and could taste the scent of blood in the air. She laughed with her hand, stroking her cheek, looking intoxicated. This scent is simply spellbinding. What should I do? I'm so excited that I can't hold back. Oh. Kuan Yin was speechless. He glanced at Qi Huan, who was standing behind him and almost climaxed. He said angrily, Lady Left Guardian gave the order to leave a few of them alive. Why did you kill them all? Aren't there still many people? Qi Huan replied indifferently. Qi Huan turned her eyes to the members of the Sacred Lotus sect. They were standing motionlessly, too scared to move. She smiled and questioned, Tell me, who among you is the leader? If you tell me the truth, you'll get a reward. She smiled seductively. It's her. The members of the Sacred Lotus sect pointed at Qiao Yu's carcass with their trembling hands. Qi Huan and Kuang Yin did not know what to say. What now? I accidentally killed the leader. Qi Huan turned to Kuang Yin in a panic. Leaders tended to know more, but she had inadvertently killed her. To them, killing them was no different than crushing ants, so it was impossible for them to figure out who the leader was. If Lady Left Guardian caught wind of this, she would be a goner. Kuang Yin grinned. Regardless, the leader did not die at his hands. The moment Qi Huan caught Kuang Yin's smug expression, she was furious. She pointed at him and scolded. It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me? Huh? My fault? This was all because you couldn't control yourself, bitch. Kuang Yin cursed back. The secret guards around them did not dare to utter a word. Be bitch. How dare you curse me? Even though it was wrong of me, you were right here. Shouldn't you be held partially responsible? Qi Huan said indignantly. Kuang Yin could not suppress his temper. He turned to teach Qi Huan a lesson. Qi Huan did not back down. Circles of light wrapped around her arms. If they were not on a mission, and Yu Qingyu had not specially ordered them to keep a low profile, they would have fought ages ago. The other one you caught is also a Sacred Lotus sect envoy, a member said in a trembling tone. The moment Kuang Yin and Qi Huan heard this, they fell into a brief daze. They stopped fighting, looked at each other, and gave a cruel smile. Really? Why thank you. In that case, we have no use for you. The moment the Sacred Lotus sect members heard these words, a chill ran down their spines. A golden light expanded as it went toward them at high speed. Then it shrank and returned to Qi Huan's hand. In an instant, dozens of Sacred Lotus sect members were beheaded. Kuang Yin reached his hand out, and a giant, transparent, sharp, beast-like claw appeared in the air. He squeezed his hand lightly, and all the remaining people turned into pools of blood. The two of them looked extremely excited and bloodthirsty. If Yu Qingyu did not want them to leave a couple of them alive, they would have already finished them off. After dealing with everyone, Kuang Yin wanted to leave with Wang Xian, but realized she had not shown any signs of life for some time. Kuang Yin hastily let go of Wang Xian. He found her eyes wide open, and she was not breathing at all. She literally got scared to death. Kuang Yin and Qi Huan looked at each other, stunned. When they realized what had happened, a look of terror appeared on their faces. Oh no! They had slaughtered everyone else, and the last survivor in their hands got scared to death. They had failed their mission. Hey you, wake up. No one wants you dead. Why did you die so soon? Kuang Yin grabbed Wang Xian by the collar and kept slapping her face, trying to make her wake up. For the first time in their lives, Qi Huan and Kuang Yin were terrified about killing someone. In the principal's office of Nanli Academy in Nanli City, a composed middle-aged man was sitting in front of his desk with his hands crossed and a solemn expression. He was the principal of Nanli Academy, Xiagua. In front of Xiagua stood a pretty woman. The woman looked equally solemn. She was here to report to Xiagua about the latest situation in Nanli City. Mr. Xia, the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect, Song Yin, is in the city. Accompanying her are 2 envoys and over 100 members. All of them are elite members of the sect. I have intel that the Jiang family has enlisted the help of Song Yin to kill the Qi family and Luo Ruiying. Xiagua frowned hard. What had to come had to come. When he heard about the Qi family winning the competition, he was both delighted and worried. He was pleased that the Jiang family lost control of the commercial establishments in Nanli City and could no longer get away with monopolizing resources and doing as they pleased. But he was worried because the Jiang family had the support of the Sacred Lotus sect. The moment the sect was informed, the Qi family and the woman who had fought on their behalf would find themselves in grave danger. The Qi family's recent actions of selling the immortality pill really struck the Jiang family where it hurt the most, cornering them. He foresaw that it was just a matter of time until the Jiang family engaged the help of the Sacred Lotus sect. However, he did not expect it to come so soon. Also, it happened to be the holidays. It was the last thing he wanted to see. From the looks of it, it was going to be a turbulent night. The Sacred Lotus sect would never let the Qi family and that family go. It was the Academy's duty to uphold order in Nanli City. As the principal, he could not stand by and see the two families get wiped out. But he was no match for Song Yin. The moment he chose to interfere, he would place the academy in grave danger. However, he could not turn a blind eye. Nanli Academy was established in the city to groom talents for the cultivation world. In addition, it had the duty to protect the city. If he did nothing to stop the Sacred Lotus sect and let them get away with such actions, there was no need for Nanli Academy to exist. Linya, summon everyone. Tell them to head to the Qi residence and that woman's place to protect them. I will personally talk to Song Yin, Xiagwa said after contemplating briefly. If Han Guangji from the Treasure Merchant Alliance were still in the city, he could enlist his help to deal with Song Yin. However, the Jiang family clearly chose to take action after Han Guangji left Nanli City. It would be difficult for him to fight Song Yin single-handedly, so he could only do his utmost to negotiate. Otherwise, once he and Song Yin started fighting, it would inevitably affect the citizens. Yes, I will gather everyone right away. Please be careful out there, Mr. Xia. I heard that the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect is at the Divine Being realm. Linya nodded and left to make personnel arrangements. If they did not get there in time, the Qi family and the other family might not make it past the night. In the sky at night, Song Yin personally led a group of the Sacred Lotus sect members and flew to Luo Ruiying's location, as reported by her subordinates. A cold, lofty silhouette was already quietly waiting in the sky for them. It was none other than Yu Qingyu calmly waiting for Song Yin and her group. Song Yin stopped and looked at Yu Qingyu with a frown. She could not see through this woman. Was she from Nanli Academy? Before beginning the operation, Song Yin had anticipated that the most likely group to stop her was Nanli Academy. The principal of Nanli Academy was Xiagwa. He was also at the Divine Being realm and a force to be reckoned with. She had never heard of this woman appearing in Nanli Academy. Who are you? Song Yin asked coldly. Are you the mastermind? Are those people in the city yours? Yu Qingyu asked glacially, ignoring Song Yin's question entirely. Song Yin smiled in disdain and admitted candidly. That's right. I am the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect, and those people are mine. Oh really? A cool glint flashed in Yu Qingyu's eyes. She raised a beautiful hand and said lightly, explode. Huh? A confused look appeared on Song Yin's face. She did not understand what Yu Qingyu was trying to do. But a split second later, she could hear peculiar noises coming from her people behind her. Song Yin turned to check, and a look of terror instantly appeared on her face. The people behind her suddenly swelled up violently, looking like large balls. Their faces were contorted from agony as they struggled to reach out their hands to Song Yin and begged, "As sect leader, save us." The moment they finished their words, dozens of them instantly exploded like balloons. Blood and broken pieces of bodies bloomed like fireworks. Song Yin stood motionlessly in shock. She looked at Yu Qingyu in disbelief. This time, there was no arrogance in her eyes. All that remained was pure horror. Song Yin pointed at Yu Qingyu and asked hysterically, what did you do to them?" She did not even see Yu Qingyu make any spellcasting movements. Neither did she see her use any spiritual energy. With just one word, Yu Qingyu had been able to make the sect's elites explode. In the 300 years since she had cultivated, she had never seen the likes of this. Meng Niu, Chang Se, and Bai Yuan caught up to Yu Qingyu. They were just in time to witness bodies exploding, and their faces instantly turned pale. Despite constantly fighting for survival in the Monster Domain forest, they had never seen such a bloody and explosive scene. Yu Qingyu gradually walked towards Song Yin in the air. Although her steps and posture were dignified and elegant, Song Yin did not detect any spiritual energy from her. However, Song Yin felt immense pressure coming from her. "You don't want to mess with me. I am the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect, Song Yin." Song Yin said in fury as she made hand seals. Yu Qingyu simply said nonchalantly, "Contort." In an instant, Song Yin's arms contorted and rotated until the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Her bones were even exposed. Meng Niu and the other two frowned. Just looking at her, they could intensely sense her pain. The excruciating pain left Song Yan's face equally contorted. All that remained on her face was fear. Tears kept cascading down her face as she asked Yu Qingyu, "Who are you?" Yu Qingyu came in front of Song Yan and answered her question. "I'm just a servant of my master, but you can consider me his mother as well." "Servant? Mother?" Song Yan couldn't understand what Yu Qingyu was saying and just thought she was mocking her. How could a servant dare to call themselves their master's mother? "Then you should pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I'll make sure you understand the consequence of disturbing the demon lord and his lady, the consequence of ruining my mood." Yu Qingyu's face turned icy, and her dark, deep eyes changed to a mesmerizing emerald green. Song Yin was overwhelmed with terror and decisively escaped without hesitation. But how could she possibly flee from Yu Qingyu? Song Yin fled in terror while glancing over her shoulder. But when she turned back, Yu Qingyu was already in front of her, having approached her silently. "Looks like I should start with disabling your legs." "Wait. Contort." As soon as Song Yin heard Yu Qingyu speak, her face turned pale, and she began begging for mercy. But as Yu Qingyu's words fell, her legs twisted and snapped uncontrollably. The cracking of her bones echoed loudly. "Aha!" The terror in her heart, combined with the excruciating pain, made Song Yan's eyes brim with tears as she let out an agonizing scream. "You're too noisy. Silence," Yu Qingyu said indifferently, her face full of disdain. Song Yan's mouth shut involuntarily. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. She could only let out muffled whimpers, her face full of pleading. She didn't understand what kind of person she had provoked. Who was this woman, and where did she come from? With her peak divine being cultivation and the fall of the almighty combat hall, there should be no one left in the southern province who could challenge her. Tonight's plan should have been foolproof. But why had things turned out like this? Yu Qingyu's emerald gaze fixed on Song Yin, who suddenly felt a hazy daze. The next second, every inch of her skin, from her hands to her scalp, began peeling away under an invisible force. After the skin came the flesh, then the bones, with her entire body being stripped layer by layer. The intense agony made her wish for death, and her whole body quivered uncontrollably. Oddly, her mind remained painfully clear, able to sense every bit of skin as it was stripped away from her flesh. Song Yin couldn't stop convulsing, her eyes hollow. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, feeling like she should already be dead, she found herself whole, save for her broken limbs. Everything that had happened felt like a horrible nightmare. But the sense of watching herself be peeled layer by layer with no escape was burned into her memory. It felt terrifyingly real. She knew she hadn't imagined it. "What's going on?" Song Yin, drenched in cold sweat, looked at Yu Qingyu in confusion. Yu Qingyu smiled lightly. "Do you feel it? Your body will be peeled away layer by layer in a mental illusion, but the pain will be no different from the real experience. But don't worry, your body won't suffer any actual harm, and this process will keep repeating until I decide to end it." Song Yan's pupils shrank instantly, and her face twisted in fear as she desperately begged for mercy, even if it meant death. She couldn't endure this agony anymore. With her body unharmed, she would keep reliving the unbearable feeling of peeled alive. Yu Qingyu ignored her pleas, only watching her with a cold smile. Soon, the next round of peeling and flaying began. In the eyes of others, Song Yin appeared with only her broken limbs, no injuries visible on her body. Yet her face was full of agony, and tears streamed down as she convulsed in the air, as if she'd gone mad. At this moment, she was experiencing a torture that most people would only experience once. But she couldn't die from blood loss or pain as others would. She would experience every excruciating moment from beginning to end, only to start the process again. Meng Niu and his two companions stood by in shock, trembling as they watched Song Yan's silent, convulsing agony. This woman was even more terrifying than their master. When their master took lives, the deaths were quick, and the pain only lasted a moment. But this woman, why are you still standing there? Bring her to the Jiang residence with me. While you're at it, tell me everything that happened when the demon lord and his lady entered the city. Yu Qingyu, frowning, commanded the three of them. Although these three monsters had some ancient bloodlines in them, they were far too weak to the point of being almost ridiculous. She didn't know why the demon lord kept them around. It was only because the little princess seemed fond of them, and with the demon lord's order, that she reluctantly tolerated them. Why, yes. Meng Niu and the other two quickly carried the still-twitching Song Yin and followed closely behind Yu Qingyu. The three of them recounted everything that had happened since Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing entered the city with Qi Yuan. They mentioned how Jiang Li from the Jiang family had provoked Ning Yechen and spoken disrespectfully to Luo Ruing. Yu Qingyu's face grew colder with each detail. Jiang family. To dare speak rudely to the demon lord and his lady, fine. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, hundreds of cultivators and guards were gathering. The guards were clad in armor with weapons at the ready, assembled into formations. These people were the strongest fighters the Jiang family had cultivated and recruited over the years. Today, it was finally time to use them. Although Jiang Zhen felt assured since the Sacred Lotus sect's leader and two holy envoys were taking action personally, he wouldn't miss witnessing the destruction of the Qi family with his own eyes. So Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming decided to summon everyone in the family and storm the Qi residence alongside the Sacred Lotus sect. They would leave no survivors. Everyone, thank you for coming here at our request. I am truly grateful. Tonight, after eliminating the Qi family, I promise the Jiang family will not let any of you leave unrewarded. I have only one request. The Qi family must disappear from the world tonight. Jiang Zhen addressed the gathered crowd in the courtyard and cupped his hands in gratitude. The crowd, their spirits high, raised their weapons and shouted, "Family head Jiang, rest assured, tonight, the Qi family will vanish from this world. Yes, the Jiang family has treated us well over the years. It's time to repay you. We're all just waiting for your command to storm the Qi family." The crowd was enthusiastic and unworried. They had heard that the Sacred Lotus sect had already taken action for the Jiang family, so they just had to follow along for the ride. After the matter was done, they might even earn the Jiang family's gratitude and receive generous rewards. Such a profitable task, why not? Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming saw the morale of their gathered forces reach its peak and finally felt a long-suppressed relief. For the first time in ages, they broke into smiles. So what if they won against the Jiang family at the Chamber of Commerce competition? So what if they used the immortality pill to suppress the fire lotus liquid? By the end of tonight, Nanli City would still belong to the Jiang family. The Qi family was destined to lose to the Jiang family. Looks like I arrived just in time. Just as the Jiang residence was brimming with excitement and preparing to depart, a cold, clear voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up in confusion, only to see a stunningly beautiful yet icily indifferent figure standing under the misty night. Behind her stood a woman and two men, one of whom was carrying another person over his shoulder. "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Zhen frowned deeply and stepped forward to question her. Yu Qingyu didn't bother to acknowledge such an insignificant insect. She waved her hand, signaling Meng Niu to throw the person he was carrying down. Without hesitation, he grabbed Song Yin and flung her toward the center of the Jiang residence. Song Yin plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily into the courtyard. Everyone was confused and quickly gathered around to investigate. When they recognized her face and saw her condition, everyone froze in shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Song Yin lay half dead on the ground, twitching uncontrollably, her face a blend of terror, regret, and utter despair, dried tear marks clearly visible at the corners of her eyes. What was even more horrifying was her appearance. Her limbs were all grotesquely twisted, with bones and flesh exposed. The sight was utterly gruesome. Some timid people were so frightened that their legs buckled, and they stumbled backward. Sacred Lotus sect leader Song Yin. Sect leader, what happened to you? Say something. The crowd was horrified and rushed forward to check her injuries. It was hard to believe that anyone in the southern province could inflict such severe damage on Song Yin, the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect. Since the demise of the Almighty Combat Hall, the Sacred Lotus sect had become the dominant power in the southern province. Upon seeing Song Yan's condition, Jiang Jun was dumbstruck and unable to form words. How could this happen? Wasn't she supposed to kill that woman? How did she end up thrown back here in such a pitiful state? Everyone looked at Yu Qingyu and her group, their gazes filled with not only confusion and shock, but also terror. Yu Qingyu looked down coldly at the gathered people in the Jiang residence and ordered Meng Niu and the other two behind her, "Go eliminate all the ants here except for the father and son." "Understood." Meng Niu and the other two responded and immediately leaped into the Jiang residence. The gathered forces drew their weapons in panic, their eyes terrified as they looked at Meng Niu and the other two. Meng Niu grinned, revealing a bright and cheerful smile as he drew a crimson battle axe. The axe swept forward in a flash of blood-red light, instantly cutting in half the entire front row of cultivators. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the scene crimson. The battle axe absorbed the blood, drenching it, emanating a faint, eerie glow. If not for the necessity of keeping the disturbance to a minimum, Meng Niu would have happily reduced the entire Jiang residence to rubble with a single swing. Meanwhile, Kaisei wielded her snake sword, her movements swift and serpentine as she darted through the crowd. Wherever she passed, bodies were sliced apart. The Jiang family cultivators couldn't even catch a glimpse of her shadow. On the other side, Bai Yuan wore dazzling gauntlets and threw a punch at the air. A powerful blast of wind from his punch swept through the Jiang family forces like a tornado, leaving no survivors in its wake. In the blink of an eye, countless people in the Jiang residence lay dead. Facing Meng Niu and the other two, the Jiang family forces couldn't resist at all. All they could do was scatter and flee in terror. Meng Niu, Kaisei, and Bai Yuan revealed proud and satisfied expressions. Finally, for the first time in ages, they felt the power and dominance of being monster kings again. Since following Ning Yechen, they had almost forgotten they were once the strongest monster kings in the monster domain forest. They had practically turned into mere pets. No, worse than pets. At least pets could occasionally throw tantrums and disobey their owners, but they didn't dare to. But even with Meng Niu and the other two mercilessly slaughtering the Jiang family forces, Yu Qingyu remained unimpressed. She frowned slightly, dissatisfied with their performance. "Is that how you serve the Demon Lord?" Yu Qingyu descended lightly from the sky, landing before Meng Niu and the other two with a look of disapproval. The three of them froze, halting their slaughter. They looked at Yu Qingyu with bewildered and fearful expressions, unsure what they had done wrong, but not daring to question her. "Since you've been taken in by the Demon Lord, you are now considered part of the Demon Realm. As members of the Demon Realm, you must show no mercy to our enemies." Yu Qingyu's cold voice carried a sharp reprimand. Meng Niu and the other two were dumbfounded. Their methods were still considered merciful, but they were already quite ruthless. "When I said to eliminate them, I didn't mean you should simply kill them. Killing them so quickly won't give them any chance to feel pain. That is being merciful to them. Anyone who dares to oppose the demon realm must suffer endless torment, despair, and regret before they die." Yu Qingyu's expression was icy, her eyes flashing with a chilling light, her lips curved into a terrifyingly sinister smile. Despite her elegant and beautiful appearance, her words and expression sent shivers down everyone's spine. Meng Niu and the other two stood still in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to proceed. "Forget it. Let me demonstrate the proper methods of the demon realm." Yu Qingyu's gaze fell on Jiang Ming, who was hiding behind the crowd in fear. She said lightly, "Take your own life. Witness your death in pain and regret." As her words fell, Jiang Ming's body suddenly moved against his will. "And my hands, they're not listening to me. What are you doing to me? Someone help. Save me." Jiang Ming screamed in terror as his hand picked up a short sword from the ground of its own accord. Before the horrified gazes of everyone present, he started stabbing the sword into his own body, disassembling himself piece by piece. First, he completely severed his arms, then his thighs. Finally, he plunged the sword into his abdomen, slicing it open. His agonized screams echoed throughout the Jiang residence. His face twisted in fear and pain until he finally cut open his abdomen completely and died in utter despair. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Ming's harrowing screams continued to reverberate in everyone's ears, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Even the seasoned cultivators, hardened by years of training and experience, were left with nothing but endless terror. Meanwhile, Yuqingyu watched the spectacle unfold with a serene, almost admiring smile. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. This woman was a devil incarnate. Meng Niu and the other two were frozen in shock. They prided themselves on their countless kills and cruelty, but compared to Yuqingyu, they were practically merciful. The remaining Jiang family forces were already scared out of their wits, not daring to face Yuqingyu at all. They scattered in all directions, hoping to escape. Naively, they thought splitting up might give them a chance. But as they jumped into the air, silent shadows emerged from the void, slashing down the fleeing figures one by one. No one knew where these shadows had come from or when they had been lying in wait. Desperate, the survivors huddled together, realizing there was no escape. It was the head of the Jiang family. Yuqingyu asked calmly, her tone devoid of urgency, as she walked forward gracefully, every step exuding elegance and composure. Without hesitation, the crowd pushed Jiang Zhen, who was hiding in the back, to the front. Respected senior, the one you're looking for is Jiang Zhen. He's the head of the Jiang family. Yes, this has nothing to do with us. Senior, please have mercy and spare us. Senior, I don't know the Jiang family that well. I just came here for dinner. The Jiang family is guilty of heinous crimes. How about we help you wipe them out? Just please let us go. The crowd begged incessantly, each offering desperate pleas for Yuqingyu's mercy. Some even proposed exterminating the Jiang family themselves in exchange for a chance to live. The rest quickly nodded in agreement. After all, if the Jiang family hadn't provoked such a terrifying figure, none of this would have happened tonight. Sacrificing the Jiang family to save themselves was a no-brainer. Jiang Zhen stared at the crowd in utter disbelief. These were the same people who had just pledged their loyalty to the Jiang family moments ago, but now they were suggesting wiping out his entire family. These were the same people who had fawned on Jiang family during its heyday, and he had given them countless rewards and favors. I only want Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li, Yuqingyu said as calmly as ever, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. The crowd immediately understood her meaning. Without hesitation, they stormed into the residence, dragged out Jiang Li, who had been lying on top of several women, and threw him at Jiang Zhen's feet. Even as the Jiang family faced total annihilation and with his lower body paralyzed, Jiang Li had still been indulging in debauchery, oblivious to the chaos outside. Thrown to the ground, Jiang Li, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, let out a pained howl as his disabled legs hit the ground. Enraged, he screamed at those who had dragged him out. Are you rebelling? How dare you treat me like this? I'm the eldest young master of the Jiang family. Do you have a death wish? I'll have your heads cut off for this. Guards! Guards! It was clear that Jiang Li still had no idea what was happening. The crowd looked at him in silent pity and anger. Jiang Li finally sensed something was wrong and glanced around. Only then did he notice the bloody corpses and severed limbs littering the courtyard, with streams of blood pooling everywhere. His greatest source of confidence, his father, Jiang Zhen, was kneeling on all fours, trembling uncontrollably. Old man, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Jiang Li called out to Jiang Zhen, but received no response. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Jiang Li turned his head and was met with the sight of Yuqingyu, her cold and otherworldly beauty staring down at him. So beautiful! Jiang Li's first thought was appreciation, and his gaze unconsciously revealed a lewd look as a lascivious smirk spread across his face. Truly the lowest of insects. Yu Qingyo's heart was full of disgust at Jiang Li's expression, but her lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Senior, we've delivered the Jiang father and son to you. Now, could you? The remaining survivors begged Yu Qingyu, trembling. You've done well. You may leave. Yu Qingyo's smile deepened. Thank you, Senior. The crowd's faces lit up with joy. But before they could celebrate, Yu Qingyu spoke again. As a reward for your obedience, I'll make your departure less painful. You will now kill each other. Senior, wait. You said you would, Ugh. One man stepped forward in panic, trying to plead further, but before he could finish, a blade pierced his chest from behind. You! The man turned around in disbelief to face his attacker, who frantically shook his head and stammered. It wasn't me. My hands, they're not listening to me. No sooner had he spoken than the attacker himself was run through by another blade from the side. In an instant, chaos erupted. The crowd began slaughtering each other in a frenzy, each claiming they didn't want to fight, but their bodies moved uncontrollably. The air filled with screams and wails, and blood splattered everywhere. Before long, only one person remained standing amidst the sea of corpses, his body pierced by dozens of blades. Covered in blood, he lifted his weapon with trembling hands, slit his own throat, and fell lifelessly to the ground. The scene petrified Jiang Li, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, he finally understood the terrifying power of the woman before him. Please don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Anything the Jiang family has is yours. Jiang Li began begging Yu Qingyu desperately. Don't worry. The Supreme Demon Lord wishes to see you, so I won't kill you. Yu Qingyo's tone was icy and calm. If the Demon Lord hadn't personally requested to meet Jiang Li, she would have killed him long ago. Just his previous insults toward the Demon Lord and his wife, coupled with how he had just looked at her, were enough to kill him 1,000 times over. Demon Lord? Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li repeated the title in confusion, their minds racing to figure out who she was referring to. When had the Jiang family provoked such a figure? As the father and son were lost in thought, Ning Yechen slowly descended from the sky. Around him, hundreds of shadowy guards emerged from the darkness, bowed deeply with their hands over their hearts, and chanted in unison, All hail the Demon Lord. Even Yu Qingyu stepped aside gracefully, bowed slightly with a hand over her chest, and said softly, Demon Lord. As for Meng Niu and the other two, they had long since dropped to the ground, lying flat like obedient pets. After all, pets needed to know their place. Ning Yechen strode past his bowing guards and stood before Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li. The father and son looked up at him, their expressions twisting in shock and disbelief. It's you. Jiang Zhen lifted his trembling body and pointed a shaking finger at Ning Yechen. You're that woman's husband. He never could have imagined that the one who had easily defeated the Sacred Lotus sect leader, Song Yin, the one who had destroyed the Jiang family overnight, would be that woman's husband. This person, apart from his refined and handsome appearance, seemed entirely unremarkable. The first time Jiang Zhen had laid eyes on Ning Yechen, he hadn't even given him a second glance. Jiang Li also raised his head to look at Ning Yechen, his face filled with disbelief. The same man he had once ridiculed as a pretty boy was now called the Demon Lord by these people. Seeing the Jiang father and son dare to lift their heads and look directly at Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu immediately frowned and coldly reprimanded. Do you ants think you can look directly at the Demon Lord? Kneel. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li immediately collapsed to their knees, their heads bowed, completely immobilized. Not even raising their heads was possible. If the Demon Lord has not given you permission to speak, you ants have no right to open your mouths. Yu Qingyo's tone carried clear dissatisfaction for their insolence. If not for the Demon Lord's presence, she would have long since made them understand what it truly meant to wish for death. It seems you're quite surprised to see me here. Ning Yechen smiled coldly, looking down at the kneeling Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li. He had come personally to ensure they understood exactly who they had offended and also to finish what he hadn't been able to do while by Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye's side. That day, You disrespected my wife and offended me. It's time to settle the debt. Ning Yechen raised his hand and clenched it toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li's limbs immediately twisted and compressed, his body folding in on itself until it was nearly spherical. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Father, save me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jiang Li wailed and cried out in agony, desperately begging for forgiveness while pleading with his kneeling father. Jiang Zhen trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear, unable to spare a thought for Jiang Li. If anything, he hated his incompetent son to the core at this moment. If not for him, the Jiang family might not have ended up like this today. Decades of the Jiang family's legacy destroyed, all because of this worthless, spoiled son. After compressing Jiang Li to nearly a ball-like shape, Ning Yechen released his grip, choosing not to crush him further and end his life. He wanted Jiang Li to remain in this state, enduring the excruciating pain of his twisted and broken body. When Jiang Li had teased Luo Ruiying in front of him, Ning Yechen had wanted nothing more than to kill him on the spot. Letting him live a little longer was only so he could watch the Jiang family's downfall and annihilation with his own eyes. Now, however, Ning Yechen changed his mind. There was no rush to kill him. He would let Jiang Li wail in regret and misery for a while longer. Ning Yechen turned his gaze to the kneeling Jiang Zhen and smiled faintly. I heard you specifically contacted the Sacred Lotus sect to kill my wife. You even declared you wouldn't spare a single soul. Jiang Zhen's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart sank into utter despair. He knows everything he had planned and prepared over the past few days. Ning Yechen knew it all. Jiang Zhen understood that death was inevitable tonight, likely a gruesome one. The Jiang family of Nanli City would disappear from the world, and he felt an odd sense of peace in the face of it. Opposing someone so terrifying, the Jiang family's doom had long been sealed. Your Excellency, may I ask you a few questions before I die? Jiang Zhen knelt and pleaded. An ant dares to ask the demon lord questions? Yu Qingyo's brows furrowed coldly. Her terrifying aura bore down on Jiang Zhen, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood as if his internal organs had been crushed. Ning Yechen raised a hand, signaling Yu Qingyu to withdraw her aura. He addressed Jiang Zhen indifferently. Speak. I'll let you die with clarity. Thank you. Your Excellency, I only wish to know, were the Qi family's meridian recovery medicine and immortality pill given to them by you? Jiang Zhen lay weakly on the ground, his face pale, yet he still forced himself to ask. Before his death, he had to know the truth behind the Qi family's sudden acquisition of those two formulas. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He prided himself on his business acumen, believing it superior to the Qi families. When he had once worked under the Qi family, he had genuinely worked hard, managing a district on their behalf. Thanks to his efforts, the district's profits had grown several times. Yet instead of being rewarded, he was criticized and reprimanded by the Qi family. His downfall had come when he identified an opportunity. He realized that a particular rare herb would soon become scarce and began hoarding it, monopolizing the market and driving prices up several-fold. Due to this, he was inundated with complaints and scolded by the Qi family, whose principles favored benefiting the people over maximizing profit. Their values clashed, and later, when the Sacred Lotus sect approached the Qi family with an offer to dominate Nanli City, they refused outright. So Jiang Zhen reached out to the Sacred Lotus sect and used their influence to establish the Jiang family's current position. In his mind, he should never have lost to the Qi family. His philosophy wasn't wrong. Commerce existed to make profit. Ning Yechen was slightly surprised by Jiang Zhen's question. The obsession with uncovering the truth was written all over his face. Yes, I provided the meridian recovery medicine and immortality pill. I see. Then I didn't lose to the Qi family. Jiang Zhen's ghastly face relaxed into a relieved smile. Finally, he made one last plea to Ning Yechen. Your Excellency, I know there's no point in begging for my life. You won't spare me. I only ask that you give my son and me a swift death." Having witnessed the gruesome fates of everyone in the estate, Jiang Zhen couldn't pretend he wasn't afraid. After all, he was an ordinary man who had only tempered his body. How could he not be terrified? Even now, just looking at Yu Qingyu made him tremble uncontrollably and struggle to breathe. Hearing Jiang Zhen's plea, Jiang Li, writhing in agony, ignored his pain and roared in terror, "Old fool! If you want to die, die alone. I don't want to die. Please spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. Kill him and make me the Jiang family head. I'll give you everything." When Jiang Zhen saw his son's pitiful display, his face turned ashen, his heart filled with a mix of sadness and relief. With a son like this, even if not tonight, the Jiang family would have been doomed eventually. In the end, the Qi family had truly won after all. I can give you a swift death, but him? No. Ning Yechen mercifully granted Jiang Zhen a quick end out of a shred of respect for his remaining dignity and tossed a dagger in front of him. As for Jiang Li, there was no way he would let him off so easily. The moment Jiang Li set his sights on Luo Ruiying, his fate of a painful death had been sealed. Jiang Zhen cast one last glance at Jiang Li, who was still wailing in agony, and picked up the dagger from the ground. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his chest. Everything that happened was Jiang Li's doing, and he was just getting what he deserved. Jiang Zhen had undoubtedly failed as a father, but he had done all he could do for him. The dagger pierced Jiang Zhen's heart, and he collapsed, lifeless. Seeing this, Jiang Li howled even louder and begged for mercy. "Please, spare me. I'll give you the entire Jiang family. I don't want anything. Just let me live." Ning Yechen looked at Jiang Li with cold disdain. Did he still not understand what was happening? The destruction of the Jiang family wasn't about wealth. Even if the Jiang family's assets were thrown into his demon god palace, he would consider them a nuisance. What he wanted was the price for offending him. Ning Yechen raised his hand, preparing to compress Jiang Li into a flattened disc. The moment the process began, Jiang Li let out pig-like squeals of pain and terror. To Ning Yechen's surprise, Yu Qingyu suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Demon Lord, may I request you spare his life?" "Oh, what?" Ning Yechen paused and turned to her in confusion. In his memory, Yu Qingyu was never one to show mercy to insects like Jiang Li. To her, most beings in the six realms were nothing more than ants. In fact, among the denizens of the demon realm, Ning Yechen considered himself the most merciful, compared to his subordinates with disturbing tendencies. Yu Qingyu's beautiful, icy eyes glanced at Jiang Li, and her lips curled into a terrifying smile as she explained calmly, "Demon Lord, this man not only offended you, but also disrespected the madam. Killing him directly is too merciful a fate. Instead, why not allow me to send him to the demon realm's punishment hall?" The punishment hall, its name alone was enough to strike fear. It housed specialists in torture and execution, employing methods so cruel and horrifying that they were nigh unimaginable. Even existences from the heavenly realm shuddered at the mention of the punishment hall. Many would rather face death, even soul obliteration, than be captured and interrogated there. The screams and pleas for death in the punishment hall never ceased. Once captured inside, people never came back out. Even those with unshakable resolve would beg to confess everything by the second day. The punishment hall was a place even Ning Yechen found nauseating after his singular visit. It had been established in ancient times and upheld by generations of demon lords as a means of maintaining order in the chaotic demon realm. Although Ning Yechen had attempted to abolish the punishment hall several times, he faced strong opposition from many of his demon generals and subordinates. They argued that its existence was crucial for deterring treachery within the demon realm and ensuring those who offended the demon lord received proper retribution. Given the instability of the demon realm and the fact that Ning Yechen had still been consolidating his rule at the time, he had allowed it to remain. And when he tired of being the demon lord and left, he had largely forgotten about the punishment hall. Yu Qingyu's suggestion brought it back to mind. After a moment of consideration, Ning Yechen nodded. Very well. I leave him to you. Thank you, Demon Lord. I assure you won't be disappointed. Yu Qingyu responded with delight. Shall I provide you with regular updates on his punishment? Ning Yechen waved his hands in refusal. No need. Just the thought of it made him lose his appetite. Understood, Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu approached Jiang Li and ordered the nearby shadow guards. Take him to the punishment hall in the demon realm. Inform the warden, Tian Xing, that this ant has offended the demon lord and madam. He'll know what to do. Make sure he remains alive. If he dies, Tian Xing will be the next to face punishment. Understood. Two shadow guards dragged Jiang Li into a twisting rift in the void. Where are you taking me? Let me go. Jiang Li struggled as he was taken away like a powerless chick being, vanishing into the void. What awaited him was an entirely new and stimulating life. With the matter of the Jiang family resolved, Ning Yechen turned to leave, eager to return home and warm his bed with his wife. Before departing, he noticed Song Yin lying on the ground. She was twitching, her pupils dilated, her face frozen in a blank, dazed expression. She had just endured another round of Yu Qingyu's illusion, experiencing the agony of her body being stripped apart. When her eyes met Ning Yechen's, they filled with desperate pleading, silently begging him to end her suffering. He immediately recognized Yu Qingyu's handiwork. She had undoubtedly subjected Song Yin to the endless cycle of torment. Who is she? Demon Lord. Her name is Song Yin, the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect. She was the one who attempted to attack Madame tonight and was the Jiang family's backer. Yu Qingyu replied nonchalantly. The ants in the city and outskirts have all been dealt with. Ning Yechen hesitated briefly before raising his hand. In an instant, Song Yan's body dissolved into nothingness. He granted her a swift end. In the past, he might not have been so lenient. But after spending time with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, he decided to show some mercy. After all, he didn't want his beloved wife and daughter to think he was excessively cruel. Sigh, I'm too kind. Yu Qingyu hadn't expected Ning Yechen to end Song Yan's life directly, but she respected all of the Demon Lord's decisions. She even praised him. As expected of you, Demon Lord, your mercy is unparalleled in the entire demon realm. Enough, enough. Clean up everything thoroughly. I don't want any major disturbances tomorrow. With a casual wave, Ning Yechen disappeared. Yu Qingyu stayed behind, directing everyone to erase all traces of the events. Just as she finished, a message came. Lady Left Guardian, someone else has arrived. More ants. Yu Qingyu's delicate brows furrowed, her face showing clear displeasure. All these pests appearing tonight was starting to irritate her. Who are they? They seem to be from Nanli Academy in Nanli City, the Shadow Guard reported before hesitantly asking. Lady Left Guardian, should we eliminate them all? No need. You're not to act. I'll handle them myself, Yu Qingyu ordered after a brief moment of thought. Before arriving in Nanli City, Yu Qingyu had already gathered basic information about everything in the city. Nanli Academy, the city's main force for training cultivators and maintaining public order, had likely detected the unusual disturbances tonight. While it would be easier to wipe out the academy along with everything else, the Demon Lord had already said he didn't want too much commotion. If Nanli Academy disappeared overnight, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar and might create unnecessary trouble for the Demon Lord. Thus, she decided to deal with the matter personally. Leaving the cleanup of the Jiang family to her subordinates, Yu Qingyu put on a mask and vanished into the night. Under the moonlit sky, Xiajua, the headmaster of Nanli Academy, led a group of cultivators flying swiftly towards the Jiang residence, his face filled with doubt. According to the information he had received, the Sacred Lotus sect had already begun their operation, yet throughout the city, he hadn't encountered a single trace of the sect. The city was unusually quiet and peaceful, without any sign of chaos. Most strangely, the entire Sacred Lotus sect seemed to have disappeared without a trace. His scouts he had sent to the city also reported nothing. This was far too odd. Just as Xiajua approached the Jiang residence with his doubts swirling in his mind, a masked figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Who are you?" Xiajua asked vigilantly, unable to sense even a trace of the woman's aura. "You are Xiajua, headmaster of Nanli Academy, correct?" Yu Qingyu asked indifferently. "I am. May I ask who you are and why you are blocking my path?" Xiajua frowned, his guard up. He instinctively assumed she was someone sent by the Sacred Lotus sect to stop him. "Block you? Don't flatter yourself." Yu Qingyu scoffed coldly. "Killing you would only take an instant. The only reason I haven't is because the Supreme One showed you mercy." Xiajua's expression changed to one of surprise. While he didn't consider himself the strongest, his divine being realm cultivation made him one of the most powerful individuals in the southern province. Apart from the now-vanished Almighty Combat Hall's Wu Kuang and the Sacred Lotus Sect Song Yin, he was unrivaled in strength. Yet this mysterious woman spoke with such arrogance, claiming she could kill him in an instant. And who was this Supreme One she spoke of? Before Xiajua could ask further, Yu Qingyu continued calmly. "I'm only here to inform you. If you are here about the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect, you could turn back. The Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect have already been wiped from existence." What? You mean the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect have been destroyed? Xiajua and the cultivators behind him were instantly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They knew the power of the Sacred Lotus sect well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so cautious around them. Ever since the Almighty Combat Hall disappeared, the Sacred Lotus sect had reigned supreme, practically unmatched. Yet she claimed the Sacred Lotus sect had been annihilated? From the time Xiajua received news of the sect's operation to now, not even half an hour had passed. Could the sect really have been completely destroyed in such a short time? It sounded impossible, but given the eerie absence of the Sacred Lotus sect's presence in the city, Xiajua couldn't help but feel a cold chill and start to believe her words. "By tomorrow, you'll hear the news of the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect's disappearance," Yu Qingyu said coldly. "It's a small punishment for daring to offend the Supreme One." Xiajua felt a bone-deep chill, an unprecedented fear filling his heart. Even when facing Song Yan, he had never felt such powerlessness and dread. Who exactly had the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect provoked to meet such an end? "Leave now while I'm still feeling merciful before I change my mind and deal with you myself." Although terrified, Xiajua gathered his courage and asked, "And may I ask, who is the Supreme One?" "A mere ant like you dares to inquire about the Supreme One's name? The Supreme One dislikes being disturbed. You do well not to investigate things you shouldn't. Otherwise, Nanli Academy might be next." With that, Yu Qingyu's figure shimmered and vanished into thin air. Xiajua stood frozen, still reeling in shock. When had such a terrifying force arrived in Nanli City without his knowledge? Soon after, he received reports confirming that the Qi family and the city itself were unharmed, but the Sacred Lotus sect had been completely obliterated. The speed of the annihilation was so swift that Xiajua didn't even have time to react. At this moment, soft snowflakes began to fall across the city, blanketing everything in white. Xiajua shivered involuntarily, his body cold and trembling. It feels like tonight's snow is colder than any other years. Without hesitation, he ordered all members of Nanli Academy to withdraw and ignore the Qi family and any other events. They were not to investigate further. Tonight, nothing had happened. After leaving Xiajua, Yu Qingyu did not immediately return to Ning Yechen's side. Instead, she made her way directly to the Sacred Lotus sect's headquarters. Without any attempt to conceal herself, she strode into the sect's grounds with calm elegance. The final remaining Golden Lotus envoy of the sect flew forward to block her path. "Who dares trespass in the Sacred Lotus sect?" "Shatter." Yu Qingyu didn't spare him a glance as she uttered a single word. In the next instant, the Golden Lotus envoy's body split apart into countless pieces, and he died on the spot. The other disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect were struck dumb with terror and disbelief. The Golden Lotus envoy, second only to their leader, had been killed with just one word. Yu Qingyu didn't waste another moment on the remaining ants and softly murmured, "Perish." With a deafening explosion, the entire Sacred Lotus sect was obliterated from its center, the shockwave engulfing everything and spreading for 100 miles. When the dust settled, the Sacred Lotus sect's grounds had become nothing but a bottomless abyss. From this night forward, the Sacred Lotus sect ceased to exist. The night deepened, and snow began to fall. People on the streets started heading home one after another. The bustling and lively roads grew quiet, with only a few figures lingering under the dim lights. Luo Ruiying stood at the entrance of the street, holding Luo Hongye in her arms, her gaze fixed on the distant end of the road. After parting with Ning Yechen, she hadn't immediately returned home. Instead, she chose to wait here on the only path leading back, hoping to see him return. She wanted to take the opportunity tonight, during the New Year's festival, to give him the gift she had prepared. Luo Hongye, having walked with her for quite some time, was now fast asleep in her arms. Ning Yechen originally planned to sneak back home unnoticed, but when he saw Luo Ruiying waiting for him at the street corner with their child in his arms, he changed his mind. What's she doing out here in the cold instead of going home? A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he silently descended into a nearby alley. He pretended to be returning from the market and walked towards her. "Dear, welcome back. Weren't you going to buy something?" Luo Ruiying felt a sense of relief wash over her upon seeing Ning Yechen appear. She had been uneasy all night, suspecting that something unusual was happening in the city. She regretted letting him leave her side. Ning Yechen was only a mortal, and the city was full of cultivators. If danger arose, he wouldn't stand a chance. In addition to wanting to give him her gift, she had been waiting here out of concern for his safety. If he hadn't returned, she would have gone out to search for him. However, seeing him come back empty-handed puzzled her. After all, he had said he was going to buy something. She was curious about what it might be. Ning Yechen froze, only then remembering the excuse he had used earlier. He hadn't actually bought anything. Under Luo Ruiying's questioning gaze, he explained, when I got there, it was already closed." "Closed? On such a lively day?" she asked in confusion, though she didn't dwell on it. "Yes, maybe the owner took his family out to enjoy the festivities," Ning Yechen replied smoothly. After some thought, Luo Ruiying found the explanation reasonable. On such a festive occasion, it wasn't unusual for shop owners to close temporarily and join the celebrations with their families. "All right, dear, it's cold outside. Let's go home." Ning Yechen took her arm and gently led her home. But Luo Ruiying hesitated, her face tinged with embarrassment. "Wait, I have something for you." Ning Yechen stopped in his tracks and looked at her with eager anticipation. He had sensed earlier she might have something to say to him, and now he realized it was a gift. Seeing his excited expression, Luo Ruiying became even more bashful. After a moment of hesitation, she took out a silver-white, fluffy scarf from her arms and handed it to him. Initially, she had planned to knit him a sweater, just like she had done for Luo Hongye. However, as she worked on it, she felt the design didn't look quite right. Ning Yechen wasn't a child like Luo Hongye, who could wear anything. A plain-colored sweater without any pattern seemed too dull and unflattering. In the end, she decided to make a scarf instead and planned to give it to him tonight as a New Year gift. Ning Yechen held the scarf in his hands, his face lighting up with delight. It was warm to the touch. He had thought Luo Ruiying had only been busy knitting winter clothes for Luo Hongye and hadn't expected that she had made a scarf for him. "My wife is so wonderful. Thank you, dear." Ning Yechen stepped forward to pull Luo Ruiying into his arms, his hands wrapping around her slender waist. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly. Fortunately, the presence of Luo Hongye between them kept their bodies from being too close. "All right, let's go home," she murmured, her face slightly flushed. Seeing how much he liked her gift made her happy. It was her first time giving a gift to someone outside her family. "Dear, I have a request. Can you grant it?" Ning Yechen asked, his arms still around her, his eyes locked on hers. Having spent the evening surrounded by people and later interrupted by the Sacred Lotus sect, this moment of privacy was a rare opportunity he wasn't going to waste. HM? What is it? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. It was rare for Ning Yechen to make such a formal request. He smiled faintly and leaned closer to whisper something in her ear. Luo Ruiying's face immediately turned a deep shade of red. She hesitated, glancing around nervously before asking softly, "Now?" "Here." "Yes." Ning Yechen smiled and nodded seriously. After confirming once more that no one else was around, Luo Ruiying, her cheeks still flushed, shyly called out in a soft voice, "Husband." "That's right." Ning Yechen's request was for her to call him husband. While she had addressed him as such in public before, doing so privately, face to face, was a first for her, and it felt difficult to say. Ning Yechen simply said he wanted to hear her call him that again. With no one else around, she decided to indulge his request. Hearing her soft, bashful voice calling him husband filled Ning Yechen's heart with joy. Looking at her shy and beautiful face, he couldn't resist cupping her cheeks with his hands and leaning closer. Luo Ruiying's heart pounded wildly, and a nervous anticipation built within her. She closed her eyes slowly and tilted her lips forward slightly. Although she had once thought about killing him after losing her innocence to him, she had never truly blamed him. After all, it had been her who had forced the situation. Over time, as she lived with him and saw how well he cared for her and their child, she came to appreciate him. She no longer regretted giving herself to him that night. She deeply cherished this life with him and their child. Since she had already devoted herself to him and bore his child, she now fully accepted him as her one and only husband. "Dear, please take care of me for the rest of my life." Ning Yechen traced his fingers gently across her soft, fair cheeks. With these heartfelt words, he leaned in and kissed her inviting lips. A soft, tender moan escaped as their lips met, entwining in a deep and passionate kiss. It was their first time kissing each other passionately with such clarity of mind. Luo Ruiying's face turned an enchanting shade of red as she surrendered to the moment. When their lips finally parted, Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen with shy, dreamy eyes and gently nodded, responding to his earlier confession. Just as Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were lost in their tender moment, several heads popped out from the other side of the alley, one above the other, peeking intently. They kissed. They kissed. The Demon Lord and Madam kissed. This important occasion must be recorded. Quick, quick, notify the Lady Left Guardian that her plan was a success. The fireworks. Hurry, get the fireworks ready. Yi Tianxin and the others were more excited than Ning Yechen himself, their faces full of joy as they barked out orders. How could such a perfect moment not have the accompaniment of fireworks? Standing with their backs to Luo Ruiying, they were perfectly visible to Ning Yechen, who nearly jumped in shock. Why are these guys still secretly following me? Ning Yechen immediately glared at his peeping subordinates, his eyes full of menace. Frightened, they ducked their heads back behind the wall, only to cautiously peek out again moments later. What's wrong? Luo Ruiying asked in puzzlement when she noticed the hint of panic in Ning Yechen's expression and the ferocity in his gaze. Just as she was about to turn her head to follow his gaze, he quickly cupped her face with both hands and redirected her gaze back to him. There was no way he could let her find out about those troublemakers. Under her puzzled gaze, Ning Yechen remained silent and lowered his head to kiss her soft, cherry-red lips again. MMM. Luo Ruiying was surprised at first, her body tense, but she gradually relaxed, and her shy, rosy tongue timidly responded to Ning Yechen's. At this moment, a streak of light shot into the night sky and exploded into brilliant fireworks that illuminated the dark firmament. The people of Namli City looked out their windows in curiosity, watching the vibrant display. Strange, fireworks at this hour. Wasn't there already a fireworks show earlier? Are there two tonight? Well, no matter. Watching it again from home is a treat. As the colorful fireworks lit up the night one after another, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held each other tightly, sharing a passionate kiss. After what felt like an eternity, the two reluctantly parted. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with rare tenderness and shy affection, making her look even more endearing. Ning Yechen found himself momentarily entranced until they both noticed, out of the corner of their eyes, that Luo Hongye, who was supposed to be sound asleep in Luo Ruiying's arms, had woken up. The child's bright eyes blinked curiously as she watched her parents with innocent interest. When did the child wake up? Was it because of the fireworks? And did she see what we just did? Luo Ruiying's face burned a deep red as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Being caught by their child during such an intimate moment was utterly mortifying. Yay, why you're awake? Ning Yechen smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongye. Daddy, Mommy, what were you doing? The little girl asked innocently, her head tilted in curiosity. Her question made Luo Ruiying's cheeks flush even more. Yay, Daddy was just playing a game with Mommy, Ning Yechen explained with a serious expression. He had to come up with something. The child was too young to understand those things. A game? I want to play too. I want to play with Daddy and Mommy. Luo Hongye raised her little hands excitedly. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a helpless look. Then, smiling warmly, they each kissed one of Luo Hongye's chubby cheeks. Your turn, Ye. Giggling happily, Luo Hongye planted a kiss on both her parents' cheeks in return. The family of three walked hand in hand back home. Following between them, Luo Hongye called out in her sweet, babyish voice, Let's go. We're going home, going home. In the shadows, Yi Tianxin and the others wiped their tear-streaked faces, deeply moved by the scene. Sniff, sniff. This is so wonderful. The demon lord and his wife were so loving. Surely, it wouldn't be long before a second little prince or princess was born. Late at night, in the bedroom, after putting Luo Hongye to sleep, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen also lay down on the bed. This time, Luo Hongye wasn't sleeping between them. Instead, she lay nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms. Without the child separating them, Ning Yechen was free to wrap his arm around Luo Ruiying's waist and pull her close to his chest. The child is still sleeping. You'd better not try anything strange, Luo Ruiying mumbled. Her face flushed as she turned her back to him. Despite her shyness, she didn't push him away. Don't worry, dear. It's cold tonight, and I just want to hold you while we sleep, Ning Yechen whispered in her ear. I promise I won't do anything strange. With the romantic atmosphere lingering from earlier, Ning Yechen relished the rare chance to hold her like this. Her back was warm against him, and her faint, delicate fragrance was incredibly soothing. He liked it very much. Realizing he only wanted to cuddle, Luo Ruiying gradually relaxed. Hearing him mention the cold, she even shifted closer, pressing her soft body against his chest. Her warmth should help him stay comfortable. As she nestled closer, she felt a strange tenderness. She never imagined she would one day lie in a man's arms, feeling protected like this. And the man was a mere mortal. My dear, if one day I'm no longer here, promise me you'll raise Ye well, she said softly, her fingers gently stroking the sleeping child in her arms. Let her live as an ordinary child. Her voice trembled slightly as she rested her head against Ning Yechen's chest. Although she loved her current life, the more she loved it, the more afraid she became, afraid that it might all be taken away. The heavenly realm was likely still searching for her and her daughter, and she worried about dragging Ning Yechen into the danger. Moreover, her life was sustained by an artificial heart, and she had no idea how long it would last. She even considered leaving alone to protect them, but she couldn't bear to part with her child or their life together. Sensing her sorrow, Ning Yechen tightened his embrace and said softly, Dear, don't let your thoughts wander. I'm here. As long as I'm here, you and our child will be safe. No one will ever hurt you again. His words sent a gentle tremor through her heart. She smiled secretly, feeling a deep sense of reassurance. He's just a mortal, yet he dares to say he'll protect me, a heavenly being, and our child. How ridiculous! And yet she didn't dislike it. In fact, she found it endearing. His words were enough for her. Luo Ruiying nestled peacefully in Ning Yechen's arms and gradually drifted off to sleep. However, not long after, her eyes flew open in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She glanced back at the still sleeping Ning Yechen with a pouty glare. Why is this man's hand so restless even when he's asleep? The next morning, a piece of shocking news quickly spread throughout Nanli City. Overnight, everyone in the Jiang family estate had disappeared without a trace. The entire estate was empty, from the Jiang family members to the servants and guards. The estate was eerily deserted. There were no signs of struggle, no evidence left behind, not even a single person in sight. Some speculated that the Jiang family realized they could no longer remain in Nanli City, so they had packed up and left in the middle of the night. But this speculation was soon refuted by others. Everything in the estate had been left untouched. Nothing suggested a hurried move. Even if they had moved with hundreds of people, including servants and guards, how could they leave the city so silently that no one noticed? Others guessed that the Qi family must have a powerful backer, and it was this force that had secretly taken action to wipe out the Jiang family overnight. But this speculation seemed even less credible than the first and was largely dismissed as a joke. If the Qi family really had such a powerful backer, would they have endured being suppressed by the Jiang family for decades? Moreover, the Jiang family had the Sacred Lotus sect behind them. After the mysterious disappearance of the Almighty Combat Hall, the Sacred Lotus sect had become the most powerful force in the southern province. Who could possibly challenge the Sacred Lotus sect, the force behind the Jiang family? The disappearance of the Jiang family became the talk of the city, an unsolved mystery that dominated conversations throughout Nanli City that day. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Ning Yechen's home, he and his family were enjoying a warm, peaceful breakfast together. Unlike her usual habit of sitting in her parents' laps to be fed, Luo Hongye was sitting beside Ning Yechen this morning. On her other side was Yu Qingyu, carefully feeding her spoonfuls of porridge. Seeing Luo Hongye eat the food she offered, her cold, composed face softened into a gratified and moved smile. The little princess accepted the food I fed her. She was deeply moved. This moment would add a glorious chapter to her record in the demon realm. She would surely fulfill her duty as the demon realm's overseer and raise the little princess like her own granddaughter, guiding her to greatness. Sitting nearby, Luo Ruiying secretly observed Yu Qingyu. Ever since Yu Qingyu arrived, she often found herself watching her. Her manners and poise were impeccable, her work meticulous and reliable, and she managed the household with remarkable efficiency. She was unfailingly respectful and polite toward Luo Ruiying, and her affection for Luo Hongye was unparalleled. It was clear that Yu Qingyu enjoyed taking care of children. Whenever the opportunity arose, she was always enthusiastic and eager to help, as if she treated Luo Hongye like her own child. Big sister Yu wants more? Luo Hongye leaned toward Yu Qingyu with her mouth open wide. Delighted, Yu Qingyu fed another spoonful of porridge to the little girl, then gently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. The little princess is still growing. She needs to eat well. In the future, she will surely become someone as extraordinary as the demon lord himself. Yu Qingyu began pondering what precious medicinal dishes or divine beast meat she could prepare to further nurture the little princess. Just as she was deep in thought, planning Luo Hongye's diet, a knock sounded on the courtyard gate. It was undoubtedly none other than Qi Yuan. Big sister Luo, big brother Ning, little Ye, Qi Yuan greeted Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying cheerfully before rushing over to Luo Hongye. As usual, she reached out to pinch the little girl's round, chubby cheeks. No matter how many times she saw her, little Ye was just too adorable. Her soft, squishy cheeks were irresistible. But soon, Qi Yuan felt a cold, piercing gaze fixed on her, and the hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Turning her head, she was met with Yu Qingyu's icy stare. Yu Qingyu's hand clenched a spoon with such force that it shattered into pieces. What? This beautiful older sister is way too scary. Did she just crush a spoon with her bare hand? This has to be a threat, right? Definitely a threat. Qi Yuan's face turned pale with fear. To this day, she still didn't understand why Yu Qingyu was so hostile toward her. Yu Qingyu barely restrained the murderous intent in her heart as she transmitted a message to Ning Yechen. Demon Lord, can I kill her? You've already asked me this question before. Rejected. Ning Yechen replied exasperatedly. If every person who liked his daughter and pinched her cheeks had to be killed, the world would be a much smaller place. Meanwhile, Meng Niu and the other two sat nearby, looking at Qi Yuan with a mix of envy and admiration. This woman is so lucky. Not only can she boldly pinch the little princess's cheeks, but she even gets to live afterward. Especially considering Yu Qingyu already want her dead. Miss Qi, since you're here, have a seat, Luo Ruiying said with a smile, patting the empty spot beside her. Qi Yuan immediately ran over to sit by Luo Ruiying, avoiding eye contact with Yu Qingyu. Was it just my imagination, or does it feel like this beautiful sister wants to kill me? After she took a moment to compose herself, her expression turned serious as she addressed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Big sister Luo, big brother Ning, you might not know yet, but something big happened in the city. Last night, the entire Jiang family disappeared without a trace from Nanli City. Even Nanli Academy said they couldn't investigate the matter. Although Qi Yuan was glad the Jiang family was gone, the situation was far too strange. How could an entire household of hundreds vanish overnight without anyone hearing or seeing anything? During a festive season, with people everywhere in the city, no less. She knew the Jiang family well and found it hard to believe they would leave willingly. The Jiang family disappeared? Luo Ruiying asked, visibly surprised. That's not all, big sister Luo. The entire Sacred Lotus sect was reportedly wiped out overnight, too. Qi Yuan continued, still shaken. The Sacred Lotus sect is the strongest sect in the southern province since the fall of the Almighty Combat Hall. The bizarre events in the southern province were becoming more frequent. First, the Almighty Combat Hall had disappeared, and now the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect. Yet no one knew who was behind it all. Luo Ruiying grew contemplative. She had little interest in the Jiang family. If not for Jiangli provoking her, she wouldn't have helped the Qi family win the commerce competition out of spite. She had already resolved that if the Jiang family dared to trouble her again, she would make them disappear herself. But it seemed someone else had beaten her to it. For the entire Jiang family to vanish overnight without her even noticing, the perpetrator's power had to be extraordinary. Luo Ruiying had a persistent feeling that a mysterious force was lurking in the city, something she couldn't detect. She could only hope it wouldn't involve her. All she wanted now was to live a peaceful, ordinary life with her family. Noticing Luo Ruiying's furrowed brows and worried expression, Ning Yechen gently reached over to hold her hand and offered her a warm, reassuring smile. A sense of calm washed over her heart, and she returned his smile with a faint, soft one of her own. Qi Yuan, who had been quietly observing the couple, smiled like an affectionate aunt when she saw them holding hands under the table. Is it just my imagination, or has the bond between big sister Luo and big brother Ning grown even deeper? Not wanting to disturb the sweet atmosphere, Qi Yuan shifted away from discussing troubling topics and instead asked, by the way, big sister Luo, big brother Ning, did you go see the firework display last night? Yes, we did, Luo Ruiying replied with a smile. It was truly beautiful. She felt grateful to Qi Yuan for recommending the fireworks display to her. Did you go up the hill? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Yes. Is something wrong with that? Luo Ruiying asked, puzzled. The hill was a designated viewing spot for fireworks, so she didn't understand why Qi Yuan asked this. Qi Yuan sighed and clenched her fists in frustration. There's nothing wrong with the spot, big sister Luo. But last night, the fireworks display was suddenly moved earlier without notice. The people responsible for lighting the fireworks were found asleep in a tree grove this morning. They don't remember anything that happened. And to make it worse, someone set up a fog formation at the entrance to the hill. No one could make it up there. Some people spent the entire night flying in circles inside the fog, and were found passed out at the base of the hill at dawn. Now, many cultivators in the city are searching for the culprit who pulled this prank. Because of the fog, not a single person from the city had made it up the hill to watch the fireworks. Hearing Luo Ruiying had been able to, Qi Yuan was surprised. Perhaps big sister Luo could do it because of her extraordinary strength. The fog couldn't trap her. Luo Ruiying, however, was quite curious about who could orchestrate such a prank. Her gaze instinctively shifted to Yu Qingyu, who had been the one to inform her of the change in the fireworks schedule last night. How did she know about it? Yu Qingyu sipped her tea gracefully, maintaining a calm, detached demeanor, as if none of it had anything to do with her. Only Ning Yechen knew full well that it was absolutely her doing. Daddy, having eaten her fill, Luo Hongye climbed out of her chair and nestled herself into Ning Yechen's lap, settling comfortably. Ning Yechen held her lovely and stroked her small, round head. The child's head was soft and smooth, fitting perfectly in his hand. Luo Hongye squinted her eyes in delight, her face radiating happiness. She only displayed such joy and contentment when she was in the arms of Ning Yechen or Luo Ruiying. From observing their interactions for a while now, Qi Yuan noticed that Luo Hongye rarely left the side of her parents. She was extremely shy around strangers and didn't like to interact with others, let alone play with children her age. It had taken Qi Yuan a long time and plenty of delicious snacks to earn a sliver of closeness with Luo Hongye. She's far too reliant on big sister Luo and big brother Ning. Big sister Luo, big brother Ning. The new year will soon be over, and Nanli Academy's annual enrollment season is about to begin. The academy offers not only advanced cultivation classes, but also elementary school classes and even a special kindergarten program for young children. Why don't you consider enrolling Liu Ye? Qi Yuan suggested. Nanli Academy was one of the most prestigious institutions in the southern province, and its kindergarten program would be perfect for a child like Luo Hongye. Hearing this suggestion, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen both paused and exchanged hesitant glances. They were well aware of Luo Hongye's dependence on them and her aversion to strangers, which stemmed from her traumatic childhood. She had spent her early years either hiding alone in desolate places or locked in dark dungeons, with little to no interaction with others. It was no wonder she found it difficult to trust or connect with people outside of her parents. Because of this, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying had always doted on her, eager to make up for the love and security she lacked growing up. Although they adored her clinginess, they also hoped she could open up to others and experience more of the world. What parent wouldn't want their child to grow into a cheerful and outgoing person? While Qi Yuan's suggestion made sense, the idea of sending Luo Hongye away from them, even for a few hours, made both parents reluctant and worried. Especially Luo Ruiying, the thought of not having Luo Hongye within her line of sight filled her with anxiety. Noticing their hesitation, Qi Yuan smiled reassuringly and patted her chest confidently. Big sister Luo, big brother Ning, don't worry. I'm enrolling in Nanli Academy as well. I'll make sure to take good care of little Ye. Her declaration immediately drew a disdainful look from Yu Qingyu. This mere aunt dares to claim she can protect the most precious princess of the demon realm? Laughable. Qi Yuan noticed Yu Qingyu's gaze and felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Why does it feel like this beautiful older sister is looking at me like she's looking at an insect? Miss Qi, are you planning to enroll in the academy instead of taking over your family business? Luo Ruiying asked curiously, surprised by Qi Yuan's decision. Qi Yuan straightened her posture, and her expression turned serious as she replied, "Thanks to you and big brother Ning, my family's business is thriving. Even without me, everything will run smoothly. More importantly, thanks to big brother Ning, I've regained my ability to cultivate. Now that my meridians are fully healed, I want to pursue my childhood dream of becoming a powerful cultivator, just like you, big sister Luo." In the past, her damaged meridians had made cultivation nearly impossible. But now that she had recovered completely, she was determined to join Nanli Academy and follow the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is not easy. I wish you the best, Miss Qi, Luo Ruiying said with an encouraging smile. She could tell Qi Yuan's determination was genuine, and with her natural talent, she believed Qi Yuan might one day make great. A graceful and beautiful young woman streaked across the sky like a rainbow, arriving above Nanli City. She looked down at the bustling streets below with a sharp, searching gaze. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ruiying. Fair skin, exquisite facial features, and unparalleled elegance. The difference, however, lay in her long hair that fell to her waist in a unique blend of black and white. It should be here. Luo Ruixin held a fragment of a broken sword in her hand, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the vast Nanli city below. Could my dear sister really be living here? After Ning Yechen's secret visit to the temple of goddess Luo, Luo Tianya had sensed something might have happened to his daughter Luo Ruiying. Thus, he sent Luo Ruiying's younger sister, Luo Ruixin, to search for her. The broken sword fragment in Luo Ruixin's hand was a piece of the Luo divine sword, broken long ago. This fragment had the ability to sense the location of the sword's main body. The closer it was to the sword, the more it would emit a faint glow, guiding its holder. In the heavenly realm, the fragment had remained unresponsive. But as soon as she secretly descended to the mortal realm, the fragment had begun to react. Following its guidance, Luo Ruixin first arrived at a small house deep in a monster domain forest. After examining the area, she found evidence that someone had been living there. Residual traces of the aura unique to the Luo divine clan still lingered faintly on the ground. She concluded that Luo Ruiying had indeed stayed there for some time, though it seemed she had moved after encountering some danger. Fearing her sister might have been in trouble, Luo Ruixin continued to search, relying on the sword fragment to guide her. Eventually, it led her to Nanli City. Now, as she hovered above the city, the fragment's glow had grown stronger and more frequent. Luo Ruixin was certain her sister was somewhere in the city. Clutching the fragment tightly, she descended into the streets to continue her search. What she didn't notice, however, was dark shadows emerging in the sky where she had been moments before. Heavenly King Cultivation. A person from the heavenly realm. Exterminate. The Demon Lord has ordered that any individual from the heavenly realm should be monitored and reported immediately. We should not act for now. With that, the shadows twisted and disappeared into the void again. At Ning Yechen's residence, Qi Yuan spent some time playing with Luo Hongye before leaving. The main reason for her departure was the constant icy gaze from Yu Qingyu, which made her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. She felt as though staying any longer would put her life in jeopardy. After Qi Yuan left, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying seriously contemplated whether to send Luo Hongye to the academy's kindergarten to interact with children her age. Since there were still a few days before Nanli Academy open enrollment, they decided to take their time weighing the decision. At this moment, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu received a transmission from one of their shadow guards. Demon Lord, Left Guardian, someone from the heavenly realm has appeared. It seems she is heading in your way. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu narrowed their eyes, a sharp glint of coldness flashing through their gazes. So those old fools from the hidden families of the heavenly realm couldn't resist sending someone again? Ning Yechen thought, good, just what I need. I've been looking for someone to interrogate about who's behind taking my wife's immortal bone and heart. One day, I'll make them return it. Demon Lord, allow me to handle this. Yu Qingyu immediately volunteered. She had learned about Luo Ruiying's loss of her heart and bone in the heavenly realm and her subsequent escape with Luo Hongye to the mortal realm. If the person approaching was involved in the pursuit of the demon realm's madam and little princess, Yu Qingyu would show no mercy. Anyone who dares harm the madam or little princess is declaring war on the entire demon realm. Go ahead. Remember to keep that person alive, Ning Yechen instructed, giving Yu Qingyu a sharp look. He was more worried that Yu Qingyu would go overboard and accidentally kill the intruder outright. Yu Qingyu nodded with a faint smile, then stood and politely excused herself to Luo Ruiying, claiming she was going out to buy some ingredients. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, watching Yu Qingyo's retreating figure in confusion. Didn't we just stock up on food a few days ago? Why would she need to buy more so soon? And was it just her imagination? Or did Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu exchange subtle glances earlier? It felt as though they were hiding something from her. Noticing Luo Ruiying's contemplative expression, Ning Yechen asked with a curious smile, "Is something the matter, dear? Has she figured something out?" "No, it's nothing." Luo Ruiying shook her head. "I must be overthinking things. Asking about it would make me seem distrustful of him." She firmly believed Ning Yechen wasn't the type to hide anything from her. There's no way he and Yu Qingyu could have some sort of special relationship, right? In the streets of Nanli City, guided by the sword fragment, Luo Ruixin steadily approached Ning Yechen's courtyard. As the fragment's pull grew stronger, her heart filled with anticipation. "It seems my sister is nearby." But the next instant, Luo Ruixin stopped in her tracks, her expression turning serious. Her eyes scanned her surroundings with extreme vigilance. The lively chatter and bustling noise of the city had vanished, and the once crowded street was now eerily deserted and utterly silent. Yet she could feel numerous pairs of eyes fixed on her, watching her every move. Too focused on the sword fragment, Luo Ruixin hadn't noticed the change in her surroundings until now. A chill ran down her spine. She, a heavenly queen, was suddenly on high alert. From the end of the street, Yu Qingyu emerged and walked calmly toward her. Luo Ruixin instinctively tightened her grip on her sword, her brows knitting in suspicion. She couldn't sense any cultivation from this woman. There was no spiritual energy emanating from her at all. Is she far stronger than me? Or is she simply masking her strength? Yu Qingyo's cold gaze met Luo Ruixin's, but just as she was about to speak, she noticed the spiritual energy radiating from Luo Ruixin. The energy felt remarkably similar to that of the madam of the demon realm, Luo Ruiying. A closer look showed that Luo Ruixin's appearance bore a resemblance to Luo Ruiying's. Could she be related to the madam's family? Realizing this, Yu Qingyu silently called off the shadowy figures lurking nearby and replaced her cold demeanor with the polite smile of a maid. Luo Ruixin suddenly felt the oppressive, chilling aura around her dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingyu was gone, and the street had returned to its bustling state. The sense of danger she had felt just moments ago seemed to have vanished completely, as though it had never existed. Could it all have been my imagination? A few minutes after Yu Qingyu left, she returned home with a bag of groceries. Since she had used buying ingredients as an excuse to leave, she couldn't return empty-handed without raising Luo Ruiying's suspicions. Instead, she had casually grabbed some ingredients from the house next door, owned by Yi Tianshun, who ran a barbecue stand and always had a stockpile of prepared food. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, who were playing with Luo Hongye in the courtyard, were slightly surprised to see her back so quickly. "That was fast." "Yes, madam. I ordered these ingredients in advance, so I just want to pick them up." Yu Qingyu offered a perfectly reasonable explanation with ease. "I see." Luo Ruiying didn't suspect anything. Ning Yechen knew she hadn't been out to buy ingredients. Curious, he sent her a voice transmission. "Is it taken care of?" "No, Demon Lord," Yu Qingyu replied. "It seems the individual is someone from Madam's family." Hearing this, Ning Yechen became intrigued. "Someone from the Luo divine clan? Have they come looking for her?" While Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu exchanged mental messages, Luo Ruiying silently observed them. "So, it isn't just my imagination. They're definitely exchanging subtle glances. What could they be keeping from me?" For reasons she couldn't explain, Luo Ruiying felt a sudden heaviness in her chest, as if a stone were weighing on her heart. She quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss her thoughts. "Why am I overthinking this? Like some overly sensitive woman. That's not like me at all." At this moment, there was a soft knock on the courtyard door. Kaisei stepped forward to open it, revealing a young woman holding a broken sword fragment. "May I ask whom you're looking for?" Kaisei asked politely. Luo Ruxin frowned slightly upon seeing that the person who answered the door wasn't Luo Ruing. Could I have gotten the wrong house? But just as she was about to apologize for disturbing him and turn away, her gaze met someone in the courtyard. Ruxin! Luo Ruing exclaimed in shock. Sister! Luo Ruxin's face lit up with joy. In an instant, she dashed into the courtyard, threw herself into Luo Ruing's arms, and rubbed her cheek affectionately against her elder sister's chest like a playful child. Ning Yechen, watching from the side, felt a tinge of envy. That spot belongs to me and our daughter. What surprised him even more was the revelation that his wife had a younger sister. So, she's my sister-in-law. After the affectionate reunion, Luo Ruxin raised her head and studied her beloved sister, whom she hadn't seen in nearly 2 centuries. When she noticed Luo Ruing's once lustrous silver hair had turned completely black, her brows furrowed deeply, and anger flickered across her face. Sister, your hair. What happened? The defining trait of the Luo divine clan's bloodline was the transformation of black hair into shimmering silver strands. The purer the bloodline, the more vibrant the silver. Luo Ruing, who had fully awakened the ancient Luo divine clan's bloodline, had once possessed hair so radiant that it was the envy of the entire family. But now, her dazzling silver locks had turned into an ordinary black, a sign that her bloodline could no longer sustain her divine form. Luo Ruing gently touched her dark hair and said calmly, "A lot has happened. I can no longer maintain my Luo divine form." For Luo Ruing, losing her divine form and cultivation didn't matter anymore. She had already found solace in her current peaceful life. I can't believe this, Luo Ruxin muttered, her voice trembling with anger. What happened after you left the family? How could this happen? Why are you hiding here in the mortal realm? Her sister, once the shining star of the heavenly realm and a revered heavenly empress of the Luo divine clan, was now living in such a modest place. Luo Ruxin grabbed Luo Ruing's wrist to probe her condition, only to recoil in shock. Her face turned deathly pale. Her immortal bone is gone. Her heart is gone. Sister, your body. Yes, Luo Ruing said softly. As you can see, I'm now just a cultivator at the human immortal realm. Nothing more. She withdrew her arm and added with a faint smile, You've surpassed me now. Congratulations. Although Luo Ruing spoke lightly, Luo Ruxin couldn't contain her fury. Her face turned icy cold as she demanded, Sister, tell me who did this to you? I'll kill them. Luo Ruing had always been her idol, her inspiration to cultivate, and her most beloved sister. To see her in such a state was unbearable. All right, calm down, Luo Ruing said with a smile and pulled her sister into a comforting embrace. She whispered softly in her ear, You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine now, aren't I? As for what happened, don't ask anymore. Just pretend you don't know anything. Knowing the truth might not be good for you or the Luo divine clan. But sister, Luo Ruxin began, only to be silenced by Luo Ruing's delicate finger pressing against her lips. Even though Luo Ruing's cultivation had diminished, her authority as an elder sister remained unshaken. I understand, sister. Luo Ruxin nodded reluctantly. She realized Luo Ruing was likely trying to protect the family, which was why she had chosen this path. As Luo Ruxin prepared to ask more questions, her gaze fell on a small, doll-like child clutching Luo Ruing's leg and hiding behind her. What an adorable little girl. She even looks a bit like Sister did when she was a child. Her timid expression is so cute. Sister, whose child is this? Luo Ruxin asked, pointing at the little girl. Luo Ruing's cheeks flushed slightly as she scooped Luo Hongye into her arms and introduced shyly, This is my daughter. WH what? Luo Ruxin exclaimed, stunned with shock. The news was simply too overwhelming for her to process. She had never expected that not only would she find her sister, but her sister would even have a daughter. After over 2 centuries apart, her beloved elder sister now had a child. This was too sudden. She couldn't accept it. Her dearest sister had gotten married without her knowing. Sister. Who is it? Who's the scoundrel? Luo Ruxin demanded, her face full of anger. In her mind, no one in the entire world could possibly be worthy of her beautiful, powerful, kind, and gentle sister. Luo Ruiying's face turned slightly red as she reached out to hold Ning Yechen's arm and pulled him to her side. Ruxin, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Ning Yechen. Hello. Ning Yechen greeted with a friendly smile. Although she had just called him a scoundrel, he didn't take it to heart. She was his sister-in-law after all. Luo Ruxin turned her gaze to Ning Yechen, her expression growing even more stunned. Although she had noticed Ning Yechen standing beside Luo Ruiying as soon as she came in, she hadn't detected any spiritual energy from him and had automatically dismissed him as some kind of servant. But this man was her sister's husband, her brother-in-law. Luo Ruxin's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Ning Yechen like a suspect under interrogation. Her expression showed blatant disdain, even a tinge of killing intent. This scoundrel had defiled her beloved sister. Unforgivable, even though his looks were no worse than the man in the heavenly realm and could pass muster. She couldn't see anything special about him. With a frail, bookish appearance and no cultivation at all, he was obviously just an ordinary mortal. How could such a person be worthy of her sister? Sister, you actually married a man like this? Luo Ruxin pointed at Ning Yechen without hiding her contempt. Ning Yechen. He was speechless. Did he really look that bad? Hearing Luo Ruxin belittle Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu, standing to the side, furrowed her delicate brows. The demon lord was unmatched in strength and excellence. In the demon realm, there were enough women eager to bear his children to encircle the entire realm multiple times over. But this ignorant woman, who clearly had no discernment, dared to insult him. If she weren't his sister-in-law, Yu Qingyu would never have let her off so easily. Ruxin, Luo Ruiying scolded, her brows knitting tightly, her tone stern. You're being extremely rude. He is your brother-in-law. Apologize immediately. Under the pressure of her sister's authoritative demeanor, Luo Ruxin shrank back and dared not argue further. With clear unwillingness, she muttered to Ning Yechen, "Yes, sorry." Then she crossed her arms and shot him a sharp glare. "It's all your fault. You got me scolded by my sister." "Husband, my sister didn't mean it. Please don't take her words to heart," Luo Ruiying said, worried that Ning Yechen might feel offended. "It's fine," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. He could tell Luo Ruxin wasn't acting out of malice. She was doing it deliberately. She clearly saw him as an enemy. Luo Ruxin let out a cold huff and no longer looked at Ning Yechen as her gaze swept around the courtyard and the interior of the house. Broken down walls, shabby furniture and decoration, a dilapidated house. In reality, everything in the courtyard and house was brand new, but to Luo Ruxin, who had lived in luxurious palaces in the heavenly realm, everything here was basically run down. Sister actually lives in such a decrepit place. It's all this man's fault. He's utterly unworthy of her. Luo Ruxin's attention shifted to Kai Se and the other two standing behind Luo Ruiying. At first glance, she noticed something faintly unusual about the three. Their auras seemed to carry a trace of spiritual energy, but it didn't feel human. But when she looked more closely, she couldn't find anything. Did I imagine it? Luo Ruxin approached Kai Se and the other two, inspecting them carefully from head to toe. She even sniffed at them slightly, her face puzzled. "Ruxin, these are my husband's servants, as is Qingyu." Luo Ruiying shook her head helplessly at her sister's odd behavior. "Greetings, young lady," Kai Se and the other two stammered, forcing nervous smiles. Luo Ruxin's cultivation was far superior to theirs, and they knew any slip-up could expose them. If they were discovered, it would spell disaster. Unable to find anything suspicious, Luo Ruxin dismissed her earlier doubts and turned her gaze to Yu Qingyu. When she met Yu Qingyu's eyes, her expression changed dramatically, and her hand instinctively reached for the hilt of her celestial sword. "It's her, the woman I saw outside earlier. So, she's one of Sister's maids." Yu Qingyu, composed and poised, gave Luo Ruxin a polite bow. "Greetings, Miss Luo." "Ah, Luo Ruxin loosened her grip on her sword and composed herself when she saw that Yu Qingyu didn't have any spiritual energy. "Why am I letting a mere maid intimidate me? Ridiculous." But as Luo Ruxin looked Yu Qingyu over, she couldn't help but admire her. Such elegance and beauty. She's actually just a maid? Returning her attention to the little girl in Luo Ruiying's arms, Luo Ruxin felt her heart melt. What an adorable child. She looked so much like sister when she was young. "Hello, cutie, what's your name?" Luo Ruxin asked warmly, her tone filled with affection as she leaned closer. But instead of responding, Luo Hongye burrowed deeper into Luo Ruiying's arms, too shy to answer. Luo Ruxin froze in place, her smile stiffening. "Did I just get rejected?" Hey readers, we're setting a special challenge for you. Once our novel reaches 50 votes on its novel bin page, we'll unlock a bonus chapter as a thank you. But that's not all. If we hit this goal within 2 weeks, we'll release 2 extra bonus chapters on top of that. Let's make it happen. Show your support, cast your votes, and enjoy more chapters. Don't be scared, yay? She's your aunt, Luo Ruiying said softly and gently patted Luo Hongye's back when she noticed her daughter seemed resistant to Luo Ruxin. "Auntie," Luo Hongye turned her head hesitantly, her voice soft and timid, before immediately burying her face back into Luo Ruiying's embrace. It was clear she was still unwilling to let Luo Ruxin hold her. Luo Ruxin felt her heart drop to rock bottom. It really seemed like she was being rejected. Why? Am I really that scary? Luo Ruiying found this behavior curious as well. Although Luo Hongye was indeed shy around strangers, she had never acted this way toward kind and friendly people. With Qi Yuan, and even when meeting Yu Qingyu for the first time, she had allowed herself to be held. But when it came to her younger sister, she seemed unwilling. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Luo Ruiying asked softly, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms. "Are you afraid of your aunt?" Luo Ruxin watched anxiously, waiting for the child's response. Luo Hongye peeked out shyly, shook her head gently, and replied in her small, sweet voice, "Auntie doesn't like Daddy. Ye doesn't like people who say bad things about Daddy. Ye doesn't like Auntie." Her response stunned everyone present. Despite her young age, it was clear Luo Hongye understood quite a bit. To everyone's surprise, she had picked up on Luo Ruxin's dislike for Ning Yechen. Luo Hongye's simple words of "doesn't like Annie" struck Luo Ruxin like a dagger to the heart. "It hurts. My adorable niece truly dislikes me." Ning Yechen, on the other hand, was overjoyed to learn that Luo Hongye's resistance stemmed from Luo Ruxin's rudeness toward him, and a wide smile spread across his face. "My daughter is so sensible. Come here, Ye. Let Daddy hold you." Ning Yechen reached out his arms. Luo Hongye obediently stretched out her hands and snuggled into Ning Yechen's embrace, resting comfortably in his lap. This scene was particularly stinging to Luo Ruxin, who saw it as Ning Yechen flaunting his bond with the child. "Despicable. This mortal dares to provoke me like this. It's all his fault Ye dislikes me." Luo Ruxin silently added this perceived insult to the growing list of things she disliked about Ning Yechen. "Since you're here, stay for the night," Luo Ruiying said with a sigh, seeing that Luo Ruxin still harbored hostility toward Ning Yechen. "Let's have dinner together later." "All right." Luo Ruiying led Luo Ruxin to a seat in the main hall. "You rest here for now. I'll go prepare the meal." "You're cooking? Sister, how could you do something as mundane as cooking?" Luo Ruxin exclaimed, visibly upset. As immortals, they dined on celestial nectar and ambrosia. How could her sister stoop to preparing mortal food, staining herself with smoke and soot? Luo Ruiying turned back with a gentle smile. "I'm just an ordinary woman now. What's wrong with that?" With that, she disappeared into the kitchen. Yu Qingyu cast a glance at Luo Ruxin before quietly following Luo Ruiying into the kitchen to assist. "What's with that maid?" Luo Ruxin felt perplexed. Did she just glare at me? Slightly rattled by being glared at by a servant for the first time, Luo Ruxin returned to her seat, her emotions complex. Sister has changed. She's truly living the life of an ordinary woman. Is this really the life she wants? Although she disapproved of Luo Ruiying cooking like a common mortal, she found herself looking forward to tasting her sister's cooking for the first time. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen, holding Luo Hongye, glanced at Kai Se and the other two beside him. Kai Se, bring some good tea and some fruits and snacks. The three nodded and left to prepare refreshments. That won't be necessary, Luo Ruixin interrupted, her tone condescending. My palate is far too refined for whatever you have. Save it for yourselves. She dismissed mortal refreshments outright, certain they were unworthy of her. Annoyed, she retrieved a variety of celestial fruits and snacks from her storage ring and placed them on the table with a confident flourish. Here, try these, she said smugly. I doubt you'll ever get to eat something this exquisite in your lifetime. Consider yourself lucky, thanks to my sister and her child. Ning Yechen glanced at the offerings and chuckled. These are just the most common fruits and snacks from the heavenly realm. In the demon realm, they wouldn't even qualify to be served on my table. Seeing his amused expression, Luo Ruixin frowned. What's with him? Is he laughing at me? This ignorant mortal has no idea how rare these delicacies are in the mortal realm. Hey, why don't you try Andy's snacks? Luo Ruixin said, her tone suddenly soft and full of anticipation, hoping to win back Luo Hongye's favor. She couldn't stand being disliked by her niece. Luo Hongye glanced at the table, then looked up at Ning Yechen, seemingly seeking permission. Ning Yechen smiled and gently patted her head. Since it's your aunt's intention, go ahead and try them. Encouraged, Luo Hongye picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite. How is it, Ye? Luo Ruixin asked expectantly and nervously. It's yummy, Luo Hongye replied cheerfully. Luo Ruixin beamed with pride, her heart swelling with satisfaction. See, winning over a child is all about winning over their stomach first. Certain that Luo Hongye would now see her in a better light, she smiled confidently. This must be the best thing you've ever eaten, right, Ye? Tell Auntie if you like it, and I'll prepare more for you next time. Luo Hongye paused briefly, then shook her head without hesitation. My favorite is grilled sausages, she said with conviction. Grilled sausages? Luo Ruixin's eyes widened in disbelief. Her delicacies from the heavenly realm were defeated by grilled sausage from the mortal realm. Impossible. Losing to sausages was a crushing blow to Luo Ruixin's pride. These treats can't lose to such garbage. It must be this man's fault. Feeding her such common fare has ruined her taste buds. In her mind, she added another grievance to her growing list against Ning Yechen. This man is utterly reprehensible. Luo Ruixin glared fiercely at Ning Yechen, leaving him puzzled and speechless. He had no idea how he had provoked his sister-in-law again. At this moment, Kai Se and the other two returned and set tea and snacks on the table beside Luo Ruixin. Miss, please enjoy. Luo Ruixin had already made up her mind. She would nibble casually on the snacks, then mercilessly criticize them to humiliate Ning Yechen. She turned her head and reached for something to taste, but froze mid-motion, her hand hovering in the air, her face filled with shock. On the table were various rare celestial fruits, crystal grapes, vermilion jade fruits, jade scale melons, and many others, some of which she had barely seen, let alone tasted. How does he have so many celestial fruits? Impossible. Celestial fruits are notoriously difficult to cultivate and store, and there shouldn't even be a place in the mortal realm capable of growing them. This must be a coincidence. They just look similar to celestial fruits. Determined not to be fooled, Luo Ruixin picked up a gleaming crystal grape. Its translucent luster and the visible flowing nectar within made her swallow involuntarily. She popped it into her mouth, and her teeth barely broke the skin before a burst of sweet, refreshing nectar flooded her palate. The intense flavor and aroma filled her senses completely. Delicious. There was no doubt about it. It was a genuine crystal grape, and it wasn't just any crystal grape. It was the most plump and flavorful one she had ever tasted. Luo Ruixin's expression inadvertently revealed her enjoyment. But when she noticed Ning Yechen smiling at her, She quickly wiped the look off her face and stiffened her expression. Close call. I almost forgot my goal, to criticize him, not enjoy his food. Resolving to stay on track, she stuffed another crystal grape into her mouth before picking up a snack from the table and taking a bite. There's no way mortal snacks can compare to celestial ones. However, the moment she bit into it, her eyes lit up and a look of amazement crossed her face. This is so good. The flavors were unique, blending the essence of medicinal herbs with a hint of savory meat, yet the taste was perfectly balanced, leaving her warm and with a lingering aftertaste. Damn it! How can his snacks be better than ones from the heavenly realm? Luo Ruxin glared at Ning Yechen while stuffing more snacks in her mouth, her frustration evident. Ning Yechen chuckled at the sight. These snacks had been meticulously prepared by Yu Qingyu for Luo Hongye, incorporating rare medicinal herbs to ensure they were not only delicious but also beneficial for health. Even Luo Ruiying had praised them. Watching Luo Ruxin devour the snacks with such fervor while pretending to dislike them was amusing. Suddenly, he found his sister-in-law a bit adorable, though not nearly as adorable as his wife or daughter, of course. If you like them, take your time. There's plenty more at home, Ning Yechen said kindly, worried she might choke. I don't like them. They're terrible. Luo Ruxin shot back fiercely before immediately choking on a snack. She grabbed the tea from the table and drank it all in one go. After catching her breath, she glared at Ning Yechen again, convinced he had distracted her on purpose to make her choke. As the aroma of the tea lingered on her palate, Luo Ruxin blinked in surprise and poured herself another cup. This tea is amazing, even better than the ones back home. How could everything he offered, from the snacks to the fruits to the tea, be so good? There's no way this has anything to do with him. These must all be prepared by my sister. Convinced in her assumption, Luo Ruxin felt justified to continue eating. From Ning Yechen's lap, Luo Hongye curiously observed her aunt. Wow, Annie eats so much, even more than me. Not long after, Luo Ruiying emerged from the kitchen with a full spread of dishes she had cooked herself. Having reunited with her family after so long, she felt genuinely happy and wanted to express her feelings through her cooking. Yu Qingyu assisted by setting the dishes and utensils on the table. Ruxin, you've probably never had mortal food before. Give it a try. Luo Ruiying invited her sister to sit at the table. Despite having already eaten a lot of snacks and drank a lot of tea, Luo Ruxin couldn't resist the temptation of trying her sister's cooking. She eagerly dug in. It's delicious. As expected of sister's cooking, so good. Such amazing food is wasted on some man. Between bites, she didn't forget to throw a jab at Ning Yechen. Ruxin, Luo Ruiying frowned, her expression serious. She could tell Luo Ruxin was targeting Ning Yechen again, and, as her husband, such disrespect was unacceptable even from family. Got it, sister, Luo Ruxin mumbled, reluctantly admitting fault. She felt wronged. Her sister had never scolded her like this before, and now it was all because of this man. Ning Yechen, however, didn't take her comments to heart. He continued smiling, occasionally feeding Luo Hongye or placing food on Luo Ruiying's plate. Yu Qingyu, on the other hand, wasn't as forgiving. Sitting upright, she remarked coldly, Miss Luo, my young master is an excellent cook. Madam loves his cooking, so I wouldn't call it wasted. And by the way, the dishes you just enjoyed, I made them. I'm glad they suit your taste. Luo Ruxin. Rendered speechless, she awkwardly focused on the food. Luo Ruiying chuckled softly and placed some food on her sister's plate. Luo Ruxin beamed with joy at her sister's gesture, only to see her also serving Ning Yechen. Try this, dear, Luo Ruiying said warmly. Ning Yechen ate the bite with a smile, then picked up a piece of food and gently fed her in return. You should eat more too, my dear. Blushing, Luo Ruiying hesitated briefly before taking the bite. Their affectionate interaction left Luo Ruxin frozen, her chopsticks suspended in midair. Her once radiant and powerful sister now resembled a shy young maiden, deeply in love with a man. The way they doted on each other, like a long-married couple, left her feeling strangely out of place at the table. Yu Qingyu, Meng Niu, and the others at the table were entirely unfazed, already used to it. Me too, sister. Determined not to be left out, Luo Ruxin leaned over and snatched the food Luo Ruiying was offering Ning Yechen while declaring to herself, I will take my sister and Ye back from this man. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room. Determined to reclaim her beloved sister, Luo Ruxin refused to give Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying any chance to interact and deliberately moved her chair to sit between them. Acting like a little girl, Luo Ruxin clung to Luo Ruiying's waist and lay in her arms, using the excuse that it had been so long since they last saw each other. Not only that, but she even occasionally shot Ning Yechen a provocative glance, her expression smug, as if she were saying, See, my sister is mine. Ning Yechen sat to the side holding Luo Hongye, finding the situation both funny and exasperating. He never imagined a day would come when his sister-in-law would compete with him, her brother-in-law, for attention. What even is this? Luo Ruiying could only shake her head with a mix of helplessness and affection. Ruxin, you're not a child anymore. Why are you still acting like you did when you were young? Her younger sister, Luo Ruxin, was over several hundred years old by now, yet her temperament was still as childlike as ever, always seeking her attention. I'll always be your little sister, Luo Ruxin said coyly, clinging tighter to Luo Ruiying's waist with no intention of letting go. Since it had indeed been a long time since they last saw each other, Luo Ruiying decided to indulge in her this once. At this moment, Yu Qingyu entered the room and bowed slightly. Young master, madam, the bathhouse has been heated. Bathhouse. Luo Ruxin's eyes lit up, and she raised her head from Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded gently. It's a bathhouse my husband set up at home. You could try it too, Ruxin. The thought of Ning Yechen building this bathhouse specifically for her and their child made Luo Ruiying's cheeks flush faintly with embarrassment. Oblivious to her sister's blush, Luo Ruxin exclaimed excitedly, That's great. It's been ages since I bathed with you, sister. Let's go together, with little Ye too. She turned to Luo Hongye, still sitting in Ning Yechen's lap, and smiled brightly. What do you think, little Ye? Shall we all bathe together? Her real motive, of course, wasn't just to spend time with her sister. She was determined to win over both her sister and her niece. Luo Hongye frowned slightly and said in her soft, childish voice, I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy. That's not proper. Little Ye, Luo Ruxin stammered, visibly flustered. Boys and girls shouldn't bathe together, you know? However, Luo Hongye's next words left Luo Ruxin completely stunned. But I always bathe with Daddy and Mommy. What? Sister, is that true? Luo Ruxin turned to Luo Ruiying with wide, disbelieving eyes. Luo Ruiying's face turned a deep shade of red, and she lowered her head shyly. Though she said nothing, her reaction was enough to confirm everything. My beloved sister actually bathes with a man? I can't accept this. Little Ye, how about you bathe with Annie from now on, okay? Luo Ruxin reached out her hands, hopeful. The innocent and curious Luo Hongye blinked her big eyes and asked, Does that mean Annie will bathe with Daddy, Mommy, and Ye too? No. Luo Ruxin frantically waved her hands, her face bright red. Just you, Auntie, and Mommy. Without hesitation, Luo Hongye hugged Ning Yechen tightly and declared, No, I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy. Luo Ruxin. Rejected once again, Luo Ruxin was devastated, her head drooping in defeat. She couldn't even compete with that man. Yay, how about you bathe with Mommy and Annie tonight, okay? Luo Ruiying, seeing her sister's disappointment, tried to gently persuade Luo Hongye. Of course, she would be bathing their child, but if Luo Ruxin wanted to join, there was no way Ning Yechen could come along. Even if Luo Ruxin was okay with it, she certainly wasn't. Luo Hongye pouted, clearly unhappy with the suggestion. Ning Yechen patted her little head gently and said softly, Be good, Ye. Just for tonight, bathe with Mommy and Auntie, okay? Next time, Daddy will bathe with you. Though he regretted missing the chance to bathe with his wife and child, it was only fair to let the sisters enjoy this time together. Okay, Luo Hongye, visibly reluctant, obediently nodded and allowed Luo Ring to carry her to the bathhouse. Yu Qingyu, however, was less forgiving of Luo Ruxin's interference with the demon lord and the madam's shared bathing time. But since Luo Ruxin was the madam's younger sister, she begrudgingly let it go. Soon after, the sound of cheerful laughter and playful splashing echoed from the bathhouse. Sister, your figure is amazing. After having little Ye, it seems even better than before. I'm so envious. If I were your husband, I'd be the happiest person alive. What nonsense are you spouting? Keep your hands to yourself. What's the big deal, sister? You can touch me too. Behave yourself. Ning Yechen, sitting in the living room. Ning Yechen could hear everything crystal clear, thanks to his exceptional hearing. He could even vividly imagine his wife's embarrassed and flustered expression. Seriously? Can't they put up a soundproof barrier with their cultivation levels? This is way too careless. Yu Qingyu, standing beside him, glanced at him, and the faintest trace of amusement appeared on her usually composed face. She handed him a handkerchief and said calmly, Demon Lord, your nose is bleeding. Ning Yechen, is that so? Maybe I'm just overheated, he muttered, awkwardly taking the handkerchief to wipe his nose. Yu Qingyu, fully aware of the truth, maintained her professionalism and replied, I'll prepare some herbal remedies to cool you down tomorrow. Thanks. Not long after, Luo Ruiying and the others emerged from the bathhouse and returned to the living room. Luo Ruiying's damp black hair cascaded down her back, her cheeks flushed with a shy pink hue. She looked radiant, like a lotus blooming in fresh water. No matter how many times Ning Yechen saw his wife like this, he was always mesmerized. While he quietly admired her, Luo Ruxin noticed his gaze and immediately stepped in front of him. Facing Ning Yechen directly, she clung to Luo Ruiying's arm and said with a playful pout, Sister, can I sleep with you tonight? Well, Luo Ruiying hesitated, her eyes instinctively turning toward Ning Yechen. Since meeting Ning Yechen, she had always shared a bed with him and their child. Ning Yechen wasn't pleased at all. He had already given up the chance to bathe with his wife, and now Luo Ruxin wanted to take away his rare opportunity to cuddle with her overnight. Sister, I haven't seen you in so long, Luo Ruxin said, clinging to Luo Ruiying's arm and gazing at her with hopeful eyes. There's so much I want to talk to you about. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, then looked apologetically at Ning Yechen and gently asked, Husband, could I trouble you to sleep in another room tonight? She really wanted to catch up with her sister, and there were some things she wanted to say to her in private. Although it wasn't fair to Ning Yechen, she figured he could endure this small inconvenience. After all, they would have plenty of opportunities to share a bed in the future. Dear, hearing her request, Ning Yechen looked utterly reluctant and pitiful, his eyes pleading with her. Bedtime was the part of the day he looked forward to the most, but now he had to give it up because of this sister-in-law. Luo Ruxin peeked out from behind Luo Ruiying, shooting Ning Yechen a smug, triumphant look. Ning Yechen's frustration flared. If she weren't his sister-in-law, he would have taught her a lesson by now. Seeing Ning Yechen's almost pitiful expression, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but chuckle. She felt a little guilty, knowing it was unfair to him. So she leaned in close and whispered softly in his ear, Husband, I'll ask her to leave in a few days. Please bear with it for now. Afterward, I'll make it up to you. Make it up to me? Ning Yechen's eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, he declared, Don't worry, dear. I'm not petty like that. You sisters can share the bed tonight. Luo Ruiying. Watching Ning Yechen's attitude shift so quickly, Luo Ruiying almost regretted her words. A moment ago, he had looked so unwilling, but since she had already said it, she couldn't take it back. In the bedroom, Luo Ruxin wasted no time and sprawled across the bed, greedily inhaling the scent of the sheets, a blissful expression on her face. Ah, sister's scent. It had been so long since she could lie on the same bed with her sister and bask in her presence. You, stop doing those strange things, Luo Ruiying said with exasperation as she sat on the edge of the bed, combing her hair. This girl just wouldn't grow up. Still, seeing her act just like she did when they were young brought warmth to Luo Ruiying's heart. To avoid disturbing Ning Yechen and their daughter, Luo Ruiying had asked him to look after Luo Hongye for the night. From the neighboring room, the sounds of Ning Yechen and their child laughing and playing drifted over. Up we go. Hee hee, Daddy's amazing. Luo Ruiying heard their laughter, and a gentle, radiant smile appeared on her beautiful face. He really was something else. Even when it was almost bedtime, he was still playing with their daughter. On the other hand, Luo Ruixin sulked with her chin resting on her hands as she watched her sister smile. She had originally planned to sleep with her sister and niece tonight, leaving that man to sleep alone. But her sister insisted on letting little Ye stay with him, and the girl had even said she didn't want to leave her daddy alone. The child was so sweet and considerate that Luo Ruixin could only reluctantly give up. Sister, can I ask you something? She broke the silence, her eyes fixed on Luo Ruiying's graceful figure. HM, what is it? Luo Ruiying turned to her curiously. Why did you choose that man? Luo Ruixin asked bluntly, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Given her sister's status and position, she could have had any man she wanted in the heavenly realm. Luo Ruiying's dazzling silver hair and extraordinary beauty had made her famous across the celestial domains from a young age. With her outstanding talent in cultivation, countless suitors from powerful factions had lined up to propose. Yet somehow, her sister had chosen a mortal who, apart from his looks, seemed utterly ordinary. Caught off guard by the question, Luo Ruiying blushed deeply, at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that she had chosen Ning Yechen. At the time, she had had no other choice. But that was something she couldn't say aloud. With her personality, if Luo Ruixin knew the truth, that her sister had been forced into the relationship out of desperation, she would undoubtedly fly into a rage and demand justice, possibly even kill Ning Yechen directly. He's a good person, Luo Ruiying stammered, her face burning as she tried to deflect the question. Huh, good. Luo Ruixin pressed on, her brow furrowed. What's so good about him? Her sister's vague answer only made her more suspicious. And why was her sister's face getting redder by the second? Sister, why are you blushing? What? Luo Ruiying quickly covered her flushed cheeks. I must have stayed in the bath too long. Curse this girl for making me think of things I shouldn't. But you still haven't said what's so good about him. Luo Ruixin continued asking. That's your brother-in-law, Luo Ruiying said firmly, lightly knocking her sister on the head. Don't be so rude. Then, as she thought about her time with Ning Yechen, a soft smile graced her lips. Even though he's just a mortal, he's very responsible and kind. He treats both me and our daughter with so much care, and don't underestimate him. His family has been healers for generations, and he's highly skilled in medicine. He's also wonderful at taking care of people and making our daughter laugh. But sister, he's still just a mortal, Luo Ruixin interrupted, unable to hide her disapproval. While the qualities her sister mentioned sounded nice, they all felt far too ordinary. More importantly, a mortal could never truly protect her sister. The gulf between mortals and cultivators, in status, power, and lifespan, was simply insurmountable. Mortals lived fleeting lives, rarely surpassing a century. When that man inevitably passed away, Luo Ruixin knew her sister would never take another partner. Would she spend the rest of her life mourning him? The thought alone made Luo Ruixin adamantly opposed to Ning Yechen as her sister's husband. Luo Ruiying, understanding her sister's concern, smiled gently. Does it matter if he's mortal? As long as he's someone I can entrust my life to, that's enough. She chuckled and added, one day, when you find someone you love, you'll understand. I already have someone I like. Luo Ruixin retorted with her brows slightly furrowed when she heard Luo Ruiying's profound words. Luo Ruiying was momentarily stunned. Then her face lit up with joy. Really? You already have someone you like? Of course. I like you, sister. Luo Ruixin clung to Luo Ruiying's waist, playfully sticking out her tongue. Luo Ruiying, Her excitement instantly faded, replaced by a mix of exasperation and disappointment. For a moment, she really thought someone had finally taken an interest in this mischievous little sister. What a waste of joy. After finishing her hair, Luo Ruing lay down on the bed, gazing at the ceiling with a serious expression. Then she asked in a solemn tone, "Ruxin, you haven't told anyone that you found me, have you?" "Not yet, sister," Luo Ruxin replied. "Good. Don't tell anyone that I'm here. Even if someone from the heavenly realm suddenly contacts you, you must pretend you know nothing." She turned her head, locking eyes with Luo Ruxin, her expression grave. She was both happy and anxious that her sister had found her. But if certain people discovered her whereabouts, it wouldn't just endanger her, her daughter, and Ning Yechen. The temple of goddess Luo itself might be dragged into disaster. Luo Ruxin, sensing her sister's rare seriousness, put away her playful demeanor. "No one, not even father, not even father. As far as anyone knows, you never found me." Then she extended her hand and added, "And give me the fragment of the goddess Luo's sword. If the wrong people got hold of it, they could use it to track her down. Keeping it in her possession was the safest option." Luo Ruxin hesitated only a moment before handing over the sword fragment. But her expression darkened with sorrow. "Sister, can't you really tell me what happened? Maybe I can help." Luo Ruxin knew that everything Luo Ruing was doing, including hiding from the heavenly realm, was to protect her and their family. But seeing her beloved sister carrying this burden alone, forced to live in the mortal realm, made her heart ache. Luo Ruing smiled gently, shook her head, and pulled Luo Ruxin into a warm embrace. "Don't ask, Ruxin. Stay for a few days, then go back. And remember," she tightened her arms around her sister, "not a word to anyone." "I understand, sister." Luo Ruxin held on to Luo Ruing tightly, silently vowing to train harder than ever once she returned home. Her current cultivation at the Heavenly King realm was still far too weak. She wasn't strong enough to protect her sister yet. Meanwhile, in the next room, Ning Yechen gently lifted Luo Hongye into the air, letting her float freely as if she were weightless. He only dared to use such tricks to amuse the child when Luo Ruing wasn't around. At first, Luo Hongye had been a little scared. But once she felt Ning Yechen's guiding hand keeping her steady, she gradually relaxed. Soon, he let go entirely, and she no longer felt afraid. She simply floated, her round little face filled with curiosity as she glanced around. "Daddy, I'm flying." "MHM, our little Ye is amazing. Play something fun with me, Daddy." "All right, but hold on tight to Daddy, okay?" Ning Yechen turned so that she could wrap her arms around his neck and ride on his back. Then he soared through the air, gliding smoothly around the room. Daddy is amazing," Luo Hongye giggled, holding onto him tightly. "Oomph. Daddy can do something even more amazing." "Yay, do you want to see?" Yes. Her interest was immediately piqued, and she eagerly nodded. Ning Yechen stopped midair, turned to face Luo Hongye, and clenched both fists in front of her with a smile. With wide, curious eyes, she watched as a fluffy little ball appeared out of nowhere in his palm. Her round eyes grew even larger as she leaned in, trying to figure out where it had come from. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the toy disappeared. "Daddy, where did the ball go?" She blinked in confusion. Ning Yechen smirked and opened his other hand. "Tada! The ball is right here." "Oh!" Luo Hongye tilted her little head, completely fascinated. How had the ball moved to Daddy's other hand? Ning Yechen handed the toy to her and clasped both hands again. "Now, Ye, what would you like to see next?" "Daddy, we'll make it happen." Luo Hongye thought for a moment before her eyes sparkled. "Ye wants to see a little bird." "Consider it done right now. The little bird is in Daddy's hands." "Ye, take a guess. Where is it hiding?" Ning Yechen stretched out his closed fists in front of her. Luo Hongye furrowed her brows, thinking hard, but she couldn't figure it out. She pouted cutely. "Daddy, I can't tell." "That's okay, Ye. Just pick one. I believe in you." Encouraged by his words, Luo Hongye hesitated for a moment before pointing to his right hand. That one. Tada. Congratulations, yay, you got it right. The moment Ning Yechen opened his palm, countless glowing spirit birds fluttered out, filling the room with a soft, shimmering light. Each radiant bird danced through the air, encircling Luo Hongye in a beautiful, magical display. The room itself had already been sealed off by Ning Yechen's power, so there was no worry about Luo Ruxin overhearing or sensing anything. Luo Hongye sat in stunned amazement, her mouth slightly open as she watched the spirit birds flit around her. Do you like them, Ye? Love them. She beamed, her crescent moon smile overflowing with joy. Seeing his daughter so happy, Ning Yechen smiled and pulled her into a warm hug. Ye, let's keep tonight's fun a secret from your mommy, okay? Ye understands. It's our little secret. Luo Hongye giggled and nodded eagerly. She was smart enough to know not to tell. Her daddy's tricks were always special little secrets between them. My daughter was just too clever. It saved him the trouble of making up excuses. Just then, Ning Yechen faintly heard whispering from the next room. Curious, he floated over to the wall and pressed his ear against it. Luo Hongye, just as curious, copied him, pressing her tiny ear against the wall too. And so, father and daughter crouched by the wall, big eyes staring into little eyes. Early morning the next day, after spending an entire night apart from Luo Hongye, Luo Ruing could hardly wait to scoop her daughter into her arms again. Holding the little girl close, she finally asked the question that had been on her mind since last night. Yay, what were you and Daddy playing last night? Daddy took me flying, Luo Hongye said cheerfully, still brimming with excitement at the memory. Even though she had played until she was too tired to stay awake, the experience had been absolutely thrilling. Flying? Daddy took you into the air. Luo Ruing frowned in confusion. From the side, Ning Yechen quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Luo Hongye to stay quiet. Realizing that she had promised not to reveal their little secret, Luo Hongye quickly shook her head and corrected herself. This is a secret between Ye and Daddy. Ye promised not to tell. Not even to Mommy? Luo Ruing asked, intrigued. Daddy said I can't tell Mommy. Luo Hongye nodded earnestly, her big eyes filled with innocence. Luo Ruing turned her gaze to Ning Yechen, her expression thoughtful. Ning Yechen. For a moment, he felt utterly defeated by the child's pure-hearted honesty. Fortunately, Luo Ruing didn't seem suspicious. She merely pondered for a moment before assuming that Ning Yechen had simply lifted Hongye up high and twirled her around to make it feel like she was flying. Still, why does he have to make such a big deal out of keeping it a secret? Why won't he even tell me? Just then, Luo Ruxin emerged from her room and looped her arm through Luo Ruing's with a bright smile. Sister, I'm ready. Let's go. With the New Year festivities still in full swing, Luo Ruing planned to take Luo Ruxin around the city to let her experience the vibrant sights and lively atmosphere of the mortal realm. She turned to Ning Yechen and asked, Dear, would you like to join us? Since my lovely wife has invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Ning Yechen replied with a grin, but as he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ruxin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Luo Ruxin instantly narrowed her gaze. That look, he's definitely doing this on purpose. He's deliberately stopping me from spending quality time alone with sister. With Meng Niu and the other two left behind to watch over the house, Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing, Luo Ruxin, and Luo Hongye, accompanied by Yuqingyu, set out together. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye as they strolled through the bustling streets, flanked by Luo Ruxin on one side and Ning Yechen on the other. Yuqingyu followed silently behind. Before long, the rich, smoky scent of roasted meat filled the air. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing immediately recognized it, but for Luo Ruxin, it was an entirely new experience. She sniffed the air curiously. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. There's a great barbecue stall nearby. I'll take you to try it, Luo Ruing said, leading the way. As far as she was concerned, Yi Tianxin's stall made the best food she had ever tasted in the mortal realm. Even Luo Hongye still talked about it constantly. A barbecue stall? Mortal food? What's so special about that? Luo Ruxin scoffed, her tone full of disdain. We're already here, so why not give it a try? Luo Ruing smiled as she pulled her sister along. You might end up liking it. However, when they arrived at Yi Tianxin's stall, the sight before them left them completely stunned. A massive crowd had gathered, forming an endless line that stretched far beyond what the eye could see. The majority of the customers were women. Yi Tianxin's barbecue had become legendary throughout Nanli City. Everyone who tasted it said the same thing. It was incredible. Nobles, wealthy merchants, and even high-ranking officials had all been drawn in by the allure of his perfectly grilled meats, secret seasoning, and exceptional craftsmanship. But there was another reason for the stall's overwhelming popularity. Yi Tianxin himself, a cold, aloof, and devastatingly handsome man diligently running a humble food stall, he had become the subject of endless admiration. Countless women flocked to see him, some even offering absurd amounts of money to keep him for themselves. However, all were met with swift rejection. Thus, a new legend had spread throughout the city, a proud, unattainable man who would rather run a barbecue stall than be kept by a rich woman. People praised his noble character, his unyielding spirit. Luo Ruxin was taken aback by the spectacle. How could a simple barbecue stall attract so much attention? Now, she was curious. However, the line, "Sister, there are so many people." Yes, Luo Ruing sighed. At this rate, it would take until nightfall to get a turn. Don't worry, my dear wife. Leave it to me. Ning Yechen grinned as he confidently strode to the front of the line and stopped beside the next person about to be served. Would you mind letting me have this spot? He asked politely. The man in line scowled. Huh, why should I? Then his eyes widened. Ning Yechen had casually pulled out a bag full of gems and precious stones. The clinking of jewels echoed in the air. The man gulped hard, his mouth going dry. Just this one bag was more wealth than he'd seen in a lifetime. Ning Yechen jiggled the pouch in his hand. Then he casually pulled out a single gem, letting it catch the light before tossing it back into the bag. Holding the pouch out, he smiled. So what were you saying? The man hesitated for only a second before beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Sir, please, I reserved this spot just for you. Since you're here now, I'll take my leave. With a deep bow, he handed over his place and vanished in an instant. The rest of the crowd watched in stunned silence. Spending that much just to cut in line. This man was too rich. Ning Yechen turned back to his family and waved them over with a smile. Dear, it's all settled. Luo, Ruin. She gave him a slightly disapproving look. That was way too extravagant just for a spot in line. It's just a little money, nothing to worry about. Ning Yechen chuckled as he gently nudged her shoulder. To him, that small pouch of gems was barely worth mentioning. As long as it made his wife and child happy, he didn't mind spending far more. However, Luo Ruing's next words made his steps falter and a bead of sweat formed on his forehead. I distinctly remember that you handed over all your money to me before. She narrowed her eyes slightly. So, tell me, my dear husband, where did this money come from? At this moment, Ning Yechen suddenly felt a very real sense of pressure. It was like being caught red-handed hiding private. Luo Ruxin stood at the side, watching Ning Yechen with a gleeful smirk, thoroughly enjoying his predicament. Before the situation could escalate, Yu Qingyu stepped forward and gave a respectful bow. Madam, those funds were brought from home specifically for the young master. Oh, I see. Luo Ruing didn't question it further. She hadn't asked about Ning Yechen's money to accuse him of hiding funds. She had simply been curious as to where he had suddenly pulled out such a large sum. In truth, she preferred that he didn't hand over all his money to her. She didn't want him to be completely penniless. When out and about, there were always expenses to consider. If he had to ask her for money every time, people might gossip, and she didn't want that. Dear, do you still have any money left? She asked. No, Ning Yechen answered firmly, as if he were making an oath. He was sure his wife was testing him, making sure he wasn't secretly keeping any private money. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes, then took out a small pouch filled with spirit stones and handed it to him. Then take these. You'll need them when we're out. In Nanli City, where mortals and cultivators coexisted, both spirit stones and traditional gold and silver were common currency and could be freely exchanged. Luo Ruiying actually found it wasteful that Ning Yechen had spent all his money just to cut in line for a meal. How wealthy did his family have to be to throw money around like this? Still, with the Qi family now regularly sending a large sum of spirit stones every month, there was more than enough to go around. Dear! Overwhelmed with emotion, Ning Yechen immediately pulled Luo Ruiying into a hug. He had been worried she would scold him for hiding money, but instead, she was concerned that he wouldn't have enough. What a kind and thoughtful wife. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed. They were still in the middle of a crowded street. Meanwhile, Luo Ruixin stood to the side, pouting in frustration, itching to insert herself between them. How dare this mortal man publicly hug her sister like that? All right, let's buy our food quickly and go somewhere else to look around, Luo Ruiying said, her face still tinged pink. Ning Yechen reluctantly let go, but he still held her hand as they made their way to Yi Tianchen's stall. Welcome! Yi Tianchen greeted them with his usual elegance and grace. What would the esteemed guests like to order? Then, with a perfectly polite and professional smile, he added, we recently introduced some new items, grilled rice cakes, grilled flatbreads, and more. Free samples are available. You're expanding your menu? Ning Yechen was momentarily speechless. Yi Tianchen had originally taken up this job to blend in and maintain a low profile. Yet somehow, he had become the most popular street vendor in the entire city. And now, not only was he running the stall seriously, he was innovating. You actually care about running this business? Ning Yechen wanted to ask, but he was at a loss for words. Then let's get two of everything, Luo Ruiying said. Oh, and no spicy seasoning. Understood. Please wait a moment. Yi Tianchen immediately got to work. His movements were a blur, hands moving with precision as if he were performing an art rather than grilling food. This is an honor, he thought, a sacred duty. The demon lord and his family will be eating my food. He wouldn't disappoint them. He would put forth 1,000% of his effort. Ning Yechen watched from the side, speechless. It's just barbecue. Why are you acting like it's a life-or-death battle? Luo Ruixin also found herself drawn in by the spectacle. A man as striking as this, with such an air of aloofness, was here selling grilled food? And his cooking technique was so fast, his focus so intense. Soon enough, the dishes were ready, presented with the same elegance and grace Yi Tianchen always maintained. Ning Yechen took the skewers, handed a grilled sausage to Luo Hongye, and passed the rest to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, in turn, picked up a grilled rice cake and offered it to Luo Ruixin. Luo Ruixin wrinkled her nose at the unfamiliar food. She had little interest in mortal food, knowing it often contained impurities. How could it possibly be? However, the enticing aroma and the way her sister looked at her, encouraging, expectant, made her decide to take a bite. Just one. As soon as she bit into the soft, chewy rice cake, a rich, slightly sweet flavor filled her mouth. The melted, gooey texture stretched between her lips as she pulled away, and her eyes widened in astonishment. So delicious. She stared down at the rice cake in disbelief. She had never tasted anything like it before. She had severely underestimated mortal cuisine. In just a few bites, she finished the entire thing. Her gaze flickered back to Yi Tianchen, standing behind the grill, his cold expression unwavering as he worked. Not only is this mortal good-looking, but his skills are extraordinary. Such a pity that he's just a mortal. Not bad, right? Luo Ruiying asked with a knowing smile. She knew her sister well. From her reaction alone, it was clear she loved it. It's passable, Luo Ruixin said stubbornly, refusing to admit the truth. Luo Ruiying just chuckled and passed a skewer of grilled chives to Ning Yechen. Dear, you should try this too. Just as Ning Yechen was about to take a bite, Luo Ruixin immediately snatched it from his hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Sister, this one is good too. As she chewed, she glanced at Ning Yechen with smug satisfaction. She wouldn't allow him even a moment of intimacy with her sister. Ning Yechen merely sighed. There was no point in fighting with a childish little sister-in-law. But Luo Ruxin wasn't finished. As they continued strolling through the streets, she found every possible excuse to disrupt any moment between him and Luo Ruiying. Whenever Luo Ruiying tried to feed Ning Yechen something, Luo Ruxin would instantly swoop in and eat it first. Even when he tried to feed her, Luo Ruxin would shamelessly exclaim, "Brother-in-law, I want some too," before stealing it for herself. At one point, when they sat down on a bench to rest, she deliberately wedged herself between them. Ning Yechen was starting to lose his patience. This little sister-in-law is really pushing it. But while he held back, Yuqingyu had had enough. If Luo Ruxin wasn't the demon lord's sister-in-law, she would have disappeared long ago. Of course, since she was, Yuqingyu couldn't do anything drastic, but she could certainly fight back. "Madam," she said sweetly, approaching with a bowl of freshly cut fruit. "I just bought some fruit. Would you like to share it with the young master?" Just as Luo Ruiying reached out to take it, Luo Ruxin snatched the entire bowl, tossed her head back, and dumped everything into her mouth. "Oh, thanks," Luo Ruxin said with a grin. "How did you know I wanted fruit?" Yuqingyu merely smiled. "Oh, no need to thank me. As long as you're satisfied." For the first time today, Luo Ruxin felt an odd chill run down her spine. Luo Ruxin frowned in confusion as she stared at Yuqingyu's subtly amused smile. Something about it made her feel uneasy. The next moment, her expression twisted as an intense discomfort churned in her stomach, as though a raging storm had erupted inside her. This fruit. Something's wrong. But how could that be? With her cultivation at the Heavenly King realm, ordinary toxins from the mortal realm should have no effect on her. How could she be feeling this sick? Clutching her abdomen, Luo Ruxin shot a furious glare at both Yuqingyu and Ning Yechen. This maid, she must have conspired with that man to plot against me. "Ruxin, what's wrong? You don't look well," Luo Ruiying asked, concern evident in her voice. "I am fine, sister." Luo Ruxin gritted her teeth, tried to endure it, but the pain intensified. Unable to hold out any longer, she vanished on the spot. Luo Ruiying blinked in surprise. She wasn't sure of her sister's exact cultivation level, but she knew it was far beyond ordinary. How could mere mortal food have upset her stomach so badly? "I should start watching how much food Ye eats from now on." Ning Yechen, however, immediately guessed what had happened. He turned to Yuqingyu and sent a mental transmission. "Qingyu, that's my sister-in-law. How could you poison her?" Yuqingyu remained perfectly calm and composed. "My apologies, my lord. I acted without permission. Please punish me." Her tone was respectful, but there wasn't even a hint of remorse in her voice. Ning Yechen sighed and said reluctantly, "Forget it. Just don't do it again." Yuqingyu's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Understood." After a while, Luo Ruxin returned, though her face was noticeably paler than before. Luo Ruiying immediately stepped forward. "Are you all right?" Luo Ruxin forced out, determined to stay by her sister's side and keep that man away from her. Yet before she could even finish her thought, her stomach let out a loud, ominous growl. Her expression changed again as she clutched her abdomen in horror. With a strained voice, she stammered, "Sister, I need to leave again." And in an instant, she was gone once more. Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen turned to Yuqingyu and asked, "Qiyu, exactly what did you put in that fruit?" She replied with a serene expression, "Only a single packet of soul-shattering diarrhea powder." Ning Yechen's face twitched. "A single packet? That stuff only requires half a dose to keep a heavenly king stuck in a restroom for half a day. You used a whole packet." He started to worry whether Luo Ruxin would make it out alive. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying subtly glanced at Ning Yechen and Yuqingyu, her brows slightly furrowing. She had noticed it again. The two of them seemed to share some kind of secret exchange. Ning Yechen immediately picked up on his wife's gaze and turned to her with a smile. "Dear, is something the matter?" He was beginning to feel that his wife had been watching him a lot lately. Why? Luo Ruing shook her head slowly. It's nothing. With no idea where Luo Ruxin had disappeared to, she could only wait. And wait she did, for half an hour, yet her sister was still nowhere to be seen. During this time, Ning Yechen finally had a moment of uninterrupted bliss. With Luo Hongye sitting in Luo Ruiying's lap, she could only let her husband feed her while she held their daughter. The peaceful, affectionate scene of their little family, husband, wife, and child enjoying food together, drew envious glances from countless passers-by. Yu Qingyu watched from the side with a satisfied smile. Yes, this is what should have happened from the beginning. With the unwanted third wheel out of the picture, everything is perfect. The area they were sitting in was a spacious public plaza, bustling with couples and playful children running about. Several disciples from Nanli Academy were scattered around, watching over the children. Just then, Su Yi, a young woman dressed in Nanli Academy robes, arrived with a group of toddlers in tow. All right, little ones, hold hands and stay close to Big Sister, she said warmly, guiding them onto the open field to play. As a disciple of Nanli Academy, Su Yi's responsibilities included patrolling the city and helping care for the younger academy children. She loved this task. She adored children and would often volunteer to help watch over them. From her place in Luo Ruiying's arms, Luo Hongye silently watched the giggling children play, her big, clear eyes filled with curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Ning Yechen leaned down and asked softly, "Ye, do you want to go play with them?" Luo Hongye hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and burying her face into her mother's embrace. Ye only wants daddy and mommy. Luo Ruiying gently stroked her daughter's delicate back, her heart aching with love. Both she and Ning Yechen could tell that their daughter wasn't disinterested in playing with other children. She was just afraid. Across the plaza, Su Yi caught sight of them and immediately recognized the pair. With a bright smile, she approached and greeted, "Lady Luo, greetings. I am Su Yi, a disciple of Nanli Academy." Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged glances before responding politely. "Hello." Su Yi was already well aware of who they were. Luo Ruiying's victory in the Chamber of Commerce competition between the Qi and Jiang families had spread throughout the entire city. She was a peerless beauty, a formidable cultivator, and a woman of great renown. Su Yi had also heard plenty about her from Qi Yuan. And just as the rumors said, Luo Ruiying was breathtakingly elegant, a woman who radiated both strength and grace. Initially, Su Yi had only meant to exchange a few polite words before leaving, but then she noticed the tiny figure peeking shyly from Luo Ruiying's embrace. Her eyes lit up with delight, and she blurted out, "What an adorable child!" Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen smiled. By now, they were used to hearing such praise. After all, their daughter was incredibly cute. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Su Yi asked, "Senior Luo, may I ask how old your child is?" Luo Ruiying smiled warmly. "She just turned 2 years old." 2? Su Yi was surprised. She had assumed the girl was older, given how bright and alert she seemed, and she was exceptionally cute. After a brief pause, Su Yi suddenly had an idea. "Senior Luo, in a few days, Nanli Academy will begin its annual admissions period. Have you and your husband considered enrolling your daughter? If she possesses talent for cultivation, Nanli Academy will waive all fees and do its best to nurture her potential." "Thank you. My husband and I will consider it," Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile. As she gazed at the children playing in the distance, she seriously considered whether it was finally time to send her daughter to Nanli Academy School for young children. Perhaps it would be good for Ye to interact more with others her age. "Then I won't disturb your family any further, Senior Luo," Su Yi said politely with a slight bow before returning to the group of children. The little ones clung to her hands and surrounded her with bright smiles, clearly fond of her. Luo Ruiying felt that perhaps she could trust Su Yi to look after her daughter. Ning Yechen was also contemplating whether to send Ye to Nanli Academy. It wasn't because he cared about Nanli Academy's education. Frankly, they weren't qualified to teach his daughter anything. If he truly wanted to cultivate her abilities, he could do it himself or have someone from the demon realm train her. Even their most basic lessons would surpass what Namli Academy could offer. What interested him was simply letting Ye play and interact with children her age. But the thought of being separated from her, even for a short while, made him reluctant. While the couple waited for Luo Ruxin to return, several hours passed. Just as Luo Ruing was about to stand up and look for her, Luo Ruxin finally appeared. However, she looked utterly exhausted, her face pale and drained as if her very soul had been sucked away. Ruxin, what happened to you? Luo Ruing immediately stepped forward with concern. I am fine, sister, Luo Ruxin insisted stubbornly, forcing herself to act normal. There was no way she could admit she had been drugged with a laxative and been stuck in a restroom for hours. If anyone found out, she, a heavenly king-level cultivator, would be laughed at for centuries. Besides, even if she did try to explain, she doubted her sister would believe her. That maid surely wouldn't admit it either. Her fury burned as she glared daggers at Ning Yechen and Yuqingyu. She was certain that this wretched man had ordered that which to poison her to get her out of the way. But before she could continue fuming, her stomach growled ominously. Luo Ruxin froze. Then, clutching her abdomen, she hunched over, gritted her teeth, and turned away. Sister, I need to step away again. Luo Ruing, Ning Yechen. All right, maybe Qingyu really did go a little overboard. Eventually, after another few hours of suffering, Luo Ruxin gave up on shopping altogether and had no choice but to return home. At night, she lay in bed, too weak to move, as Luo Ruing tended to her. In the stillness of the night, Ning Yechen gently brushed his fingers over Luo Hongye's soft forehead, watching her sleep peacefully. After carefully tucking her in, he quietly stepped outside and sat in the courtyard. You're still awake, my lord? Yu Qingyo's voice echoed softly from behind him, appearing without a sound, as if she had materialized from the shadows. Ning Yechen didn't even flinch. He was used to it. No matter where he went or what he did, Yu Qingyu always somehow knew and would appear by his side. Back in the demon realm, she had caught him sneaking out countless times. He was honestly beginning to wonder if she never slept and always kept an eye on him. He glanced at her and decided to bring up something that had been on his mind. Qingyu, what do you think about sending Ye to Namli Academy? As the one who governed the demon realm in his stead, Yu Qingyu always had sharp and pragmatic insights. After a moment of thought, she replied, that depends on how you and Lady Luo wish to raise the young princess. In my opinion, Namli Academy is far beneath her. They're unworthy of educating someone of her status. However, she tilted her head slightly. If it is merely meant as a place for play, then it may serve its purpose. Ning Yechen nodded. His thoughts were exactly the same. Still, the idea of his daughter being away from him, even for a short while, made him reluctant. Yu Qingyu naturally saw right through him. My lord, if you are worried about the young princess, I can personally infiltrate Namli Academy and replace every single member of the staff. The entire institution will be under our control. If you wish for her to have playmates, I can have our people disguise themselves as children to accompany her. I will ensure that she is never harmed in any way. Absolutely not. Ning Yechen refused immediately. He knew Yu Qingyu meant well, but what would be the point of sending Ye there if the entire school was secretly filled with their own people? At that point, he might as well just keep her at home. I did hear that Namli Academy allows personal attendance for young students, Yu Qingyu said after some thought. I could personally accompany the young princess and ensure she is cared for properly, she suggested, looking rather eager. That actually isn't a bad idea. If Qingyu is with Ye, I won't have to worry. But something about the way she said it made Ning Yechen suspicious. Was this her plan all along? If she's in charge of looking after Ye, she'll definitely spoil her beyond reason, even more than Ruiying and me. Just as Ning Yechen was mulling over this, a faint shuffling noise came from the other side of the wall. Luo Ruxin was eavesdropping. She had woken up in the middle of the night due to stomach discomfort and had caught snippets of their conversation. At first, she wasn't too concerned until she realized Ning Yechen was speaking with another woman. And it wasn't just any woman. It was his personal maid, Yu Qingyu. They were meeting in secret in the dead of night. Her eyes widened, and she strained her ears to listen more closely. They're talking about Ye? Wait, is that woman trying to steal sister's child? This bastard, my innocent, trusting sister, has given her heart to the wrong man. Luo Ruxin trembled with rage. She had finally uncovered the truth. This wretched man was nothing but a deceitful scoundrel, planning to take Ye away from her sister. She would never allow it. She would destroy him. Just as she was about to storm in and attack, she hesitated. No, if she barged in now, Ning Yechen and his maid would simply deny everything. The best way to expose a liar was to let them reveal their true nature in front of everyone. Yes, that was the best plan. She would make sure her sister saw this traitor's true face. With a self-satisfied smirk, she silently vowed to expose him, right after another restroom visit. The moment she left, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu glanced toward the exact spot she had been hiding. They had noticed her the moment she arrived. Since their conversation was nothing secretive, they hadn't bothered to stop her from listening. Still, seeing her scurry away, clutching her stomach again, Ning Yechen couldn't help but chuckle. Qingyu, prepare some digestive medicine for my dear sister-in-law tomorrow. As usual, Ning Yechen and his family gathered around the table for breakfast. The moment he took his seat, he immediately felt an intense hostility locked onto him. Looking over, he wasn't surprised to find Luo Ruxin glaring daggers at him, her expression even more venomous than before, this time laced with murderous intent. Ning Yechen was baffled. Why did his sister-in-law seem to hate him more and more each day? Was it because of yesterday's little prank with a laxative? This was the only logical reason he could think of. But still, wasn't murderous intent a bit too much? Meanwhile, Luo Ruxin's frustration only grew as she watched her precious niece sitting obediently in Ning Yechen's lap. How could such a man be trusted with Ye? Putting on her warmest smile, she reached out her arms invitingly. Little Ye, why don't you come to Andy? Andy will feed you. No, Luo Hongye rejected outright and snuggled closer to her father. Luo Ruxin froze. Her outstretched hands stiffened midair as if she had been struck by lightning. Why? Why didn't the child like her? She didn't blame Ye. The real culprit was this despicable man. A child's mind was pure and innocent. Ning Yechen must have poisoned her thoughts with sweet words and trickery. That had to be it. Her glare intensified, making Ning Yechen feel even more confused. How was this his fault? At this moment, Yu Qingyu entered the room, carrying bowls and chopsticks, and elegantly placed each set before the diners. Her movements were calm and orderly, yet when it came to Ning Yechen's utensils, she was noticeably more meticulous. Luo Ruxin, who had been watching like a hawk, immediately took note of this. Her suspicions deepened. She hadn't paid much attention before, but after overhearing their secret conversation last night, she was now highly alert. And right now, Yu Qingyu's subtle favoritism stood out like a sore thumb. This is pear and pork rib soup, good for reducing internal body heat. Yu Qingyu gracefully ladled the bowl and set it before Ning Yechen. Luo Ruxin's fingers twitched. She's serving him soup? Personally, too much. This is too much. Her mind raced as she analyzed every detail of Yu Qingyu's actions. Unlike normal servants who displayed a certain level of caution and reverence toward their masters, Yu Qingyu was completely at ease. She showed no fear, no hesitation, no sense of subservience. Her posture, her tone, even her attitude were too natural, too intimate, too familiar. And with her cool, ethereal beauty, it all made sense now. This woman and man had an unusual relationship. Luo Ruxin's eyes narrowed as she leaned forward, intertwining her fingers beneath her chin. She had figured out what they were plotting. They were plotting to replace her sister and take her child. Now, she just needed to expose them. But if she confronted them outright, they would deny everything. Even if they admitted it, her sister might struggle to accept the truth. No, She had to find a chance to warn her sister in private. Just as she was planning her next move, Yu placed another steaming pot of soup before her. With a noticeably less enthusiastic tone, she said, "Miss Luo, this is a stomach-nourishing soup. The young master specially asked me to prepare it for you." Luo Ruxin paused. Ning Yechen asked someone to prepare this for her. Wait, no, this must be another trap. There is definitely something wrong with this soup. They must have spiked it with something again. She refused to be fooled twice. Oomph. Only weak mortals need something like this, she scoffed, pushing the bowl away. I don't need it. Luo Ruiying, who had already tasted the soup, smiled gently and lifted a spoonful toward her sister. It tastes quite good, since it was prepared just for you. Why not try a little? Luo Ruxin hesitated. She wanted to say no, but how could she reject food her sister personally offered her? Ham! With great reluctance, she took the spoon into her mouth and swallowed the warm and fragrant broth. Instantly, her eyes widened in surprise. This is delicious. Damn it, why is this woman's cooking so good? Unwilling to admit defeat, she glanced at Yu with resentment before silently pulling the bowl back toward her and sipping another spoonful. For the moment, she completely forgot about her grand plan. It was only after finishing breakfast that her sense of justice came rushing back. Determined, she waited for the perfect moment. When Yu went to wash the dishes and Ning Yechen was playing with Ye, Luo Ruxin seized her chance. Turning toward Luo Ruiying, she transmitted a serious voice message to her sister. Sister, come with me for a moment. I have something very important to tell you. Without waiting for a reply, she slinked into the inner courtyard. Puzzled, Luo Ruiying followed behind. What could be so urgent? Once alone, Luo Ruxin hesitated for a moment, then firmly grasped her sister's shoulders. Her expression grim and solemn, she said in a heavy tone, Sister, this might be hard for you to hear, but as your younger sister, I must tell you. You have to promise me that no matter what, you won't be too heartbroken. Her words were filled with deep sympathy and sorrow. She dreaded hurting her sister, but she had no choice. If Luo Ruiying found out too late, she would suffer even more. Luo Ruiying, now genuinely concerned, felt her stomach tighten. What is it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Did something happen to our family? Luo Ruxin shook her head. No, it's not about the family. Then what is it? Luo Ruiying pressed. Luo Ruxin took a deep breath to prepare herself and gather her courage. Then, with a solemn expression, she delivered the devastating truth. Sister, your husband is cheating on you. Huh? Luo Ruiying blinked, utterly dumbfounded. She stared at her sister, trying to process what she had just heard. Had she misheard? You're saying Yechen is cheating? Yes. Luo Ruxin nodded firmly, with absolute conviction. With whom? Luo Ruiying asked in confusion. Except for the past 2 nights, her husband was practically glued to her side every waking moment. If he were really having an affair, how could she have not noticed? That woman, Luo Ruxin declared, gritting her teeth in anger. That personal maid who's always by his side. Luo Ruiying froze for a second, then suddenly covered her mouth and let out a soft, melodic laugh. Eh, sister, why are you laughing? Luo Ruxin felt a surge of frustration. How could her sister not take this seriously? You mustn't say such things carelessly, Luo Ruiying said with a helpless smile. Your brother-in-law isn't that kind of person, and Qingyu is merely his personal maid. Sister, you're too trusting. Luo Ruxin stomped her foot in exasperation. There's a saying, the face is known, but the heart is unknowable. You don't understand. In a mortal world, personal maids aren't just there to serve meals and take care of daily needs. Especially in wealthy, influential households, personal maids are often responsible for warming the bed. Her voice lowered at the end, but it carried a grave weight. Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat. Her sister's words, though exaggerated, did shake her for a moment, but she quickly dismissed the thought. She knew her husband. Sensing her slight hesitation, Luo Ruxin pressed on. Sister, haven't you noticed how close they are? That woman is far too beautiful. She doesn't look like an ordinary maid at all. This had a nerve. Luo Ruiying had always thought the same. Yu Qingyo's beauty was simply too extraordinary. And lately, she had noticed that Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu often exchanged glances that seemed to hold unspoken understanding. Even more unsettling was how Yu Qingyu always anticipated his needs, preparing things for him before he even asked. She knew him all too well, and Ning Yechen trusted Qingyu deeply. He had entrusted almost everything in their home to her. Even Mengniu, Kai Se, and Bai Yuan all followed her commands. All these small details began piling up in Luo Ruiying's mind, making her heart waver ever so slightly. But still, she refused to believe it. Just 2 nights ago, during the New Year's festival, he had confessed his love for her once again. Ruxin, she said, steadying herself. You're overthinking things. Your brother-in-law and Qingyu may simply have a good working relationship. You mustn't make baseless accusations. Sister, I'm not making things up. Luo Ruxin was growing desperate, feeling deeply wronged. Why is sister so unwilling to believe me? If she refuses to listen to words alone, then I'll have to show her proof. When I got up last night, I saw them secretly meeting in the courtyard. They might even be plotting to steal your child. Luo Ruiying's expression stiffened for a brief second, but she quickly calmed herself and refuted firmly. Impossible. My husband would never do such a thing. Sister, I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Luo Ruxin insisted. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Before Luo Ruiying could respond, Luo Ruxin grabbed her hand and dragged her back toward the main hall. In the snowy courtyard, Luo Hongye was happily stacking odd-shaped snow sculptures, engrossed in her own little world. Ning Yechen squatted beside her, helping her with her clumsy creations. A short distance behind them, Yu Qingyu stood quietly with her hands folded neatly in front of her, maintaining her usual poised and elegant posture. Her expression was soft and gentle, her beautiful eyes filled with a warm fondness as she watched the child. Look, sister, Luo Ruxin whispered, nudging Luo Ruiying. That maid is always by Ye's side. And look at her expression. It's not right. She's gazing at Ye like she's her own child. This made Luo Ruiying pause. It was true. Yu Qingyo's attentiveness toward Hongye was almost too meticulous. And now that she thought about it, Ning Yechen had seemed oddly nervous when Yu Qingyu first arrived. Luo Ruxin took her sister's silence as confirmation of her suspicions. Sister, that man isn't worthy of your trust. Let me expose him. We can take Hongye and leave. I'll stay in the mortal realm. I'll take responsibility for looking after you and the child. With a resolute expression, she pressed a hand to her heart, vowing her commitment. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes. This girl, what nonsense is she spouting now? You will not say another word about this until there's solid proof, Luo Ruiying warned, her voice firm. Though doubt had crept into her heart, she still trusted her husband. The time they had spent together, the way he cared for her and Hongye, it wasn't fake. She refused to believe it without undeniable evidence. Seeing her sister's hesitation, Luo Ruxin sighed heavily. Sister must be too in love to see the truth. That bastard must have completely fooled her. Although Luo Ruiying remained skeptical, the seed of doubt had already been planted. And once suspicion took root, it never truly disappeared. At this moment, Luo Ruiying couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Even the most ordinary interactions between Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu suddenly seemed different. A simple exchange of words felt like a conspiracy. A casual glance between them made her chest feel uncomfortably heavy. What if it was true? What would she do? What about their child? Her mind became a tangled mess, filled with questions she couldn't answer. Ning Yechen quickly noticed her distracted state. He approached her gently, concern written across his face, his voice soft and full of warmth. Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Ruiying hesitated. She looked into her husband's eyes, searching for any sign of deceit. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Dear, come inside with me for a moment. Hey readers, we're setting a special challenge for you. Once our novel reaches 50 votes on its novel bin page, we'll unlock a bonus chapter as a thank you. But that's not all. If we hit this goal within 2 weeks, we'll release 2 extra bonus chapters on top of that. Let's make it happen. Show your support, cast your votes, and enjoy more chapters. Morning. As usual, Ning Yechen and the others gathered around the table for breakfast. As soon as he sat down, Ning Yechen clearly felt a strong sense of hostility directed at him. He looked up, and, as expected, it was Luo Ruxin glaring at him with animosity. This hostility was countless times stronger than before, even carrying a faint hint of killing intent. Ning Yechen was completely baffled. Why did his sister-in-law seem to be growing increasingly hostile toward him? Could it be because of the laxative incident yesterday? The only thing Ning Yechen could think of was the incident that had caused her to spend almost the entire day in the bathroom yesterday. Perhaps that was why she was angry again. Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongye, sitting obediently in Ning Yechen's arms, and felt a surge of anger. How could a child be left in the care of such a man? Little Yi, come to Annie, okay? Annie will feed you. Luo Ruxin, with a forced smile on her face, beckoned to Luo Hongye. No! Luo Hongye refused without hesitation, snuggling closer to Ning Yechen. This rejection pierced Luo Ruxin's heart, leaving her hands frozen in midair. Why wasn't she liked by children? She didn't blame the child, only Ning Yechen. The innocent child must have been deceived by this man's sweet words. That had to be it. Luo Ruxin glared at Ning Yechen even more fiercely. This left Ning Yechen even more confused. The child didn't want to go to her, so how was it his fault? At that moment, Yu Qingyu brought the bowls and chopsticks to the table, carefully placing each set. When setting the tableware, she seemed rather casual, but when it came to Ning Yechen, she was exceptionally meticulous. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention, but after last night's unexpected discovery, Luo Ruxin was now observing Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu with extra scrutiny. Yu Qingyu's seemingly respectful and attentive behavior towards Ning Yechen appeared particularly intimate in her eyes. Young master, this is snow pear and pork rib soup to clear heat. After bringing a pot of steaming hot soup, Yu Qingyu personally ladled a bowl for Ning Yechen and placed it in front of him. This scene was particularly jarring to Luo Ruxin. This woman actually dared to serve him soup so openly. How outrageous! Although Yu Qingyu's overall impression did fit that of a servant, with her respectful manners and actions, compared to other servants, there was a hint of boldness and casualness in her respect. Ordinary servants would usually show some fear and apprehension when facing their masters. But this woman showed no such thing. She even dared to serve soup to him without his permission, and their conversations lacked any trace of fear or timidity. She was completely at ease. This was clearly not the attitude and behavior a normal servant should have. Coupled with Yu Qingyu's serene and beautiful appearance, Luo Ruxin felt she could already conclude that there was something unusual between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen. As expected, she hadn't misheard their conversation last night. This woman and this man were already plotting to replace her sister's position and take away her sister's child. Luo Ruxin propped her chin on her interlaced fingers, her gaze fixed on Ning Yechen, as if she had seen through everything. Her next task was to expose this man's deceitful mask in front of her sister, to let her sister see his true colors and give up on him. But if she exposed them in front of her sister, they would probably deny it. Even if they did admit it, her sister might find it hard to accept. This was a serious matter. She needed to find an opportunity to tell her sister in private. While Luo Ruxin was lost in thought, Yu Qingyu, with a reluctant expression, brought another pot of yam and red date soup and placed it in front of her. If it weren't for the Demon Lord's order, she wouldn't bother with Luo Ruxin. Miss Luo, this is a stomach-nourishing soup that the young master specifically asked me to prepare for you. Luo Ruxin looked down at the bowl of soup in front of her, her expression surprised. He actually prepared stomach-soothing soup for her. No, there must be something fishy about this. He must have put something else in the soup, trying to harm her again. She wouldn't fall for it this time. Only mortals need to drink this kind of thing. I don't need it. Luo Ruxin disdainfully pushed the bowl of yam and red date soup away, crossed her arms, and said arrogantly. Luo Ruing took a spoonful of the soup and tasted it, then personally scooped some and brought it to Luo Ruxin's mouth. It tastes really good. Since it was specially prepared for you, give it a try. Luo Ruxin wanted to refuse, but facing her beloved sister, feeding her personally, she couldn't bring herself to say no. Slurp. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ruxin opened her mouth and took the soup along with the spoon in one gulp. Just one sip, that's all. If something felt wrong, she would spit it out immediately. As the soup went down her throat, Luo Ruxin's eyes lit up once again. It's so delicious. Damn it. This woman's culinary skills were too good. Luo Ruxin glared at Yu Qingyu with a hint of frustration, then silently pulled the bowl of yam and red date soup back towards her and started drinking it spoonful by spoonful. For a moment, she completely forgot about Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu's scheme. It wasn't until after breakfast that Luo Ruxin suddenly remembered this important matter. While Yu Qingyu was washing the dishes and Ning Yechen was playing with Luo Hongye, Luo Ruxin secretly sent a voice transmission to Luo Ruing. Sister, come here for a moment. I have something very important to tell you. With that, Luo Ruxin stealthily walked into the inner courtyard first. Luo Ruing was puzzled, but followed her anyway. What could be so important? Ruxin, what's the important thing you want to tell me? Luo Ruing asked after reaching the inner courtyard and seeing Luo Ruxin waiting there. Luo Ruxin hesitated, then walked up to Luo Ruing, grabbed her shoulders, and said with a serious and solemn expression, Sister, this news might be a bit cruel to you, but as your younger sister, I have to tell you, you must promise me that you won't be sad or upset after hearing it. The thought of telling Luo Ruing such a cruel truth made her heart ache. If sister finds out about that man's true nature and becomes disappointed in him, it will definitely break her heart. But she had to tell her sister. She couldn't let her find out later and suffer in silence. Seeing Luo Ruxin's serious and solemn expression, Luo Ruing's heart also skipped a beat as she became nervous. What is it? Did something happen back home? No, nothing happened at home. Luo Ruxin quickly replied. Then what is it? Luo Ruing pressed further, puzzled. Apart from matters concerning the Luo Shen Palace, she couldn't think of anything else that could be so important and serious. Luo Ruxin took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and looked at Luo Ruing with a solemn expression. Sister, your husband is cheating on you. Huh? Luo Ruing blinked in a daze, her face filled with disbelief, even wondering if she had heard wrong. You're saying Yechen is cheating on me? Luo Ruxin nodded solemnly. With who? Luo Ruing asked, puzzled. Except for the past 2 nights, Ning Yechen was basically by her side all the time. How could she not have noticed this so-called cheating that Luo Ruxin was talking about? That woman, the personal attendant who's always by his side, Luo Ruxin said seriously. Luo Ruing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a melodious chuckle. Oh, Ruxin, how can you say such things? Feeling that Luo Ruing didn't believe her at all, Luo Ruxin became anxious. Don't talk nonsense. Your brother-in-law isn't that kind of person. Qingyu is just his personal attendant. Luo Ruing lightly tapped Luo Ruxin and said, Sister, you trust him too much. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Sister, you don't know. Personal attendants in the mortal realm aren't just responsible for taking care of daily needs. Especially for those young masters from prominent families, their personal attendants usually also serve as bed warmers. Luo Ruxin's expression was serious, her words grave. She had heard these things from others, but they were most likely true. Luo Ruing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, a hint of worry and panic flashing across her face. However, at this moment, she still believed that Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu didn't have that kind of relationship. Luo Ruxin seized the opportunity and continued. Sister, Haven't you noticed that the relationship between that guy and that woman is a bit too close? That woman is so beautiful. She doesn't look like an ordinary personal attendant at all. Luo Ruxin's words struck a chord with Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying had always felt that Yu Qingyou's appearance was too outstanding, indeed not something an ordinary personal attendant would possess. Moreover, from her recent observations, there was indeed a subtle connection in the glances exchanged between Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyou. Yu Qingyou's attitude towards Ning Yechen was also exceptionally respectful. Sometimes she would even anticipate his needs and prepare things for him before he even asked. It seemed she understood him very well. And Ning Yechen also seemed to trust Yu Qingyou implicitly. He had entrusted almost all household matters to her, and Meng Niu, Kai Sei, and Bai Yuan all followed her instructions. All these signs combined made Luo Ruiying, despite her deep trust in Ning Yechen, feel a slight flicker of doubt in her heart. But without any concrete evidence, Luo Ruiying still chose to believe in Ning Yechen. Besides, just the other night, during the New Year's Eve festival, he had confessed his love to her. Ruxin, maybe your brother-in-law just has a good relationship with Qinyu. Don't speak carelessly. Luo Ruiying composed herself and said sternly to Luo Ruxin. She knew her sister had always been somewhat dissatisfied with Ning Yechen, so perhaps this was just her personal bias. How could she believe her sister's one-sided words? Sister, I'm telling the truth. Feeling wronged and misunderstood, Luo Ruxin said anxiously. She couldn't understand why her sister would rather believe that man than her. Seeing Luo Ruiying's unwavering trust in Ning Yechen, Luo Ruxin became even more determined to expose his true nature and save her sister. She couldn't let that man continue to deceive her kind and gentle sister. Sister, last night when I got up, I saw that man and that woman having a secret meeting in the courtyard. They might even be plotting to take your child away. Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure and retorted sternly, Impossible. Your brother-in-law isn't that kind of person. Sigh. Sister, I know it's hard for you to believe, but I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come, I'll show you. Seeing that Luo Ruiying still chose to trust Ning Yechen, Luo Ruxin, in her eagerness, directly pulled her back to the main hall. In the snowy courtyard, Luo Hongye was happily building various strange-shaped objects out of snow. Ning Yechen was squatting beside her, helping, while Yu Qinyu stood behind Ning Yechen, her hands folded in front of her, maintaining her usual dignified posture. Her beautiful face held a gentle smile, and her eyes gazed at Luo Hongye with love. Sister, look, that servant really likes little Yi Yi. She's always by her side. Her expression is just not right. It's like she sees little Yi Yi as her own child. Luo Ruxin whispered into Luo Ruiying's ear. Luo Ruiying's firm belief wavered once again after hearing Luo Ruxin's words. Indeed, since Yu Qingyou's arrival, she had also felt that way. Yu Qingyou was simply too good to their child. Her care was almost meticulous. Thinking back carefully, when Yu Qingyou first arrived, Ning Yechen did seem quite flustered. Sister, a man who is unfaithful isn't worthy of your trust. Let me expose them and take the child away. I can stay in a mortal realm and take responsibility for taking care of you and the child. Luo Ruxin placed her hand on her chest and said solemnly. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Luo Ruxin. What nonsense was this girl talking about? Until there's concrete evidence, don't make any reckless accusations. Without witnessing it herself or having solid proof, Luo Ruiying remained skeptical of Luo Ruxin's claims. The time she had spent with Ning Yechen wasn't fake. She could feel his sincerity. She didn't believe it was all a lie. Seeing that Luo Ruiying still refused to believe her, Luo Ruxin sighed helplessly. Her sister must have fallen deeply in love and was afraid to face the truth. It was all that hateful man's fault. Although Luo Ruiying remained doubtful, once the seed of suspicion was planted and her heart wavered, she couldn't maintain her inner peace. At this moment, Luo Ruiying's mind was in turmoil, unsure what to do. Even looking at the ordinary greetings and interactions between Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. If it were true, what should she do? What about their child? Afterwards, Luo Ruing's mind was filled with various questions and how to handle them. She couldn't stop frowning, completely lost in her thoughts. Ning Yechen also noticed Luo Ruing's unusual behavior today and her worried expression. "My dear, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ning Yechen walked up to Luo Ruing and asked softly with concern. Luo Ruing gazed at Ning Yechen, not answering immediately. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Husband, come with me to the room." Inside the bedroom, Luo Ruing sat on the bed, and Ning Yechen sat beside her, taking her hand and asking with concern, "Wife, what's wrong?" Luo Ruing hesitated, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ning Yechen. She asked seriously, "Husband, want to ask you, is there something you're hiding from me?" Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen's heart skipped a beat. Why was wife asked that? Could it be that she had already sensed something? Was that why she had been acting strangely today? No, wait. If she already knew his identity as the demon lord of the demon realm, she wouldn't be sitting here calmly and talking to him like this. Then what could it be? Ning Yechen's mind raced. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to play dumb for now. "My dear, what are you talking about? I'm not hiding anything from you." Luo Ruing's beautiful eyes stared intently at Ning Yechen, her brows furrowed slightly. Ning Yechen's brief hesitation and the subtle change in his expression were enough to raise suspicion. It seemed he really was hiding something from her, and it looked like he didn't intend to tell her. Could it really be? Luo Ruing bit her lip lightly, feeling incredibly conflicted. She was afraid that if she continued to ask, she might uncover an answer she didn't want to see. What'd she do then? A brief silence fell over the room. Ning Yechen's heart pounded with anxiety as he wondered if Luo Ruing had truly discovered his identity. Meanwhile, Luo Ruing was struggling with whether or not to continue her questioning. After another moment of hesitation, Luo Ruing spoke again. "Husband, tell me the truth. Do you and Qingyu have a special relationship?" Asking this question made Luo Ruing incredibly nervous and uneasy. After much deliberation, she finally decided to get to the bottom of it. Instead of letting her imagination run wild, it was better for them to be honest with each other as husband and wife and clarify everything. Perhaps it is all just a misunderstanding? Ning Yechen's heart leaped to his throat when Luo Ruing asked this. His eyes flashed with shock and nervousness. Unlike Luo Ruing's previous vague question about whether he was hiding something from her, this time she directly asked about his relationship with Yu Qingyu. It seemed she had truly sensed another layer to their relationship. Was she asking this just to give him a way out, to let him confess everything voluntarily? No wonder she had been observing him and Yu Qingyu from time to time lately. But how did his wife discover it? Ning Yechen couldn't figure it out. Or had he slipped up and let Luo Ruing see through his identity? Should he confess and seek his wife's forgiveness? Ning Yechen hesitated. He wasn't sure if Luo Ruing truly knew his identity and was testing him, step by step, to make him confess willingly. But it really seemed like she knew everything. Seeing Ning Yechen's hesitant and uncertain expression, Luo Ruing felt almost certain that he did have some sort of special relationship with Yu Qingyu. Suddenly, Luo Ruing felt an unbearable tightness in her chest. She bit her lip tightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. "My dear, why? Why are you crying?" Ning Yechen panicked when he saw tears in Luo Ruing's eyes. He pulled her tightly into his embrace and whispered apologies in her ear. "My dear, I didn't mean to keep it from you. Please don't cry, okay?" Luo Ruing lay quietly in Ning Yechen's arms for a moment, then gently broke free from his embrace and left the room without saying a word. Ning Yechen wanted to follow, but Luo Ruing stopped him with a single sentence. "Husband, please don't follow me for now. I need some time alone." Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen didn't know what to do and silently sat back on the bed. After Luo Ruing left the room, he started to ponder whether he should confess everything. After leaving the room, Luo Ruing gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and returned to the main hall. Sister, Luo Ruxin immediately noticed Luo Ruing's reddened eyes and suddenly regretted telling her about it. Her sister was actually crying because of that man. Luo Ruing raised her hand to stop Luo Ruxin from speaking, then looked at Yu Qingyu, who was holding Luo Hongye, and said calmly, Qingyu, I suddenly feel like taking a bath. Come with me, just the two of us. After much thought, she decided to have a talk with Yu Qingyu. Yes, madam. Yu Qingyu immediately responded and turned to prepare the bathwater in the bathroom. When the bathroom was filled with steaming mist, Luo Ruing removed all her clothes and slowly immersed herself in the warm water. Yu Qingyu stood respectfully outside the bath. Come in and soak for a bit too, Luo Ruing said to Yu Qingyu, forcing a slight smile. Yes, madam. Yu Qingyu replied respectfully and promptly took off her clothes, revealing her alluring, moon-like fair skin, and slowly stepped into the bath. Even Luo Ruing couldn't help but gaze at Yu Qingyu's slender and perfect figure for a few seconds. Her skin looked just as flawless as hers. No wonder she was his personal attendant. Madam, is something the matter? Yu Qingyu asked, noticing Luo Ruing's continuous stare. No, it's nothing. Luo Ruing shook her head gently. In her heart, she was contemplating how to broach the subject. Yu Qingyu took the initiative to move closer to Luo Ruing and said, Madam, let me wash your back for you. All right, thank you. Luo Ruing didn't refuse and silently turned around. As Yu Qingyu carefully washed her back, Luo Ruing remained silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, Qingyu, do you like Yechen? Yes, I do. He is the young master, demon lord, I'm most proud of and admire the most. Yu Qingyu answered almost without hesitation, a gentle smile on her face, her expression calm and composed, without a trace of panic or nervousness. Such a decisive answer surprised Luo Ruing. She had thought Yu Qingyu would deny it or try to conceal it in front of her. Then have you ever thought about becoming his wife? Luo Ruing felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she still managed to ask the question. She had considered that Yu Qingyu had been by Ning Yechen's side longer than her, and her relationship with him was just an accident. If Yu Qingyu admitted to having such thoughts or intentions, she would step aside, entrust her child to her, and leave on her own. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu's expression froze, and her hands involuntarily stopped. She asked in surprise, Madam, what are you saying? I'm just the young master's personal attendant. You are irreplaceable in the young master's heart. Please don't say such things in front of the young master. It would break his heart. Luo Ruing was completely taken aback by Yu Qingyu's direct and firm rejection. Qingyu, do you truly have no special feelings for him? You can be honest with me. I invited you to bathe with me alone because I wanted to talk to you. Luo Ruing thought Yu Qingyu was deliberately concealing her feelings due to her status. Yu Qingyu pondered for a moment and then said, Although I don't understand why you're asking this, madam, but since you've asked so directly, I'll tell you the truth. I do have special feelings for the young master. Here it comes. Is she about to confess? Luo Ruing's hands clenched tightly under the water, her heart filled with anxiety. She thought Yu Qingyu was finally going to open up to her and waited for her to continue. Madam, I raised the young master from childhood and watched him grow every step of the way. Although I am his personal attendant, in my heart, the young master is like my own child. Forgive my boldness, but since you are the young master's wife in my eyes, you are both the esteemed madam and like a daughter-in-law to me. So I hope you won't say such things again. Yu Qingyu gently placed her hand on her chest, her expression proud, her words filled with love and tenderness. This left Luo Ruing completely dumbfounded. Child, daughter-in-law. Luo Ruing turned around in astonishment and looked at Yu Qingyu. The relationship was indeed special, but this was different from the special relationship she had imagined. Yes, the young master is like my own child, Yu Qingyu proudly admitted. So that means you and him don't actually have that kind of relationship? Luo Ruing asked in astonishment. Could it be that she had misunderstood everything? What kind of relationship is Madam referring to? Yu Qingyu asked, puzzled. From the beginning, Luo Ruiying had been asking some rather strange questions. No, it's nothing. Luo Ruiying quickly shook her head. At this point, she was so embarrassed that she silently turned around, immersing half her head in the water, not daring to look at Yu Qingyu anymore. How mortifying! She had actually misunderstood. Yu Qingyu simply saw Ning Yechen as her own child, which explained why their relationship seemed so casual and without the usual master-servant constraints. This also explained why Yu Qingyu's attitude towards Ning Yechen was both respectful and caring. She did have love for Ning Yechen, but it seemed to be maternal love. And the reason she always looked at Luo Hongye with such affection and joy was probably because she saw her as a granddaughter, not as her own child, as she had suspected. She had misunderstood Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu's relationship. Luo Ruiying was so ashamed that she almost submerged her entire head in the bath. She would have to apologize to her husband properly later. Yu Qingyu, observing Luo Ruiying's peculiar behavior, seemed to understand what she meant by a special relationship. Madam, I can assure you, the young master has never touched any other woman besides you. Countless women have tried to throw themselves into the young master's arms, but he has never even spared them a glance. In my opinion, you are incredibly fortunate, Yu Qingyu said with a smile as she gently combed Luo Ruiying's hair. Luo Ruiying silently submerged half her face in the bathwater, already contemplating how to apologize to Ning Yechen later. In the main hall, Luo Ruixin was anxiously waiting for Luo Ruiying to come out. Although this outcome was cruel for her sister, it was also for the best. Knowing that man's true nature early on and leaving him sooner rather than later was better than discovering the truth too late. Then, she could stay by her sister's side and take responsibility for raising little Yi. As Luo Ruixin was fantasizing about her future life with Luo Ruiying and her family of 3, she saw Luo Ruiying hurriedly walk out of the bathroom, her body still wet and her black hair damp. Sister, Luo Ruixin was about to call out affectionately, but Luo Ruiying glared at her fiercely. If it weren't for this girl, she wouldn't have had such a big misunderstanding. She shouldn't have believed her. Ruixin, come to my room later. Luo Ruiying left this message and hurriedly walked into the inner courtyard. Luo Ruixin's heart sank. Why did it seem like things weren't going as she had planned? In the bedroom. After Luo Ruiying left the room, Ning Yechen sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. He felt that since Luo Ruiying had already sensed something, he shouldn't continue to hide it from her. Perhaps she had been waiting for him to confess voluntarily. Judging by her demeanor, Luo Ing didn't seem particularly angry, but rather more hurt. If he took the initiative to confess, maybe she would forgive him for concealing his identity. All right, that's what he would do. Ning Yechen made up his mind. When Luo Ruiying returned, he would confess everything to her. Just then, the door slowly opened, and Luo Ruiying walked in, her hair still damp from the bath, her face flushed with embarrassment. She didn't even dare to look directly at Ning Yechen. My dear, Ning Yechen, seeing Luo Ruiying return, quickly got up and walked towards her. He said earnestly, my dear, actually, Qingyu and I know everything. It was my fault for misunderstanding you, husband. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you saw Qingyu as a mother. I was wrong. Before Ning Yechen could finish his sentence, Luo Ruiying interrupted him, her beautiful eyes gazing at him as she apologized. Ning Yechen was dumbfounded, completely confused about what had just happened. When had he ever seen Yu Qingyu as a mother? He had no idea. The leap in this situation was a bit too sudden. Also, could it be that his wife hadn't actually discovered his identity? Isn't that the case? Luo Ruiying, seeing Ning Yechen's stunned expression, asked in confusion. Yes, that's right. Ning Yechen hesitated briefly, then answered earnestly. As long as she hadn't truly discovered his identity, everything was fine. He would ask Yu Qingyu what had happened later. What exactly had she said to Luo Ruiying? With the misunderstanding cleared up, Ning Yechen's worried heart finally relaxed. The weight in Luo Ruiying's chest also lifted, and she felt much more at ease. The two gazed at each other silently. Luo Ruiying, fresh from the bath, had rosy cheeks and damp, glistening hair. Her cherry-red dress clung to her body, making her look as alluring as a lotus flower emerging from the water. "My dear," Ning Yechen's heart stirred. He reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace, his hands gently caressing her delicate back. "Husband, my hair is still wet," Luo Ruiying said shyly, nestled in Ning Yechen's arms. Her heart was filled with an inexplicable joy. "Let me dry your hair for you, my dear." Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying to the dressing table, took a towel, and gently dried her damp hair. Luo Ruiying gazed quietly into the bronze mirror, allowing Ning Yechen to caress her hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thankfully, the thing she had been worried about hadn't happened. From the beginning, she shouldn't have believed that girl Ruxin. She almost had a misunderstanding. "Husband, if you and Qingyu have that kind of relationship, it's okay to tell me earlier. I don't mind. There's no need to hide it from me," Luo Ruiying said, closing her eyes and enjoying Ning Yechen drying her hair. If Ning Yechen had told her sooner, she wouldn't have misunderstood. I understand, my dear." Ning Yechen could only force a smile and reply awkwardly. In truth, even now, he didn't quite understand what Luo Ruiying was talking about. He and Yu Qingyu didn't have that so-called mother-son relationship at all. But seeing that Luo Ruiying didn't seem to have any further suspicions, he decided not to explain any further. If he explained too much, it might raise unnecessary doubts. The important thing was that the misunderstanding was cleared up and his wife was still by his side. "Wife, your hair is dry now. Why don't you take off your wet clothes? I'll help you dry your body too." After drying Luo Ruiying's hair and combing it, Ning Yechen smiled and prepared to dry her body as well. "There's no need for that. I can do it myself." Luo Ruiying's face flushed, and she quickly declined. However, Ning Yechen had already started, gently removing her clothes and wiping her back. Luo Ruiying's back was incredibly smooth and slender, white like flawless jade, with a hint of cherry blossom pink. The scars from her previous injury had completely healed. Ning Yechen gazed at her, mesmerized, and couldn't resist gently stroking her delicate back. Luo Ruiying's body stiffened as if jolted by electricity. Her face flushed crimson, and she said in a soft voice, "Husband, weren't you supposed to be drying my back? Your hand." "I'm drying your back, my dear. Of course, I need to use my hand to dry your back," Ning Yechen said shamelessly. Luo Ruiying's face was flushed, her lips pursed slightly. Who uses their hands to wander all over someone's back and still claims they're just drying them off? She had just misunderstood him, so she couldn't get angry now. "All right, my dear, I'm done. Now let me dry your front. I'll do the front myself. Don't be shy, wife. I have no other intentions. I just want to dry you off quickly so you don't catch a cold." "I won't catch a cold. Keep your hands to yourself." The sounds of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's playful banter drifted from the room, occasionally punctuated by Luo Ruiying's shy scolding. Yu Qingyu stood outside the door, holding Luo Hongye's hand, a gratified smile on her face. Seeing that the relationship between the demon lord and madam seemed to have improved, she felt relieved. "Sister Yu, what are daddy and mommy doing?" Luo Hongye looked up at Yu Qingyu and asked in a soft voice. "Little miss, the young master is making madam happy." Yu Qingyu smiled gently and squatted down to speak to her. "Can ye go play with daddy and mommy now?" Luo Hongye pointed towards the room and asked. "Little miss, it's not quite the right time. How about we go play with the young master and madam later? I'll make some delicious treats for you, okay?" Yu Qingyu gently lifted Luo Hongye into her arms and coaxed her softly. She couldn't let the child disturb the demon lord and madam's intimate moment. "Okay, Yi wants to eat grilled sausages, grilled rice cakes, and candied fruit." Upon hearing about food, Luo Hongye happily listed a bunch of snacks and desserts. "Eating too much of those will make madam angry," Yu Qingyu said. Luo Hongye's little face immediately fell. "Yi doesn't want to make mommy angry. Then Yi will just have some fruit. Seeing Luo Hongya wanting to eat but holding back, being so obedient and understanding, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but reveal a doting smile like an ant. She couldn't suppress the corners of her lips from turning up. Truly worthy of being the demon lord's child, the little princess of the demon realm. So sensible and adorable. Yu Qingyu hugged Luo Hongya tightly and whispered in her ear in a grandmotherly tone. It's okay if the little miss likes it. I'll secretly make it for you. Just as Yu Qingyu and Luo Hongya were secretly snacking in the kitchen, Ning Yechen's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Qingyu, Yi, what are you two doing? Ning Yechen, who had just come out of the room, walked up behind Yu Qingyu, his hand covering his waist. His wife's pinching was quite painful. Daddy, Luo Hongya quickly stuffed a cookie into her mouth, then eagerly reached out for Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen smoothly took Luo Hongya into his arms and patted his adorable daughter lovingly. Who eats snacks so openly in front of others? Oh my, young master, you're done already? Yu Qingyu, seeing Ning Yechen come out so quickly, couldn't help but say with a hint of regret. She was both disappointed that the demon lord had finished so soon, indicating that the desired outcome hadn't happened, and also that her brief time with the child was over. What do you mean by done already? I also have something to ask you. What did you say to Ruiying? Ning Yechen glared at Yu Qingyu and asked directly. Madam seemed to suspect that the relationship between you and me was too close, so I told her that you were raised by me, and I've always seen you as my own child. That's all. Yu Qingyu replied calmly with a smile. Only then did Ning Yechen suddenly understand. It turned out that Luo Ruiying wasn't suspicious of his and Yu Qingyu's true identities. Instead, because their relationship seemed close, she was suspecting a romantic relationship. That was a close call. He was almost ready to confess everything himself. Although your explanation was good, please try to come up with a different excuse next time. After figuring everything out, Ning Yechen said helplessly. Yu Qingyu was only a few years older than him, yet she had already assumed the role of his mother. Although her usual nagging and behavior did resemble that of a mother. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying emerged from the room, having changed into clean clothes. She adjusted her collar, her face still flushed. Luo Ruixin, who had been waiting outside, was completely clueless about what had happened. Why didn't her sister seem sad or angry at all? It seemed like her sister and that man had reconciled. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood? Luo Ruixin noticed that Luo Ruiying's expression had changed after talking to Yu Qingyu. There was no longer any trace of worry or sadness. Just now, in the room, she had been flirting and bantering with that man. It clearly didn't look like they were about to break up. That could only mean that she might have really misunderstood. Luo Ruixin turned around, preparing to sneak away quietly, but Luo Ruiying's angry voice sounded from behind. Ruixin, what's wrong, sister? Luo Ruixin turned back and forced a smile. Come in. Luo Ruiying had somehow appeared behind Luo Ruixin. Seeing her trying to sneak away, Luo Ruiying looked angry and silently turned back into the room. Luo Ruixin, feeling apprehensive, carefully walked into the room. The next second, cries of pain and pleas for mercy echoed from the room. Sister, it hurts. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. After being properly lectured by Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruixin, rubbing her slightly sore bottom, came before Ning Yechen and bowed in apology. Luo Ruiying had explained everything to her. That night, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu were merely discussing sending Luo Hongya to the kindergarten at Nanli Academy, with Yu Qingyu taking care of the child. As for the accusations of infidelity and betrayal, it was all her own wild imagination based on hearing only a partial conversation. The close relationship between Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu was indeed a bit complicated, but it wasn't what she had thought. After dealing with Luo Ruixin, Luo Ruiying brought her to Ning Yechen and made her apologize properly. Ning Yechen also learned that the whole misunderstanding stemmed from Luo Ruixin's eavesdropping last night. This misunderstanding almost caused him to reveal his identity and confess everything. Although Ning Yechen found it somewhat absurd, he still chose to forgive Luo Ruxin and even put in a good word for her. Wife, don't blame Ruxin. She didn't do it on purpose. Luo Ruxin also quickly nodded and said obediently, Sister, I truly know I was wrong. Good to know. Don't make such reckless accusations next time. Luo Ruing warned sternly. She didn't want Luo Ruxin to continue looking down on Ning Yechen or slandering him just because he was a mortal. I understand. Luo Ruxin replied, feeling wronged, then turned and walked out of the house, sulking. Luo Ruing watched Luo Ruxin leave and couldn't help but shake her head slowly. This girl still had the same temperament as when she was a child. She wondered when she would mature a bit. After leaving the house, Luo Ruxin strolled alone along the streets and happened to pass by Yi Tianxin's stall again. By now, Yi Tianxin's stall had undergone another round of upgrades and renovations. The original small cart had been replaced with a larger stall, and a row of seats had been added in front, resembling a bar counter. Customers could now enjoy watching his masterful grilling techniques while ordering and dining. A canopy had also been set up in front of the stall, with several tables and chairs arranged. In his quest to create delicacies that would please Luo Hongye, Yi Tianxin was constantly researching new dishes and improving his recipes. Now, the taste of his barbecue was so delicious that everyone who tried it couldn't help but come back for more. Customers flocked to his stall every day, and it was so popular that it was often overcrowded. Among the tens of thousands of demons disguised in Nanli City, Yi Tianxin was undoubtedly the most dedicated and serious. Luo Ruxin was once again drawn in by the enticing aroma and silently changed her direction, joining the queue and taking a seat at the stall. Yi Tianxin naturally recognized this woman who had been with the demon lord the other day, Madame's sister, the demon lord's sister-in-law. So he was particularly polite and respectful towards Luo Ruxin. While wiping a wine glass, he asked elegantly, Customer, what would you like to order? Luo Ruxin was surprised to see that the barbecue stall now offered drinks after just one day. And observing him up close, she found that this stall owner truly embodied both elegance and aloofness. No matter how many times she looked, he didn't seem like a barbecue stall owner. And she couldn't help but wonder if it was her imagination, but he seemed particularly enthusiastic towards her compared to others. Please bring me one of everything you have that's the most delicious, and also, give me the strongest liquor you have here. Luo Ruxin, feeling a bit down, also ordered a pot of liquor on a whim. The reason for her low mood wasn't just being scolded by her beloved sister, but also the worry of having to leave her sister's side in a few days. She really wanted to ask to stay with Luo Ruing, but she knew her sister wouldn't allow it. If she also disappeared, their father would be very worried. Moreover, through the misunderstanding she had caused, she was convinced that her sister truly loved that man. If she stayed any longer, she would just be a third wheel. Yi Tianxin, noticing Luo Ruxin's melancholic expression, asked, May I ask if the young lady has something troubling her? It's nothing. Luo Ruxin didn't intend to have much interaction with mortals, but after hesitating for a moment, she unexpectedly asked, Let me ask you, do you think a marriage between a mortal and a cultivator can truly be happy? I believe it can. As long as there's love between them, even a celestial and a demon can fall in love, let alone a mortal and a cultivator. Yi Tianxin replied calmly, while skillfully flipping the skewers in his hands. Luo Ruxin was taken aback upon hearing this, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. She thought her statement about a mortal and a cultivator getting married was already absurd enough. She didn't expect Let me tell you, celestials and demons have always been mortal enemies. It's absolutely impossible for them to marry each other. There has never been a single instance of a celestial and a demon becoming husband and wife. Luo Ruxin waved her hand dismissively and laughed. Her initially gloomy mood was lifted, and she couldn't help but be amused by Yi Tianxin's words. What an ignorant and naive mortal. Perhaps there really is such a case, young lady. Yi Tianxin said with a smile, leaning closer to Luo Ruxin's face. Yi Tianxian, who usually maintained a cold and stern expression, suddenly flashed a charming smile, adding a unique allure to his demeanor. Many women who were already there to admire his handsome face were now captivated and stared at him in a daze. Even Luo Ruxin couldn't help but blush slightly, her heart racing. Why was he so close to her? Could it be that he was interested in her? He had been particularly attentive and enthusiastic towards her from the start, which was indeed suspicious. Perhaps his statement about mortals and cultivators being able to marry was directed at her. Thinking of this, Luo Ruxin's cheeks flushed even more. It was a pity he was just a mortal. However, as Luo Ruxin was lost in her thoughts, Yi Tianxian's words interrupted her. "Miss, your skewers and wine are ready." Yi Tianxian brought the freshly grilled skewers to Luo Ruxin and also fetched a pot of exceptionally fragrant wine. Just by smelling it, she didn't sense the harshness of strong liquor. Instead, there was a mellow, sweet fragrance that made her feel slightly tipsy. Luo Ruxin was immediately captivated by the unique aroma of the wine and curiously poured herself a cup to taste. The sweet and mellow flavor lingered on her palate, leaving a lasting impression. After just one sip, she actually felt a bit drunk. It was unbelievable. She had never taken mortal realm wine seriously. In her opinion, mortal wine couldn't even compare to water from the heavenly realm. But this taste surprised her and caught her attention. "This is delicious. What kind of wine is this?" Luo Ruxin pointed at the wine jar curiously and asked. "Miss, this wine is called Dreamland Intoxication." Yi Tianxian replied confidently. This was wine brought from the demon realm, not something ordinary people could easily get their hands on. He only brought it out because Luo Ruxin was the demon lord's sister-in-law. "How much of this wine do you have left?" "I want it all." Luo Ruxin, delighted with the taste, decided to buy it all on the spot. She could take some back for her sister to try. It had been a long time since she had seen her sister's adorable drunken state. Unexpectedly, this guy not only had exceptional barbecue skills and good looks, but his wine was also fantastic. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. To Ning Yechen's surprise, Luo Ruxin hadn't tried to disrupt his time with Luo Ruiying as she had before. She was surprisingly well-behaved and obedient. It seemed that after being lectured by Luo Ruiying last time, she had learned her lesson. Tonight was the last night of the New Year festivities, and everyone gathered together for a feast. Luo Ruiying and Yu Qingyu worked together in the kitchen, preparing a table full of delicious dishes. Luo Hongya sat on a chair, swinging her little legs, overflowing with joy. Yu Qingyu kept putting food into Luo Hongya's bowl and feeding her. She seemed even more doting than Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Now, seeing this scene, Luo Ruiying no longer felt uncomfortable. Instead, she was quite happy. "Little Yi, Annie bought your favorite grilled sausages. Come and try them." Luo Ruxin took out the grilled sausages she had bought from Yi Tianxian and held them up to Luo Hongya's mouth. She had been frequenting Yi Tianxian's stall these past few days. After hearing that Luo Hongya loved Yi Tianxian's barbecue, she specially bought grilled sausages to win the child's favor. She didn't want to be disliked by her niece anymore. Luo Hongya hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth wide and took a bite, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Auntie." Seeing Luo Hongya finally eat something she offered, Luo Ruxin was overjoyed. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged smiles. "Sister, I bought some good wine. Try it." Luo Ruxin happily took out the Dreamland Intoxication she had bought from Yi Tianxian a few days ago and placed it on the table for everyone to enjoy. "You guys go ahead and drink. I'll pass," Luo Ruiying said, her face showing a hint of difficulty, trying to decline. "As sister, you still can't handle alcohol? It's such a special day, just have a little." Luo Ruxin's eyes narrowed, and the corners of her lips curled up as she handed the wine cup to Luo Ruiying, deliberately coaxing her. She knew very well that her sister, Luo Ruiying, had a very low tolerance for alcohol. It had always been like this since they were young. If she didn't suppress the alcohol's effects with her spiritual energy, Luo Ruiying could get drunk after just one cup. But she really wanted to see Luo Ruiying drunk. Wife, you can't drink alcohol. Ning Yechen was surprised to learn that Luo Ruiying couldn't handle alcohol. He knew that Luo Ruiying used to have the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Yet, she couldn't handle alcohol? Yes. Luo Ruiying nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Even though she was once the Empress of the heavenly realm, she had a low tolerance for alcohol. At banquets, she always had to suppress the effects with her spiritual energy. Then let me drink it for you. Seeing that Luo Ruiying really couldn't handle alcohol, Ning Yechen intended to take the wine cup from Luo Ruixin on her behalf. But this time, Luo Ruiying took the initiative to accept the cup. Considering the rare festive atmosphere today, she decided to have a little bit. After all, the alcohol in the mortal realm wasn't as strong as that in the heavenly realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for her. Luo Ruiying drank the dreamland intoxication in one gulp, then put down the cup, feeling a bit unsatisfied. She was genuinely surprised. It was the first time she had tasted such a sweet and fragrant wine. But why did she feel a bit dizzy? Could it be that she was drunk? The next second, Luo Ruiying suddenly felt dizzy, her head spinning, and her mind clouded. Her head slumped heavily onto the table with a loud thump. The speed at which she collapsed surprised everyone present. Wife! Ning Yechen quickly helped Luo Ruiying up. Only then did he realize that Luo Ruiying had drunk the infamous dreamland intoxication from the demon realm. This wine was quite potent. It was one of the most precious and renowned liquors in the demon realm. No wonder Luo Ruiying got drunk after just a small cup. Luo Ruiying, her face flushed with a drunken smile, her eyes hazy, and her cheeks a charming peach pink, leaned on Ning Yechen's shoulder. Husband, she breathed out a fragrant, intoxicating breath, her voice like a coquettish whisper in his ear. He didn't expect his wife to be so clingy when drunk. Luo Ruixin also didn't expect Luo Ruiying to get drunk so quickly. She had thought her sister's alcohol tolerance had improved a bit, but this was exactly what she wanted, to see her sister's charming drunken state again. Brother-in-law, isn't my sister adorable and charming when she's drunk? Luo Ruixin said to Ning Yechen with a mischievous grin. Did you deliberately get your sister drunk? Ning Yechen asked, amused and exasperated. It was obvious that Luo Ruixin knew Luo Ruiying couldn't handle alcohol, yet she still intentionally gave it to her. If sister hadn't drunk it, how could brother-in-law see her adorable and charming side? Luo Ruixin gave a reason that Ning Yechen couldn't refute. Indeed, you should actually be grateful to Luo Ruixin. Well done, sister-in-law. Ning Yechen quickly changed his attitude and silently gave Luo Ruixin a thumbs up. Luo Ruixin also reciprocated with a thumbs up. At this moment, the two of them reached a certain understanding. It also meant that Luo Ruixin had genuinely accepted Ning Yechen as her brother-in-law, making up for her previous mistakes. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, your wife is incredibly popular. In the past, those pursuing my sister in the heavenly realm had to line up. You better cherish my sister. If I ever find out that you've done anything to wrong her, I won't let you off the hook. Luo Ruixin, having also consumed a fair amount of alcohol, warned Ning Yechen fiercely. These past few days, she had been secretly observing Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. She discovered that their relationship was good, and their home was filled with warmth and love. Apart from being immortal, Ning Yechen truly had no other flaws. He treated her sister and child genuinely well. She could see that her sister truly loved this man. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to Yi Yi for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to dissuade them any further. She could also rest assured, entrusting her sister to this brother-in-law. Ning Yechen could see that Luo Ruixin was genuinely concerned about Luo Ruiying, and always had been. This was the main reason why he wouldn't get angry with her, even when she misunderstood him. Rest assured, I will not fail her, Ning Yechen said with a gentle smile, giving Luo Ruixin a solemn assurance. This simple sentence made Luo Ruixin pause for a moment. Then a faint smile also appeared on her face. She suddenly felt that perhaps her sister was right. Brother-in-law, I'll leave my sister in your care then. I should be going now. I won't disturb you and sister any longer. Luo Ruxin slowly stood up from the table and said, won't you wait for Ruing to wake up before leaving? Ning Yechen tried to persuade her to stay. Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Ruing, leaning against Ning Yechen, and shook her head with a smile. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear leaving if I do. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Little Yi, Auntie is leaving. Before leaving, Luo Ruxin finally got her wish and gently pinched Luo Hongya's cheeks. Then, as she was about to leave gracefully, she slipped and fell face first into the snow. Ning Yechen and the others. Damn it, she had to embarrass herself at the last moment. It was all that wine's fault, making her a bit dizzy. Luo Ruxin pretended nothing had happened, got up, dusted the snow off herself, and then vanished from their sight in an instant. This was also to show him her immortal king prowess. He must be stunned. He probably wouldn't dare to bully her sister anymore after this. Luo Ruxin thought to herself confidently and proudly as she left. Early morning the next day, after spending an entire night apart from Luo Hongya, Luo Ruing could hardly wait to scoop her daughter into her arms again. Holding the little girl close, she finally asked the question that had been on her mind since last night. Yay, what were you and Daddy playing last night? Daddy took me flying, Luo Hongya said cheerfully, still brimming with excitement at the memory. Even though she had played until she was too tired to stay awake, the experience had been absolutely thrilling. Flying? Daddy took you into the air. Luo Ruing frowned in confusion. From the side, Ning Yechen quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Luo Hongya to stay quiet. Realizing that she had promised not to reveal their little secret, Luo Hongya quickly shook her head and corrected herself. This is a secret between Ye and Daddy. Ye promised not to tell. Not even to Mommy? Luo Ruing asked, intrigued. Daddy said I can't tell Mommy. Luo Hongya nodded earnestly, her big eyes filled with innocence. Luo Ruing turned her gaze to Ning Yechen, her expression thoughtful. Ning Yechen. For a moment, he felt utterly defeated by the child's pure-hearted honesty. Fortunately, Luo Ruing didn't seem suspicious. She merely pondered for a moment before assuming that Ning Yechen had simply lifted Hongya up high and twirled her around to make it feel like she was flying. Still, why does he have to make such a big deal out of keeping it a secret? Why won't he even tell me? Just then, Luo Ruxin emerged from her room and looped her arm through Luo Ruing's with a bright smile. Sister, I'm ready. Let's go. With the New Year festivities still in full swing, Luo Ruing planned to take Luo Ruxin around the city to let her experience the vibrant sights and lively atmosphere of the mortal realm. She turned to Ning Yechen and asked, Dear, would you like to join us? Since my lovely wife has invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Ning Yechen replied with a grin, but as he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ruxin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Luo Ruxin instantly narrowed her gaze. That look, he's definitely doing this on purpose. He's deliberately stopping me from spending quality time alone with sister. With Meng Niu and the other two left behind to watch over the house, Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing, Luo Ruxin, and Luo Hongya, accompanied by Yuqingyu, set out together. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongya as they strolled through the bustling streets, flanked by Luo Ruxin on one side and Ning Yechen on the other. Yuqingyu followed silently behind. Before long, the rich, smoky scent of roasted meat filled the air. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing immediately recognized it, but for Luo Ruxin, it was an entirely new experience. She sniffed the air curiously. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. There's a great barbecue stall nearby. I'll take you to try it, Luo Ruing said, leading the way. As far as she was concerned, Yi Tianxin's stall made the best food she had ever tasted in the mortal realm. Even Luo Hongya still talked about it constantly. A barbecue stall? Mortal food? What's so special about that? Luo Ruxin scoffed, her tone full of disdain. We're already here, so why not give it a try? Luo Ruing smiled as she pulled her sister along. You might end up liking it. However, when they arrived at Yi Tianxin's stall, The sight before them left them completely stunned. A massive crowd had gathered, forming an endless line that stretched far beyond what the eye could see. The majority of the customers were women. Yetian's barbecue had become legendary throughout Nanli City. Everyone who tasted it said the same thing. It was incredible. Nobles, wealthy merchants, and even high-ranking officials had all been drawn in by the allure of his perfectly grilled meats, secret seasoning, and exceptional craftsmanship. But there was another reason for the stall's overwhelming popularity. Yi Tianxin himself, a cold, aloof, and devastatingly handsome man diligently running a humble food stall, he had become the subject of endless admiration. Countless women flocked to see him, some even offering absurd amounts of money to keep him for themselves. However, all were met with swift rejection. Thus, a new legend had spread throughout the city, a proud, unattainable man who would rather run a barbecue stall than be kept by a rich woman. People praised his noble character, his unyielding spirit. Luo Ruxin was taken aback by the spectacle. How could a simple barbecue stall attract so much attention? Now, she was curious. However, the line, "Sister, there are so many people." Yes, Luo Ruing sighed. At this rate, it would take until nightfall to get a turn. Don't worry, my dear wife. Leave it to me. Ning Yechen grinned as he confidently strode to the front of the line and stopped beside the next person about to be served. Would you mind letting me have this spot? He asked politely. The man in line scowled. Huh, why should I? Then his eyes widened. Ning Yechen had casually pulled out a bag full of gems and precious stones. The clinking of jewels echoed in the air. The man gulped hard, his mouth going dry. Just this one bag was more wealth than he'd seen in a lifetime. Ning Yechen jiggled the pouch in his hand. Then he casually pulled out a single gem, letting it catch the light before tossing it back into the bag. Holding the pouch out, he smiled. So, what were you saying? The man hesitated for only a second before beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Sir, please, I reserved this spot just for you. Since you're here now, I'll take my leave. With a deep bow, he handed over his place and vanished in an instant. The rest of the crowd watched in stunned silence. Spending that much just to cut in line. This man was too rich. Ning Yechen turned back to his family and waved them over with a smile. Dear, it's all settled. Luo, Ruin. She gave him a slightly disapproving look. That was way too extravagant just for a spot in line. It's just a little money, nothing to worry about. Ning Yechen chuckled as he gently nudged her shoulder. To him, that small pouch of gems was barely worth mentioning. As long as it made his wife and child happy, he didn't mind spending far more. However, Luo Ruing's next words made his steps falter and a bead of sweat formed on his forehead. I distinctly remember that you handed over all your money to me before. She narrowed her eyes slightly. So, tell me, my dear husband, where did this money come from? At this moment, Ning Yechen suddenly felt a very real sense of pressure. It was like being caught red-handed hiding private. Ning Yechen gently kissed Luo Ruing's forehead once more, then pulled the blanket over her and drew the curtains around the bed. Under the veil of the curtains, two hazy figures lay close together, embracing each other in sleep. Soon, the quiet room was filled with the soft sounds of counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 1,001 sheep. Damn it, it's all because of that girl. She made it impossible for him to sleep. The next morning, Luo Ruing's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she opened her eyes, still half asleep. Her drowsy gaze fell upon Ning Yechen lying beneath her. Her mind, still a bit foggy, didn't dwell on it too much. She shifted slightly, nestled her head on his chest, found a more comfortable position, and closed her eyes again. A moment later, Luo Ruing's mind cleared, and she abruptly opened her eyes, looking down at Ning Yechen, who was still asleep. Then, she looked down at her own body, clad only in a thin undergarment. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her exposed chest, scrambling to sit up, filled with shock and embarrassment. How did she end up sleeping on top of Ning Yechen dressed like this? What exactly happened last night? She remembered drinking some wine and then seemingly passing out. The events that followed were hazy. She couldn't quite recall. It seemed like Ning Yechen had carried her back to the room, given her some water, and then helped her take off her outer clothes. After that, thinking about what might have happened next, Luo Ruiying's face burned with embarrassment. Could it be that last night wasn't a dream? Not only had she kissed Ning Yechen, but she had also spent the entire night lying on him dressed like this. She had no recollection of whether anything further had happened. As Luo Ruiying's thoughts raced, a pair of arms wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her into an embrace. Luo Ruiying instinctively let out a gasp, almost reacting defensively, seeing that it was Ning Yechen who had woken up, and recalling the fragmented memories from last night. She couldn't help but blush shyly. "My dear, you're awake?" Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying in his arms and greeted her with a smile. In truth, he had been awake for a while. The reason he had kept his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, was that he didn't want to let go of the warm and soft body in his embrace. His wife's bashful appearance was truly adorable and alluring. "Husband, last night, did you help me take off my clothes?" Luo Ruiying asked shyly, her bashful demeanor incredibly captivating. "Yes, wife. I was worried you wouldn't be comfortable sleeping in them." Ning Yechen explained with a smile. Then you didn't do anything else, did you?" Luo Ruiying asked in a delicate voice. What do you mean, my dear?" Ning Yechen asked with a playful smile, knowing full well what she meant. Luo Ruiying bit her lip and shot Ning Yechen a playful glare. Seeing that her undergarments were still on, it seemed nothing had happened last night. However, being pressed against Ning Yechen's body while wearing only a thin undergarment, with her curves partially revealed and her chest exposed, made Luo Ruiying incredibly shy. She turned and tried to get out of bed, but Ning Yechen held her tightly, pulling her back into his embrace. "Husband, it's getting late," Luo Ruiying said shyly. "It's still early, my dear. Let's stay in bed a little longer." Ning Yechen whispered softly, his cheek against Luo Ruiying's smooth and delicate back. How could he easily let go of such a wonderful opportunity for intimacy? "I still need to prepare breakfast for the child." Luo Ruiying tried to find another excuse, but Ning Yechen was already prepared for that. "I've already asked Qin Yu to prepare something for her." Luo Ruiying. With no other options, Luo Ruiying could only resign herself to staying in Ning Yechen's embrace. Since their daughter was away for once, and the atmosphere was just right, she would let him have his way this time. She had been making him sleep in the other room for the past few days, and she had promised to make it up to him. Luo Ruiying pursed her lips and slowly shifted her body, pressing herself closer to Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was pleasantly surprised by his wife's initiative and felt overjoyed. "Wife, Ruxin left last night." Ning Yechen comfortably held Luo Ruiying and whispered the news of Luo Ruxin's departure in her ear. She's already gone? That girl, really? She got me drunk and left without even saying goodbye." Luo Ruiying turned her head in surprise and asked, her words carrying a hint of blame, and her expression seemed a bit downcast. After such a long separation, they had only been reunited for a few short days. Perhaps she would never see her sister again. Ning Yechen could clearly sense the dejection in his beloved's embrace and tighten his hold on her, saying softly, "Don't be sad, my dear. I'll take you back to your family in the future. Then you can see Ruxin again." Husband, do you even know where my family is?" Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen with a playful smile. "Of course, my dear. You're a heavenly fairy who fell from the heavens. Your family must be in the heavenly realm," Ning Yechen said leisurely. Luo Ruiying hadn't expected Ning Yechen to accidentally guess correctly. "Since you know I'm from the heavenly realm, husband, you still dare to say you'll take me back to my family?" "Yes, that's right. Perhaps soon I'll be able to take you and our child back," Ning Yechen said confidently. If it weren't for the need to conceal his identity and avoid telling his wife the truth, he could take his wife and child back in an instant. Luo Ruiying listened to Ning Yechen's words, thinking he was just comforting her with empty promises. But she didn't mind. Even though she knew it was impossible, she still smiled and replied, "All right, then I'll wait for the day you take me back to my family. Just wait and see, my dear." Ning Yechen whispered softly, his cheek against Luo Ruing's. The two of them, embracing tightly, were incredibly close and affectionate. Taking advantage of their alone time, Ning Yechen also shared his thoughts about sending Luo Hongye to the Nanli Academy Kindergarten. "My dear, I'm thinking of sending Yi to the Nanli Academy Kindergarten. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan both have some martial arts training, so let them, along with Kai Sei and Qin Yu, take turns accompanying her. What do you think?" This was just the surface-level plan, he told Luo Ruing. In reality, there would be many people secretly protecting Luo Hongye. Luo Ruing pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "As you wish, husband." Although she was reluctant to let her daughter leave her side, for the sake of her child being able to interact more with the outside world, she decided to endure it. Besides, kindergarten usually only lasted for 2 or 3 hours at most, and she would be back with her soon. Nanli Academy was considered a prestigious cultivator academy, both in the southern prefecture and the world. The academy itself gathered many talented cultivators, so she could feel somewhat reassured. If she was truly worried, she could always visit her there. Just as Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing were enjoying their intimate moment, a cute little head gently pushed open the door and peeked in. A pair of clear, bright eyes curiously gazed at her parents who were still lingering in bed. Luo Ruing noticed Luo Hongye sneaking in and hurriedly sat up, her face flushed crimson. Yi, you're here. Mommy, your face is so red." Luo Hongye walked to the bedside, looking at Luo Ruing with concern. "Don't worry, Yi. Mommy is fine." Luo Ruing reached out and embraced Luo Hongye in her arms. At this moment, Luo Ruing's smooth and delicate back was exposed before Ning Yechen's eyes, with only 2 silk strings tying her undergarment. Ning Yechen couldn't resist, his fingertips secretly tracing along the beautiful curve of her spine. "Ah!" Luo Ruing stiffened like she had been electrocuted, instantly straightening her delicate body and turning to glare at Ning Yechen with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "This guy, the child, is still here." Ning Yechen grinned mischievously. "Unexpectedly, my wife's body is surprisingly sensitive." Heavenly Realm, Luo Shun Palace. "Father, I'm back." Luo Ruxin's voice echoed through the main hall of the Luo Shun Palace before she even appeared. When Luo Ruxin flew into the hall, she found it already filled with people. Her father, the lord of the Luo Shun Palace, sat in the center, while all the direct and collateral elders of the Luo Shun Palace were gathered on one side. On the other side were several mysterious guests with proud expressions and imposing auras. Luo Ruxin remembered few of them. They were the ones who had taken her sister, Luo Ruing, away many years ago. She didn't know which power in the heavenly realm these people belonged to, but one thing was certain. The power behind them was terrifying. It was an existence that their Luo Shun Palace absolutely could not afford to offend. Luo Ruxin disliked these people from the bottom of her heart. Not only had they taken her beloved sister away for hundreds of years, but their arrogant and condescending attitude was also particularly repulsive. Luo Tinya couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Luo Ruxin return at this particular moment. He absolutely couldn't let these people know that he had sent her to the lower realm to find Luo Ruing. "Ruxin, you're so disrespectful. How can you behave like this? Can't you see that we have distinguished guests in the Luo Shun Palace? Stop fooling around. Get out now." Luo Tinya sternly rebuked Luo Ruxin without revealing his true emotions. "Yes, father." With just a glance between father and daughter, Luo Ruxin understood Luo Tinya's meaning and quickly turned to leave. But at that moment, one of the men sitting on the side suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute." The hearts of both Luo Tinya and Luo Ruxin leaped to their throats. The elegant man slowly rose and walked towards Luo Ruxin, circling her as he observed her with admiration. The once little girl has grown into a graceful and charming young woman. Though her talent might be slightly lacking, Her beauty is certainly not inferior to your eldest daughters. Palace Lord Luo, you are truly blessed. Thank you for your kind words. Heavenly clarity, immortal, venerable. Luo Tianya replied politely with a smile, but inwardly, he was quite displeased. Dao Tianming's gaze hadn't left Luo Ruxin's body since he started praising her, and Luo Tianya was worried that he might be harboring intentions towards his daughter. However, even though he was displeased, as the head of the sect, he couldn't show any dissatisfaction, because the other party was very likely in existence above the 9 major powers of the heavenly realm. Dao Tianming was said to be just an ordinary steward in their family, yet he possessed the cultivation of an immortal venerable. The cultivation realms of the others who came with him were also unfathomable to Luo Tianya, and they were probably no weaker than Dao Tianming. Such a power was definitely not something his small Luo divine palace could afford to provoke. May I ask where Fairy Luo has returned from? Dao Tianming asked Luo Ruxin with a smile. I went on a long journey, traveling through various regions of the heavenly realm, enjoying the beautiful scenery. Luo Ruxin replied calmly. In her heart, she felt extreme. This guy wasn't even as handsome as the barbecue stall owner in the mortal realm, and even his temperament was inferior. Yet he dared to look at her with such a gaze, as if she were a commodity. Now he wanted to probe into her whereabouts, probably to find her sister. In your dreams, Luo Tianya quickly chimed in, taking advantage of the situation. Please forgive my daughter's behavior. Heavenly clarity, immortal venerable. She has always been mischievous and playful, neglecting her cultivation. She sneaked out again while I wasn't paying attention. After saying this, Luo Tianya once again roared at Luo Ruxin. Ruxin, go and cultivate diligently. Look at your current cultivation level. You've fallen so far behind others. Yes, father. Luo Ruxin feigned a look of grievance and silently turned to leave the hall. Another man, who had been quietly sipping tea on the side, cast a meaningful glance at Luo Ruxin as she departed. With a subtle flick of his finger, a strand of Luo Ruxin's silvery hair silently floated into his hand. Dao Tianming didn't stop Luo Ruxin again and silently returned to his seat. Palace Lord Luo, let's continue our discussion. Your daughter, Luo Ruiying, possesses extraordinary talent, and my Dao Immortal clan is very satisfied. My Dao Immortal clan has high hopes for her and has spared no effort in nurturing her. We intend to cultivate her into a Luo Immortal Emperor who can safeguard a region. However, she doesn't appreciate our kindness. Instead, she injured several elders of my clan and fled to the lower realm, disappearing without a trace. What do you think should be done about this? Dao Tianming frowned and pressured Luo Tianya, his immortal venerable aura surging forth, causing the elders of the Luo Shin Palace on the other side to hold their breaths in fear. Before Luo Tianya could speak, the Luo clan elders, who had already been scared out of their wits, rushed to denounce Luo Ruiying. Such a thing happened. Esteemed guests, please calm your anger. This is the fault of our Luo Shun Palace for producing such an ungrateful wretch like Luo Ruiying. Our Luo Shun Palace will do our utmost to compensate for your losses. It is an immense honor to be under your tutelage. That girl Ruiying truly doesn't know what's good for her. Watching the Luo clan elders berate Luo Ruiying one after another, Luo Tianya, despite his patience, couldn't help but frown deeply, his face filled with disappointment. If they were pretending to do this deliberately, it would be one thing, but they weren't. He remembered when they heard that a mysterious power had sent vast resources to take Luo Ruiying away. They were all overjoyed, congratulating him. They said that having Ruiying was a blessing from the heavens for the Luo family, allowing them to bask in her glory. Now, upon hearing that they had offended the Dao Immortal clan, they could say such things just to protect themselves. It was no wonder the Luo Shun Palace was declining. Luo Tianya felt immense disappointment and anger towards the Luo clan elders, his heart filled with sorrow. Palace Lord Luo, what are your thoughts? Dao Tianming, pleased with the words of the Luo clan elders, smiled and looked at Luo Tianya, the true decision-maker, waiting for his response. Without hesitation, Luo Tianya stood up and bowed to Dao Tianming, saying, "Esteemed guests, this is indeed my negligence in raising my daughter, allowing her to commit such disrespectful acts. My Luo Shin Palace will do its utmost to apprehend her. Once we have any news or capture her, we will definitely hand her over to you for punishment." Very well. I hope your Luo Shin Palace will keep its word. If you dare to deceive us, your Luo Shin Palace knows the consequences. Dao Tianming warned Luo Tianya with a cold tone. Then they all stood up and silently left the Luo Divine Palace. Oh no, we're doomed. How could that girl Ruing do such a thing? Isn't she trying to destroy our Luo family? Last time she provoked the Demon Lord, causing him to come to the heavenly realm looking for her, and now she's offended the Dao Immortal Clan. Tianya, you can't be biased towards your daughter at a time like this. Yes, if you have any news, capture her and hand her over immediately. As soon as Dao Tianming and the others left, the Luo clan elders, with mournful expressions, started blaming Luo Ruing. Luo Tianya suppressed his anger and roared at them. "Enough! All of you get out! If he, Luo Tianya, didn't protect his daughter, who would he protect? These bunch of people. Besides, no one knew his daughter better than him. Ruing was definitely not an ungrateful child. There must be some hidden reason behind this." Recalling the Demon Lord's late-night visit last time, saying that his daughter was being hunted, he knew things were definitely not simple. No matter what, he would never hand over his daughter. But there was one thing he didn't understand. What exactly was the relationship between the Demon Lord and his daughter? Seeing Luo Tianya's anger, the Luo clan elders didn't dare to say anything more and left the hall one by one. Luo Tianya was left alone in the empty hall, sitting in the center. "Come out, girl. You didn't leave from the beginning, did you?" Luo Tianya rubbed his aching forehead and spoke towards a massive pillar on the side. There was a hidden passage behind it, protected by a barrier that blocked ordinary spiritual sense detection. He was so certain that Luo Ruxin was hiding there because he knew his youngest daughter very well. As expected, as soon as Luo Tianya finished speaking, Luo Ruxin quietly crawled out from behind the pillar, scratching her head sheepishly. "Hee, I knew I couldn't fool you, father. Those old geezers in the family are truly shameless. They actually said they wanted a hand over sister. Those spineless opportunists, they have no backbone at all." Thinking about the faces of her family members just now, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but feel furious. When her sister, Luo Ruing, was still around, because of her exceptional talent and the high hopes the family had for her, these people would surround her sister all day long, flattering her and pampering her. Now, they were showing such a disgusting, servile attitude. They couldn't wait to disassociate themselves from her sister, Luo Ruing. "Father, can I go and teach those old geezers a lesson? I'll cover my face, they won't know it's me." Luo Ruxin waved her fists in anger. "You sit down and behave. No matter what, they're still your uncles and the elders of the family. How can you be so disrespectful?" Luo Tianya helplessly tapped Luo Ruxin's head. "This child, so impudent." Luo Ruxin, still fuming, covered her head and pouted. However, after a moment of silence, Luo Tianya spoke again. "Your strength is still not quite there yet. Let your father handle this." Luo Ruxin. "Father, you're teasing me." Luo Ruxin couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smirk. As expected, father still dotes on sister. "All right, tell me. Did you find Ruing in the lower realm this time?" Luo Tianya asked seriously. His biggest concern right now was Luo Ruing's safety. Luo Ruxin, without any hesitation, shook her head with a bright smile. "No, I didn't see sister at all." Luo Tianya. Seeing Luo Ruxin's radiant smile, Luo Tianya knew she was lying. But since she even kept it from him, her old father, it must have been Ruing's instruction. The fact that Ruxin could smile so happily meant that Ruing must be all right. Relieved, Luo Tina didn't press further and nodded with a smile. It's good that you didn't find her. Father and daughter shared an unspoken understanding. All right, father, I brought you some gifts. Oh, since when did my little daughter become so filial? Luo Tina teased. What do you mean, father? I've always been filial. Tada. Luo Ruxin, unconvinced, took out the still warm barbecue and the unfinished wine she had brought back from her storage ring. You actually like this kind of mortal food? Luo Tina looked at the barbecue in front of him, somewhat surprised. It's really delicious. Father, try it. You might like it too. I specially brought it back for you. Luo Ruxin ate some herself while pushing the barbecue towards Luo Tina. All right, I'll give it a try. Unable to refuse Luo Ruxin, Luo Tina casually picked up a skewer and took a bite. After all, he didn't want to disappoint his daughter's good intentions. To his surprise, the first bite was unexpectedly delicious. Could it be that after having too much heavenly nectar, immortal fruits, and spirit herbs in the heavenly realm, a change of taste felt particularly good? As Luo Tina reached out for another skewer from Luo Ruxin's hand, she turned and walked away, leaving his hand awkwardly hanging in midair. I'll take the rest to mother. Bye, father. Luo Tina. Luo Tina couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. This girl, she really only let her father have a taste. Early morning the next day, after spending an entire night apart from Luo Hongya, Luo Ruing could hardly wait to scoop her daughter into her arms again. Holding the little girl close, she finally asked the question that had been on her mind since last night. Yay, what were you and Daddy playing last night? Daddy took me flying, Luo Hongya said cheerfully, still brimming with excitement at the memory. Even though she had played until she was too tired to stay awake, the experience had been absolutely thrilling. Flying? Daddy took you into the air. Luo Ruing frowned in confusion. From the side, Ning Yechen quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Luo Hongya to stay quiet. Realizing that she had promised not to reveal their little secret, Luo Hongya quickly shook her head and corrected herself. This is a secret between Ye and Daddy. Ye promised not to tell. Not even to Mommy? Luo Ruing asked, intrigued. Daddy said I can't tell Mommy. Luo Hongya nodded earnestly, her big eyes filled with innocence. Luo Ruing turned her gaze to Ning Yechen, her expression thoughtful. Ning Yechen. For a moment, he felt utterly defeated by the child's pure-hearted honesty. Fortunately, Luo Ruing didn't seem suspicious. She merely pondered for a moment before assuming that Ning Yechen had simply lifted Hongya up high and twirled her around to make it feel like she was flying. Still, why does he have to make such a big deal out of keeping it a secret? Why won't he even tell me? Just then, Luo Ruxin emerged from her room and looped her arm through Luo Ruing's with a bright smile. Sister, I'm ready. Let's go. With the New Year festivities still in full swing, Luo Ruing planned to take Luo Ruxin around the city to let her experience the vibrant sights and lively atmosphere of the mortal realm. She turned to Ning Yechen and asked, Dear, would you like to join us? Since my lovely wife has invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Ning Yechen replied with a grin, but as he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ruxin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Luo Ruxin instantly narrowed her gaze. That look, he's definitely doing this on purpose. He's deliberately stopping me from spending quality time alone with sister. With Meng Niu and the other two left behind to watch over the house, Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing, Luo Ruxin, and Luo Hongya, accompanied by Yuqingyu, set out together. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongya as they strolled through the bustling streets, flanked by Luo Ruxin on one side and Ning Yechen on the other. Yuqingyu followed silently behind. Before long, the rich, smoky scent of roasted meat filled the air. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing immediately recognized it, but for Luo Ruxin, it was an entirely new experience. She sniffed the air curiously. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. There's a great barbecue stall nearby. I'll take you to try it, Luo Ruing said, leading the way. As far as she was concerned, Yi Tianxin's stall made the best food she had ever tasted in the mortal realm. Even Luo Hongye still talked about it constantly. A barbecue stall? Mortal food? What's so special about that? Luo Ruxin scoffed, her tone full of disdain. We're already here, so why not give it a try? Luo Ruing smiled as she pulled her sister along. You might end up liking it. However, when they arrived at Yi Tianxin's stall, the sight before them left them completely stunned. A massive crowd had gathered, forming an endless line that stretched far beyond what the eye could see. The majority of the customers were women. Yi Tianxin's barbecue had become legendary throughout Nanli City. Everyone who tasted it said the same thing. It was incredible. Nobles, wealthy merchants, and even high-ranking officials had all been drawn in by the allure of his perfectly grilled meats, secret seasoning, and exceptional craftsmanship. But there was another reason for the stall's overwhelming popularity. Yi Tianxin himself, a cold, aloof, and devastatingly handsome man diligently running a humble food stall, he had become the subject of endless admiration. Countless women flocked to see him, some even offering absurd amounts of money to keep him for themselves. However, all were met with swift rejection. Thus, a new legend had spread throughout the city, a proud, unattainable man who would rather run a barbecue stall than be kept by a rich woman. People praised his noble character, his unyielding spirit. Luo Ruxin was taken aback by the spectacle. How could a simple barbecue stall attract so much attention? Now, she was curious. However, the line, "Sister, there are so many people." Yes, Luo Ruing sighed. At this rate, it would take until nightfall to get a turn. Don't worry, my dear wife. Leave it to me. Ning Yechen grinned as he confidently strode to the front of the line and stopped beside the next person about to be served. Would you mind letting me have this spot? He asked politely. The man in line scowled. Huh, why should I? Then his eyes widened. Ning Yechen had casually pulled out a bag full of gems and precious stones. The clinking of jewels echoed in the air. The man gulped hard, his mouth going dry. Just this one bag was more wealth than he'd seen in a lifetime. Ning Yechen jiggled the pouch in his hand. Then he casually pulled out a single gem, letting it catch the light before tossing it back into the bag. Holding the pouch out, he smiled. So what were you saying? The man hesitated for only a second before beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Sir, please, I reserved this spot just for you. Since you're here now, I'll take my leave. With a deep bow, he handed over his place and vanished in an instant. The rest of the crowd watched in stunned silence. Spending that much just to cut in line. This man was too rich. Ning Yechen turned back to his family and waved them over with a smile. Dear, it's all settled. Luo, Ruing. She gave him a slightly disapproving look. That was way too extravagant just for a spot in line. It's just a little money, nothing to worry about. Ning Yechen chuckled as he gently nudged her shoulder. To him, that small pouch of gems was barely worth mentioning. As long as it made his wife and child happy, he didn't mind spending far more. However, Luo Ruing's next words made his steps falter and a bead of sweat formed on his forehead. I distinctly remember that you handed over all your money to me before. She narrowed her eyes slightly. So, tell me, my dear husband, where did this money come from? At this moment, Ning Yechen suddenly felt a very real sense of pressure. It was like being caught red-handed hiding private S. Luo Ruing stood in line with Ning Yechen, holding Luo Hongye. A burly man at a nearby stall suddenly offered them a lollipop, asking with a grin, Madam, free candy. Would you like one for your child? Oh, thank you. Luo Ruing subconsciously took the lollipop and looked up at the stall owner, her brows furrowing slightly. Why does this stall owner look more and more familiar? That's right. Isn't he the owner of the toy stall from the market last time? Luo Ruing's memory clicked, and she recalled the stall owner in front of her, with his friendly smile and muscular build. How come, after a few days, he went from selling toys to selling candy? Ning Yechen was also quite surprised. Kuang Xiao, why did he stop selling toys and start selling candy instead? Before Ning Yechen could even transmit his question, Luo Ruing spoke up. I remember you. Weren't you selling toys before? You even gave our child a lot of toys. Because my service attitude was too poor, I was ordered to shut down and prohibited from selling. Kwang Xiu scratched his head awkwardly, looking embarrassed. Inwardly, he was overjoyed that Luo Ruiying remembered him. Luo Ruiying? Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying couldn't understand. She felt that although Kwang Xiu was big and burly and looked a bit intimidating, his service attitude was excellent, without any malice. He was very enthusiastic towards her and the child. How could he be ordered to shut down because of poor service? Just as Luo Ruiying was about to ask, a group of patrolling city guards in the distance spotted Kwang Xiu and started rushing towards him. Seeing this, Kwang Xiu cursed under his breath. Damn it, they're coming for me again. They chase me wherever I go. Fuck. With that, Kwang Xiu quickly packed up the things on his mat, gave Luo Ruiying a friendly smile, and then vanished in a flash. If it weren't for not wanting to cause trouble for the Demon Lord, he really wanted to crush all these ants with one hand. The city guards behind him, seeing Kwang Xiu running again, quickly gave chase. Stop! Don't run! Catch him! Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying watched as Kwang Xiu and the city guards disappeared into the distance, not knowing what to say for a moment. It seems that doing business isn't that easy. Luo Ruiying looked at the lollipop in her hand, unwrapped it, and handed it to Luo Hongye in her arms. The lollipop was half the size of Luo Hongye's face. She took it with both hands, her small mouth only able to take in the top part. With the lollipop in her mouth and her red lips pursed, Luo Hongye looked particularly adorable. Almost everyone around them couldn't help but look at the petite and cute Luo Hongye, their hearts filled with admiration. This child is as lovely as a celestial child. In the future, she'll probably be another stunning beauty, no less than her mother. Brother Ning, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan, who was also in the crowd, immediately noticed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Waving her hand, she happily ran towards them. Little Yi, I haven't seen you in days. I missed you so much. You've become even more adorable. In the past few days, apart from reuniting with her family during the New Year's festival, Qi Yuan had been busy preparing for the Nanli Academy entrance examination in a few days. Having not seen Luo Hongye for several days, Qi Yuan couldn't resist reaching out and gently pinching her cute chubby cheeks. Sister Qi. Luo Hongye called out softly. Ah, so cute. Little Yi, can sister have a bite of your candy? Qi Yuan playfully teased Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye looked at the lollipop in her hand and reluctantly handed it to Qi Yuan. Just as Qi Yuan was about to bend down and take a bite, she suddenly felt Yu Qingyo's icy cold gaze from behind Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. After not seeing her for a few days, this sister feels even more terrifying. I have a feeling that if I take this bite, my life might be in danger. Forget it. I'd better not eat it. Qi Yuan dejectedly retracted her head and looked at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying with a smile, asking, Brother Ning and Sister Luo, are you here to enroll your child in Nanli Academy's kindergarten school? Yes. Luo Ruiying nodded. Then, Sister Luo, come with me. I'll take you to register. I have connections. Qi Yuan puffed out her chest, her expression confident and proud. Her Qi family was the biggest sponsor of Nanli Academy, providing all sorts of resources and supplies. Therefore, her Qi family had the privilege of skipping the line and directly entering for registration. Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and the others directly into the inner courtyard of Nanli Academy. Several long queues were lined up in front of the various booths set up by Nanli Academy. Qi Yuan glanced around, found the designated spot for kindergarten school enrollment, and led Ning Yechen and the others to her acquaintance. Sui, Qi Yuan. Sui looked up and, seeing it was Qi Yuan, couldn't help but tease her. Shouldn't you be registering for the assessment? What are you doing here at the kindergarten school? Don't tell me you want to attend classes here too? Sui and Qi Yuan had known each other since childhood and were very close friends. They had once promised to become cultivators together, fighting evil and upholding justice. However, Qi Yuan had suffered an injury when she was young. making cultivation almost impossible for her. In the end, only Su Yi entered Nanli Academy. But even though they were separated, their bond remained strong. Hearing that Qi Yuan's meridians had fully recovered and she could cultivate again, Su Yi was genuinely happy for her. In response to Su Yi's teasing, Qi Yuan explained with a smile, "It's not me. I brought Brother Ning and Sister Luo here." "Oh, Lady Luo is here." Su Yi's face lit up with surprise upon hearing that Luo Ring had arrived. Just like Qi Yuan, she deeply admired and respected Luo Ruiying, who could slay a heavenly god realm expert with a single sword strike. The last time she had taken the initiative to approach them and saw Luo Hongye, she was captivated by the child's adorable and delicate appearance. She had been hoping to see them again today. Su Yi stood up and looked behind Qi Yuan, spotting Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, and the others approaching slowly. "Lady Luo, you're here." Su Yi happily stepped forward to greet them. Whether it was out of admiration or due to Luo Ruiying's cultivation at the heaven-human realm, she deserved the utmost respect from Nanli Academy. "No need to call me Lady Luo. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Luo like Qi Yuan does," Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile. Although she had always been addressed as the Luo Shen Empress in the heavenly realm, now that she had decided to retire to the mortal world and become a wife and mother, she didn't want people to keep calling her lady anymore. Hearing that she could address Luo Ruiying intimately as sister like Qi Yuan did, Su Yi immediately agreed with delight. "All right, Sister Luo. Sister Luo, are you here to enroll your child in Nanli Academy's kindergarten school?" Su Yi led Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen to sit in front of the booth and asked. "Yes, thank you for your help." Luo Ruiying nodded gently. "That's wonderful. Sister Luo, you and Mr. Ning can rest assured. Our Nanli Academy will definitely not disappoint you. I promise you, we will take good care of your child. You just need to fill in your child's information on this form. Since you are a heaven-human realm cultivator, there's no need to pay any fees." Su Yi happily took out the registration book and handed it to Luo Ruiying. A child of a heaven-human realm cultivator would generally have exceptional talent. Being able to join Nanli Academy meant that the child could potentially become another peerless genius in the future. Nanli Academy would welcome such an opportunity. Her previous recommendation for Luo Ruiying to enroll Luo Hongye in Nanli Academy wasn't solely out of genuine fondness for the child, but also due to this consideration. As Luo Ruiying was filling out the information, Luo Hongye suddenly clutched her clothes tightly, large tears rolling down her cheeks, her little face looking pitiful. This scene startled everyone present. "Yi, what's wrong?" Luo Ruiying's face was full of concern as she quickly held Luo Hongye tightly and asked softly. Since Luo Hongye's birth, even though the child had lived in fear, often hiding in dark corners, she had hardly ever cried and was very well-behaved and obedient. The only time she had cried was when she was forcibly taken away and separated, locked alone in the dark dungeon. That was the first time Luo Hongye had cried. This was the second time Luo Ruiying had seen Luo Hongye cry, and her heart ached, filled with worry. "Yi, what's wrong? Tell mommy and daddy, okay?" Ning Yechen, as a father, was also anxious. This was the first time he had seen his child cry. Yu Qingyu, Qi Yuan, and the others also quickly gathered around, each trying to soothe her. "Madam, what's wrong? Little Yi, don't cry. Sister will buy you something delicious later, okay?" Luo Ruiying's face was full of love as she gently wiped the tears from Luo Hongye's cheeks. Ning Yechen also stood behind her, gently stroking her small, round head to comfort her. Luo Hongye stopped crying and looked at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen with a pitiful expression, her big, watery eyes full of sadness. "Daddy, Mommy, do you not want Yi anymore? Are you going to sell Yi? Yi will be good from now on. I won't eat snacks anymore. Daddy, Mommy, please don't abandon Yi, okay?" With that, Luo Hongye held out the lollipop in her hand. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were momentarily caught between laughter and tears, but their hearts ached more than anything. Luo Ruiying embraced Luo Hongye tightly, her cheek pressed against the little girl's face, and said softly, "Silly child, you're mommy and daddy's child. Both mommy and daddy love Yi the most. How could we ever abandon you? Why would Yi think that daddy and mommy would abandon you?" Ning Yechen took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms, gently stroking her small back and asking softly. Luo Hongye pointed her tiny finger at the registration book on the booth's table. Everyone looked at the registration book and finally understood that the child thought they were going to sell her and leave her in someone else's care. "Yi, this is just for you to go to school and play with other children. Daddy and mommy would never abandon Yi." Ning Yechen explained with a gentle smile. He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for letting his child misunderstand and feel sad. "Really, Daddy won't lie to Yi?" Luo Hongye asked softly, her eyes still red. Ning Yechen lovingly stroked her little head and put the lollipop back into her mouth. "Of course it's true. Yi is Daddy's treasure. No one can take you away." Su Yi and Chi Yuan also quickly chimed in to comfort her. "That's right, little Yi, don't worry. Your daddy and mommy would never dream of selling you. We just want you to play with your sister and other children. Yi only wants to be with daddy and mommy." Luo Hongye nestled into Ning Yechen's arms, murmuring softly while sucking on her lollipop. "Daddy and mommy will always be by Yi's side, but you should also play with other children more, okay?" Ning Yechen looked at Luo Hongye in his arms with a loving gaze. Luo Hongye stared back at Ning Yechen blankly, then slowly nodded. "Okay, Yi is so good," Ning Yechen praised, gently rubbing Luo Hongye's little cheeks. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It's normal for children to feel insecure and cry when they first leave their parents' side. Luo Hongye, having lacked a sense of security since childhood, was even more dependent on Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. But it was precisely because she was so well-behaved and understanding, coupled with Ning Yechen's reassurance and love, that Luo Hongye agreed. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen holding Luo Hongye in his arms, her lips curving into a captivating and joyful smile. She couldn't help but feel grateful that the child's father was him. It was truly wonderful. "Miss Su, I filled it out." Luo Ruiying handed the completed registration book back to Su Yi. After checking it and confirming there were no issues, Su Yi put away the registration book and brought out a jet black, lustrous stone, placing it on the table. "Sister Luo, next, please have little Yi place her palm on the celestial secret stone. I'll help her test her cultivation aptitude."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.